Okay, so
So there is the title. Well, we're going to stand behind the
it's fine. People will live.
I have a feeling some people.
Just give everyone a minute to take their seats.
Hello, good morning, everybody. 5 minutes after 9. So we're gonna get started. So I'll give everybody a minute to 9:46.
Silence.
Okay. Great. Welcome, everybody. I'm glad that we all made it to Boulder. It's nice to actually see people in person for the first time in more than 2 years. Many of you, I think I've only ever seen recently. Okay, so we have a couple of welcome slides that I and Mike and Jake are going to go through, and then we'll get started with talks. So my first introduction here is Wi-Fi, which I'm sure everybody would like to know about. So if you want to access the internet here, there are two options. You can either use EU Roam, which some of you might have access through your own institutions. That works here too. Or you can access this UCB guest wireless network. Don't go to UCB wireless because that one requires you to log in with a bunch of information, but this one is totally unprotected. So those are your two routes to access the internet.
Okay. So if I go forward in our slide deck here.
Do you want to give a brief introduction to the workshop and how we're running it?
You've gotten probably a lot of emails from us, and so maybe none of this is that new.
The goal here is to really have a discussion as a community, right? We wanted to bring together the IR Astrophysics community and give us all an opportunity to sort of think about the priorities that came out of the decadal survey and how we're moving forward to the next decade. There's some very timely things, prohibition concepts being developed right now. And so we are hoping that this will be a space for that discussion to happen. With that in mind, you'll notice that the program has a variety of workshop discussions in it. So that is meant to be, time to have the structured discussion. So the mornings, most days have, talks, and then we'll have coffee break at lunch. And in the afternoon, there's some talks, but also these smaller group workshops and these larger group workshops. If you look on your name badge, in red on the back are these workshop assignments. So these are the workshop groups that you've been assigned into, and we'll get into more logistics this afternoon when we actually do this. But we're going to be breaking up into 5 smaller groups and discussing these, kind of pressing questions in IR Astrophysics, and then coming back together in the larger group later to kind of share back what we discussed in the smaller groups. So the goal of doing that, which might seem really artificial and weird to many of you, is to actually hear different perspectives, right? To value our early career scientists in the room and force all of us to talk with people that we might not otherwise know or choose to talk to. So that's why we're doing this kind of pairing between having smaller groups where we actually sit with someone we might not have as much in common with and hear some different perspectives, and then we come back together and have a discussion later. Okay, so with that in mind, let's all do our best here to be kind colleagues, right? And have thought-provoking and interesting discussions. Okay. And then this is our format, which I sort of already highlighted, right? This is the program. You can find the program on our workshop. There's posters outside that have a QR code that you can scan, and will take you directly to the workshop website and the program. So, you should be able to find that. And the other thing I want to note here is we've kind of intentionally scrambled everything up. So there's no session that's just technology talks and no session that's just science. We really want to have everybody in the room for the same discussion. So we're alternating between technology and science. And the only parts that are sort of more focused are, say, tomorrow morning, we're going to be specifically talking about program treatments. Okay, I think that's my part. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
Okay. Thanks, Meredith. I think Meredith said a bunch of stuff that's on this slide. You have the misfortune of attending a workshop that's been organized by faculty members who believe in things like active teaching and active learning. And as a result, you will have to do work. This isn't a passive sit there and listen thing. This is you have to think and talk. Part of your homework assignment, if you haven't already done it, is to go get these 15 questions out of your email or off the website and have an opinion about them. It doesn't have to be particularly informed. You don't need to be an expert, but we want everybody to bring something to the table here. These are questions that are about the next decade, even further out, that we need to answer to keep a healthy group. So many of us, I hate to say it, are at the age where perhaps we're thinking about retiring in this time frame. Some of us are at the age where we're thinking about moving up and becoming the next generation of faculty or whatnot. We want to encourage a diversity of thought here because having just some people dictate what happens is probably not the best plan. I'll be honest with you, we've thought through how this is going to work to a certain extent. We are going to do it on the fly. We're going to see how this goes. So this will be fun. Okay, we wanted to, and I got the short straw, sort of set some expectations and aspirations for the probe discussion specifically. So we've been handed an opportunity by the decadal, or potential opportunity by the decadal, which called for X-ray or far infrared, specifically probe class mission to be developed over the next, and flown, I guess, over the next decade. These have been called out by NASA, which moved rather quickly on this, as being PI-led competed missions. Okay, so that's the boundary condition. In case, I don't know how many of you are paying attention to such things. I know some of you very much, some of you not so much. At the moment, to our knowledge, there are 4 X-ray and 4 far infrared probe class concepts that are going to be trying to pull a proposal together over the next 12 months. For the far infrared side, we're going to hear more about that on Thursday. I'm monologuing here. I don't really want to make this into a discussion session. But on Thursday, we will have an opportunity to have these discussions and provide feedback to the PIs and all the fun stuff that would be productive for us. What I wanted to get across, what we wanted to get across, and I'm speaking for the whole IR STIG here, is that it is crucial that these discussions don't damage our community long-term. This could be a contentious thing, it's a big thing, there's a lot of money on the line, we very much don't want this to lead to rifts. Okay, so we want to have people be positive about this. And I have a hard truth for you, which is if you take the number of those missions and the number of selections, if you assume a uniform prior, there's a 12.5% chance of any one of those things being selected at this point. You can say to me, I don't believe it's a uniform prior. I think this is better than that, or some of these will die, or whatever. Fine. I do want to highlight, though, because I've been down this road, there is a very good chance the thing you like will not make it. Just hard facts, okay? So the tone we'd like is, rather than asking yourself, what probe would be best for me? Do I prefer vampires or do I prefer werewolves? We want you to ask, how can each probe be tweaked to best deliver my science? This is important because in 10 years, when the thing you worked so hard on this year didn't go forward, but something else did, but you get some time on the thing that went forward and you're excited and you thought, oh, geez, if only it had a little bit more spectral resolution or whatever. This is the time to tell people, not 10 years from now. Okay, so we want that conversation to be as productive and as thought-provoking and compelling as possible, because there's no reason to believe that there won't be 8 submissions going in at this point. Okay, I'll hand it over to Jake now.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so just some logistics information. You have all found the space, which is these 3 multi-purpose rooms. This hall building, we're going to refer to as Williams Village Center. I'm sorry if you had trouble finding it. There are detailed instructions on how to get here on the workshop website. During the day, during our small group workshop sessions, we'll be breaking out into one group will each go into a breakout room, and then 3 groups will sit distributed out in here in the main session. The restrooms are over here, and this is over here, and then there, if you want to walk all the way around, there's another set of restrooms on the other side of the building. So just reiterating what Mike said, that we want to make this a safe, supportive, productive environment for the IR community. So everyone needs to be treated with respect. I think you can feel free to read this further. I'm not going to read it out to you out loud, but we just want everyone to respect each other and this to not come away with people being enemies, to make friends and build collaborations. That's what the point of this is. So, and if you need to report any undesirable behavior, please feel free to anonymously or personally contact IR Workshop email. And as we've said in the emails, everyone is concerned about COVID-19, and we're asking everyone to please stay masked during the workshop. Some people may be comfortable not wearing masks, but not everyone is. So just to allow everyone who wants to participate to do so, we ask that you please wear a face mask while we're in this room and while you're not eating or drinking actively. And then finally, thanks to our organizing committee, Meredith McGregor, Mike Semkov, myself, and the rest of the IR Science Technology Integration Group. If you have any questions about the workshop, you can find the people that have the red sticker on their badges, and you can ask us any questions or complaints or concerns. I believe that's it. So I think now we can proceed to the first session.
We'll say we're also recruiting new members for the summer. So if you have any interest in joining us, please find a red dot person and ask what we do. We'd love to have.
Let me turn this off.
Okay, great. So that means I get the joy of switching over our computer. Everybody has to bear with me because I'm terrible at using Windows computers. So we're going to start. Why we need our speaker. So our first speaker of the day is Dominic. So let me call up thing. Okay, so our first speaker is Dominic Benford, who's going to be telling us about planning for astrophysics in the 2020s and beyond. Well, you can actually use it if you prefer.
I can use this one if you want.
Okay.
And then stand here and use the.
It just does that. There we go.
All right, we're almost there.
And then you have to switch it.
All right,
Okay.
Good, good. All right.
There's a camera.
So I can take my mask off now. All right, just unmasking so you can actually hear me
clearly enough. Hi, I'm Dominic Benford, and I want to thank Mike and Meredith and Jake for inviting me to talk about Astro 2020 and NASA headquarters perspective on what it means for you. Of course, I'm somebody who has a deep connection with the infrared community, and I care deeply about the science that we can do with this, but I'm going to try to remain entirely impartial in my advocacy for what Astro 2020 said and what headquarters is going to do about it. Therefore, some of the things I say you will like and some you will not. I'll start off just by mentioning a little bit about the context that we're in today. This is what Paul Hertz often refers to as the program of record, the things that we're doing now and where we are so that we can set the stage for where we're going. So we have this nice new little swooshy diagram that shows our missions as a function of where they are in their operational stage and what wavelength they're at. And the thing to note is that all of the infrared things are down here in this corner, lots of stuff in development, and some very small missions, a few balloons and sounding rockets, which many of you here are involved in. But it's not quite as rich as some of the other areas. That was perhaps an editorial comment. So you probably paid attention to earlier this month, the release of the official fiscal 22 budget. We're already halfway through the fiscal year, but this is what we are actually spending. The total is down a little bit from the request, but it's pretty close to what we had intended. And Sophia was appropriated in, even though the original request was 0. And of course, that causes a little bit of churning in behind the scenes because we have to figure out how to pay for this thing that wasn't originally in the request, but we are paying for. And just skipping forward, you probably saw earlier this week, actually 2 days ago, the President's budget request for fiscal 23 and beyond was released. And I did some quick little PowerPoint engineering to sort of slap these two on top of each other. And what you can see is that there is a growth to the top line projected for the next 5 years. It's about a 1%, actually 0.8, I think, percent annual growth, which doesn't keep up with the rate of inflation right now, but at least it is growth. And that is mitigated by the fact that that's the top line, and that the big orange wedge, which represents the funding for the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, is decreasing during time because it has already reached its peak spending year. And so what you see is the rest of astrophysics, the big blue wedge, has an upward trend, which is something like, depending on what years you average over, a 7% annual growth. And that's actually better than inflation. So there is growth in the projected budget for the next several years, which is a good message and one that we all wanted to hear following a decadal survey. Now, there are changes underneath all of the hood of all that. What's the same is that, and I should have put this first and foremost, the research and analysis program, RNA program that handles things like APRA and SAT and ATP and ADAP, all of those things are still the same and still healthy. We're also continuing the development of the infrared missions that you care about, GUSTO and SphereX. We're still developing the contributions for our foreign partner-led missions. I hope that's not my phone ringing. Just quickly looking in my bag. And we're continuing the operation of all the missions that are currently operating pending the senior review, which is happening right now, but presumably those are all likely to be continued. So what's changed, and this is important, of course, the JWST launched just last Christmas, and additional funding was created to allow them to fund the General Observer Program as thoroughly as it really needed to be. IXP launched also in December. The Roman telescope had a budget adjustment because of COVID, purely COVID impacts, which results in a delay and therefore a cost increase, but that's now been accommodated. Pioneers is our new to a year or so ago portfolio of small missions, bigger than CubeSats, but smaller than SPEXs. And we've actually augmented that, so we have additional selections and hopefully an increased cadence of Pioneers missions. That's something that we would be happy to see additional emphasis going to, because it seems like that's a payload capability space that has been underutilized. We also have enough funding in the out-year budgets to support the decadal survey recommendations for implementing what they call the Great Observatory Precursor Science and Time Domain Astrophysics Infrastructure System. That's a mouthful, but it's what was originally the GOMAP and TDAM recommendations in Astro 2020. There's also money for bridge partnerships, which will help our community as a whole. And then some of the things that are changes that are perhaps in a slightly more negative direction, but again, I'm trying to be entirely impartial here. There's a Sophia closeout for 2023 as per the decadal survey recommendation, an extended phase B for COSY, one of the Explorer missions, and a delayed development for the coming MIDEX, and delays in the decadal survey recommended probe AO and other recommendations. So that last sentence has a lot of stuff packed in it. I will try to unpack it a little bit. So what does that mean? It means that compared to the run out budget that was projected in the 2022 budget request, this isn't accelerating as quickly as we had projected. And so the things that we said were likely to be, for planning purposes, likely to be the case last year are no longer quite as rosy as they are this year. So there are impacts. We're still working through possible notional scenarios for what the impacts to the probe AO and the development of COSI and the next mid-X would be. We're still at what we call stage 1, and I'll get to that a little bit later about the technology development and preparation for the next grade observatories. We anticipate there won't be too much of an impact in the really near-term time frame there. So we're working through what we call our 2024 program planning and budget exercise right now. So we're developing a multi-year plan that's consistent with the president's budget request. We haven't figured out exactly what the impacts are going to be. And I didn't write this on the slide, but just putting it in slightly harsher terms, just to be really clear, that the planned release of the AO for the probe in January 2023 is very likely not to hold to that date. This may also be true of things like the coming mid-X selections. So these are things to keep in mind just to set expectation. And of course, the other big piece of news that I just elided over pretty briefly there is SOFIA. I don't think I need to belabor this point, but of course, in Astro 2020, there was a recommendation specifically that NASA should end SOFIA operations by 2023. The appropriation that we got earlier in March said, and this was specifically in the SOFIA line, the agreement notes the recommendations of Astro 2020, meaning they endorsed that, and they included money to continue operations in 22. So we are not stopping operating SOFIA in 2022, but we have removed SOFIA from the senior review because the decadal survey is the highest level of recommendation and advice that we can get from the community, and a senior review is actually not as high level of that as that. And so we're using the Astro 2020 essentially as the senior review in this case. And so we were trying to work out how to incorporate that and act on it. The president's budget request for 23 includes only $10 million for what they termed an orderly closeout of SOFIA. That is inadequate for actually closing it out. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do it. But the plan, absent any other changes, is that it will be closing out beginning initially at the beginning of FY23. On slightly more positive news, of course, everybody's favorite Christmas present this past year was presumably the launch of what is shaping up to be, if you've seen this image like I have, shaping up to be fulfilling its promise to be just a wonderful space telescope. It looks like it's going to do everything that everybody had expected it to. Good news for the infrared community. SphereX is another mission that's coming up only a few years behind, behind some other missions, but it's really our next big launch. And this one is going to fulfill a lot of the desires of members of the infrared community. It's not far infrared, but it's definitely a good mid-infrared mission. And it recently had its critical design review, and to accommodate its COVID impacts, which were true across the board for all of our missions, that has been taken into account, and the PI cost cap and launch date have been adjusted, but the current agency launch readiness date has been held to April 2025, so it's still not that far away. And they have great pictures of actual hardware that you can see there, which looks really beautiful and shiny. So the Roman Space Telescope actually counts as an infrared space telescope, even though people in this audience probably think that it's practically X-rays. And its recent accomplishments, in addition to passing its mission CDR back in October of last year, it has been building vast amounts of hardware. And you can see the prettiest picture, I think, of all in the upper left there is a full set of the 18 flight H4RG infrared detectors. That's a 300 megapixel focal plane. As far as I know, the biggest ever built. And again, the COVID adjustments have been taken into account, so that the launch readiness date is now May 2027, just a few years after SphereX. Okay, that was the program of record part. Now a little bit about what actually came out of Astro 2020. So we have this lovely swoosh with all the pictures of missions that came out of the prior decadal surveys. We don't have a picture for the 2021 decadal survey because I think the point of that survey was to say, you need to spend some time thinking about what that is going to look like before you actually start building the mission. And perhaps I'm editorializing a little bit too much there. It was certainly, the overall decadal survey is an exciting and ambitious plan. It has an awful lot of recommendations. It addresses a lot of things about the profession, the state of the profession, and the demographics of our profession, which are important. And I have slides on those that I wasn't going to talk to, but if people want, I'm happy to do so. And it has a lot of recommendations about setting the technological foundations that we need to implement a large suite of future missions. In the medium initiatives, we have a time domain program without any specific mission recommendations, but a program that likely is going to filter throughout many missions. The probe line, which we'll talk about a little bit more, a large initiative that has 3 missions in it eventually, the infrared optical UV mission, a far infrared mission, and an X-ray mission. And of course, the probes are X-ray and far infrared as well. And that we're going to spend a lot of time making sure that we do those things well. Now, we are bound by the budgets that we have, and so we're trying to formulate a budget that works in the context of the president's budget request that still manages to meet this expectation of the community. So this is not an official chart. This is something that Grant Tremblay had produced by taking the program of record that we presented to the decadal survey and then taking what the decadal survey had recommended as their sand chart and layering them on top of each other and trying to correct things to make it as uniform as possible. And this shows essentially what the expectation would be to implement all of the recommendations of the decadal survey more or less as they had recommended them. And you can see that for the rest of this decade, it is actually fulfilled by an approximately flat budget, which is good news because the president's budget request that I showed earlier is approximately flat for the next 5 years, but that there is substantial growth starting about a decade from now, substantial being at the level of close to $1 billion a year more than the trough. So that's because we have a future great observatories program, essentially. The large observatories are, of course, extremely valuable to the community as a whole. We've seen what has come out of things like Hubble and Chandra over many decades, and Spitzer, which technically was a flagship, but only a probe scale mission over its substantial life. And we want to make sure that we continue this kind of legacy with large scale missions, with large scientific grasp and scope. But because we have just recently launched JWST and we are still very much in the middle of working on Roman, we haven't reached the point where it is time to start the next major observatory in earnest, but it is the time to prepare for it. And preparing means not just technology development. So I've got a slide on this in a moment, but there's a stage 1 for a couple of years where we're doing the very early stages of planning for missions. And then stage 2 is where people begin to noodle through various different designs for missions. That's the analysis of alternatives part, trying to make sure that a lot of trade studies are conducted. And then stage 3 is where you do pre-formulation and the very serious and higher investment technology maturation. So stage 1 looks a little bit like this. These are not intended to be timelines exactly, but kind of a flow, even though some of these things happen in parallel. And you'll have tracks of people who are doing what are essentially science-based activities, working out how to understand the performance of a mission and what performance of a mission needs to be. And we will have a Rose's call that is probably going to come out in January of next year to solicit people who want to work on the science aspect of the future great observatory. So that's the infrared optical ultraviolet, the X-ray, and for this community, the most important, the far infrared mission, because that is included in this. And then on the bottom track, there's a technology track where we are trying to invest in the early stage technologies to try to figure out what the things are that we will need to invent to make these missions happen. And then in between, there's sort of a science evaluation where we're trying to meld, or if you will, a bit between the science and technology and make sure that we can design and can build a thing that does what scientists need it to do. In the next couple of years, the key aspects of our RNA program that will reach members of this community to help push forward these missions are listed in our overall portfolio that I show here of our 2022 RNA elements. Every year there are a few differences here and there. I'll just highlight a few of them. The foundational technologies are developed within APRA, the more advanced technologies within SAT. We also have things like the suborbital payloads and laboratory astrophysics in APRA. The new one, and I'll just gesticulate it from the central one here, precursor science investigations. That's what I referred to a moment ago. So that's the science to be done with a future flagship mission. That'll be a new element. We have only a stub of it out because we haven't really written exactly what it would call to do, but people should pay attention to that one. We have the smaller missions, as I mentioned, the suborbitals from APRA, but also Pioneers, which is a prominent use that hasn't been possible in the past, but I think should now be very available to the community. And then in a slightly fuzzier line, I've highlighted over there, it's not in ROSES 22 this year, and that's the Astrophysics Explorers USPIs, or APEX USPI, which is a portion of solicitation that we've had in the past to enable US involvement in partner-led missions, so often foreign agencies. And this is something that hasn't been as easy to use as we would like because it's tied to explorers. The timeline isn't exactly right. So this year we have moved it into APRA. So it's now a regular annual call. So if people have non-NASA-led missions that we should be getting invested into, there is now an explicit avenue for that kind of involvement. It's not necessarily a large avenue, but it's there and it's presumably always going to be there for the foreseeable future. So we have talked a little bit about the future timeline for the probes and the explorers, and I've just put down notional dates that we've had in planning that I think people may have seen before, and I've color-coded the purple ones are the probe and the green ones are the explorers. And the no earlier than January 2023 AO announcement for the probe is something that we are likely going to have to slip because of changing budget expectations. We still anticipate having the draft call out. Actually, I think I have that in this slide. We do still want to have the draft solicitation out this summer so that people can begin working in good teams to prepare for the AO. But the released final AO is not going to be as early as January 2023, most likely. If we don't slip it by very much, we would still anticipate having a 2024 selection of 2 or 3 approximately of the concepts to be pushed through a phase A concept study with roughly $5 million level investment for each of them over a 9-month period. So it's intensive. And then somewhere around 2025, although that may end up going to be late 2025, there would be a review, and then the phase A concept studies would end up with a down select of, as Mike was saying, picking only one that would then proceed toward launch. The statements about the far infrared probe that you can read in section 7533 of the Astro 2020 list some of examples of some of the science that this could do. It's pretty broad, so I think there are a lot of possibilities out there. The PI managed cost cap of the probe is slated to be exactly $1 billion, but that doesn't include launch and GEO costs and NASA reserves, nor any contributions from other agencies, which could be as much as 1/3 of the total cost of the PI managed cost cap, I should say. And so this is as large, in fact, slightly larger than the cost that was assumed in the original probe studies that were done towards the end of the last decade. So lest people wonder about the difference between the $1 billion here and the $1.5 billion recommended in the decadal survey, they are not actually inconsistent with each other because of these additional things that can be added in. And one thing I wanted to make clear is that the expectation is that the mission would launch about 9 years after the release of the AO. So that could be as early as something like January 2032. But I wanted to make sure that people didn't have the impression that launch by 2030 was some kind of requirement for the probe. That isn't in the plan. So I didn't want to take up too much time, but I was hoping I could end and maybe see if there are any questions. This is a different version of our fleet chart, just showing the development of missions across time from the inner spiral, the older things, to the outer spiral, newer things. And you can see a fair number of infrared related missions are in that up and coming pool. And we hope that there will be many opportunities to get some of these larger missions and also some of these very small missions, such as Pioneers, to be part of this overall pool as well. So I'll end on Paul's favorite slide, Carpe Posterum, which really should be at this point, we have seized the future. We've got a good decadal survey and we have a budget that supports it. And so we're looking forward to what we can do with it. And we need help from people in the community to make sure that we enable this in the right way. So of course we have asked for comments on the early version of the draft AO for the probe mission, which I know is near and dear to many people's hearts, but the draft AO is out there so that people can give us further feedback on these things. We want to hear about these things. We also want to hear if there are clear problems in any of the other things that I've said about our responses to Astro 2020 that we don't understand and aren't going to get right unless you tell us. when I mentioned that we haven't decided exactly what the delays will be, is because we want to make sure that we have understood in the fullness of time what the impacts of those things will be on members of the community. So this is the opportunity for you to let the voice be heard so that we don't make any mistakes. The budgeting exercise takes place over the next several months. That's when we will lock in our this year's version of our plan forward. So now is the time for people to speak up and let us know what we should be doing so we don't get it wrong. And I will stop here and ask for questions. And are we supposed to be doing it by Slack?
There's Slack for people online. I'm gonna grab the lapel mic. I don't know where the other mic walked off
Well,
to.
And should I be calling on people or do you want to?
Yeah, we're gonna ask that people patiently wait for us to run a mic to you because we have to Zoom, and if you don't talk into a mic, they will not hear the question. So,
Hi, Dominic, Matthew, Scott. It would be to NASA's advantage if ESA were to create a mission of funding solicitation that would allow their community to participate. Have any discussions started?
So your question is there a mechanism for ESA to participate in our major missions, like presumably a probe? You didn't say that specifically, and I'll say the answer is yes, there have been discussions about this. When it comes to the strategic flagship mission, our infrared mission for the future, because of its strategic nature, we will certainly be working with ESA to determine what their contribution is. And I'm saying what because there's an expectation that there will be a contribution, and it's a question of what it is and what the scope of it is. For something that is proposed by a response to an AO, like a probe or MIDEX or SMEX, that's something where ESA is very explicitly not able to do the kind of thing that you said about sort of establishing a mechanism for explicit partnering with people who are going into proposals. They don't have a mechanism for doing this. We have talked with them about it. But all of the member states within ESA have mechanisms for doing this. And that's the avenue that has to be explored by people in this community. ESA is almost certainly going to rebuff you if you ask them to do this sort of thing, but the member states will not.
I have one more question.
Sure. GOMAP, yes, the Great Observatory, Science Management Technology Maturation.
New technology development program and the SAT program would seem to have the same stated objective. Is there, what's the plan for compromising those two things or getting rid of them?
Good question. So GOMAP obviously is aimed at establishing the technological maturity for a number of technologies for 3 different missions. And there will be emphasis, obviously, because of urgency on the IR UV optical observatory, but that's not all of it. There's still X-ray and far infrared things. And the the SAT line is essentially the same kind of thing. And so we're going to have to figure this out. There isn't a deterministic answer to that yet because we haven't even done this sort of stage 1 part to establish what kinds of technologies we're going to be investing in. What we believe to be true, and this isn't policy, but just our perception of things, is that the scale of investment and the targeting of investment that will ultimately be needed to be ready for the new start mission in of order late this decade will require more focus than is plausible through SAT, as well as more funding that's plausible. I mean, you could ramp up SAT, but SAT is strategic in intent, but the selections are all made by peer review, essentially. And that's primarily where we take this. Whereas there will be certain things where we know we need a thing that does this with this kind of parameter. At some point, we will have that kind of specificity. And that is not the kind of thing that you necessarily would want to open up to a competition by a SAT. It's more the kind of thing that you might, for instance, bid out as a contract to develop a certain thing. But we haven't made any of those decisions yet. But I think you can see that a mix is likely to be the answer.
Thank you.
Gary, you probably had your hand up first. And then I think Dave.
Gary Melnick, Harvard Smithsonian. Since probes will be a focus tomorrow, there was one item in one of your last slides that I wanted to ask about. you say that the envisioned,
Was it this one?
yes, so the next to last bullet says not including, and I'll skip ahead to NASA reserves.
Yes.
Does that imply, I mean, typically when you talk about, when I understand the $1 billion cap, I immediately say it's about 700 million for the going in instrumentation and 300 million, roughly speaking, for reserves. Are you saying here that one is to think in terms of $1 billion of instrumentation and the reserves are set aside, not to be worried about?
Good question, Gary. And I would say the quick answer to that is no, that wasn't what I was attempting to convey. That the PI managed cost cap is $1 billion. And that's the same kind of definition of PI managed cost cap that you're familiar with from SPEXs, for instance, where the PI holds some level of reserves. And whatever the PI institution is, it could be the PI institution could end up being a NASA center, but it could end up being a combination of academia and industry, and they would end up having to hold some amount of money that might be as much as 300, but probably is a little less than that, $1 million of that $1 billion for their reserve. NASA also holds some of its own reserves for each of its missions to ensure that we can fix problems that arise when they do arise. And we have an amount that we tack on top of it, which will probably be, it's related to risk, but ballpark 150 million extra for a mission of this scale. We may not ever use it. The difference then is that the PI managed cost cap, we expect that the PI is likely to be using that reserve periodically throughout the mission to buy down their risk to ensure that they meet their requirements on schedule, etc. The headquarters reserve, we don't anticipate using it until there's a problem somewhere. And if it's in this mission and not that mission, we will use the reserve for that mission, not this one. I hope I gesticulated correctly. So it is a bit of a different beast.
Yeah, okay, thanks for the thought.
Sure. Dave next. Hi, Dave.
First thing I'd like to say is how very fortunate we as a community are for you to have you at NASA headquarters and for you for keeping with us today. So thank you for that. I had two questions, but one of them was already asked by Matt, but I'll turn that one into a comment and then I have a different question. So the question about ESA involvement, the comment I would make there is that I know that many individual European scientists have been lobbying their committee that reports to ESA, SPC, for ESA involvement in a non-conventional way in the progress. So that that discussion is happening and may lead somewhere. It would certainly be great if headquarters could kind of maybe prod things along in that direction. So comment there. Or at least be receptive when ESA approaches headquarters and says, oh, maybe we could do this.
Well, maybe I can answer that non-question. This is certainly an area where we have, well, Paul has been talking with Fabio Fabana about this. ESA has a policy. It's not our role to change that policy, but we're all ears if they do change it. I think it would be safe to say. The timeline, just realistically, may be such that it's not Paul in that chair when that call comes, but we'll see. And thank you for your kind words. I actually don't have an awful lot to do with a lot of these things. Some of you know I drafted the original probe community announcement that came out a couple of months ago, but I have nothing to do with probes because that's Pat Knezik's job now. And I do have a lot to do with running APRA as far as the review, but I don't make the solutions myself. And the SAT.
We're very fortunate that you're in it. So I do have a question, and the question is I have a little bit of insight from conversations I've had about the analysis of alternatives to which you referred, but I have a hunch that a lot of people in this room may be less familiar with that. And I wonder if you could help to elucidate what that's all about. And in particular, the analysis of alternatives as part of the program that leads up to the flagship or flagship missions has to do with, to what extent does it have to do with just a particular flagship mission as opposed to overall programmatics. In other words, program balance. Can you achieve science through, through multiple missions at different scales? Is that part of what headquarters is viewing as analysis of alternatives, or is it more focused on a particular mission and its architecture and potential alternatives in that narrower context?
So that's a complicated question. I'll give a very simple answer in the interest of time. I think it's a bit more of the second case, but the first case isn't going to be far from our mind. One of the things that people might have noted if you read through the decadal survey in detail, almost everywhere that they refer to balance, what they mean is a balance of different scales of mission, from the tiny things up to the huge things. They don't mean balance across wavelengths and so on. So I think they gave us a very clear but subtle recommendation that says that we need to be considering the totality of all of the missions that we're operating to explore the universe in the way that they've recommended, and not to look at balance in the sort of the traditional wavelengths sense, which is a good thing, because on a whole, I think that's actually the way the community wants us to do it. That's an editor.
Even within a wavelength band, you can rebalance, you can address the science through a mixture of missions at different scales.
Yes.
Or you can, dedicate a particular mission to accomplishing all of those things and think about different approaches for that mission.
It's something for us to pay attention to. Do we have time for one more question? Are we done?
Quick question.
Yeah, okay.
I'll do a quick answer.
Hi, Don. Thank you for that overview. I just wanted to get your, get additional insight into Sophia, right from the Parsons Hall as it were. Is NASA's view that Sophia is essentially ended, that whatever planning you're talking about is about the ending of it, and it doesn't make sense to think about new projects for Sophia, new development for Sophia, and also what's the German take on this?
NASA and DLR have been communicating, answer your question in reverse order, have been communicating regularly about this issue, because this is of course a joint project, and so we're doing these things together. And that NASA's position is that we follow the recommendations of the decadal survey and the rulings of Congress, which in their law, for instance, the FY22 appropriation, say that we should pay attention to the decadal survey. And if the law that gets signed into effect for the 23 appropriation follows the president's budget request, which says orderly closeout, then we will implement that. And I say this without any malice or personal opinion about this. But when we're told to do this, we will do it. So I'm more than happy to answer questions offline later, because I know I'm out of time.
So we're gonna have to, let's thank Dominic again. Next speaker, but after this, we have coffee break. So all floors are on in the coffee break. So our next speaker is Jeanette Dauber, who is from Ball Aerospace. Ball has graciously sponsored our workshop. We have lovely managers because of them. And so she's gonna let you say your time. That's great. And
No lapel mic. Or she's got it. Okay. And slide the answer. Should you want that?
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Meredith. Thanks, Jake. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeanette Dauber from Ball Aerospace, as Meredith just said. I'm the Astrophysics Opportunity Lead at Ball. And just to tell you a little bit more about myself, I'm actually an alumni here from the University of Colorado. I got my PhD in aerospace engineering in large deployable precision structures for astrophysics missions. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit more as we go. I've been at Ball for 17 years. I started as a structural engineer and then was a systems engineer and then moved on to program management before joining our business development team full time for astrophysics development. And I have to tell you that one of the reasons I've been at Ball for 17 years compared to earlier companies in my career is because of the people that I work with. We have a lot of fun at Ball. We have a great culture that's very collaborative. We like to collaborate with each other and with our partners and customers, which includes all of you in this room. So I wanted to introduce a couple of the other people from Ball who are here with us today. So Alberto Conti is our Director of Business Development, and sitting next to him is Sarah Lipsey, who's his deputy. A few other people will be joining us throughout the next coming days: Nicole Duncan, Laura Coyle, who's our Astrophysics Technology Development Lead, and Rachel O'Connor. And so if you see them around, just introduce yourself and say hello and ask them about what we do. One of the things that's so great about our team here is that Sarah, Alberto, and then our Vice President in Civil Space, Mackenzie Listrup, are all astrophysicists by training. So this community is very important to us in the work that we do at Ball. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that, just in case you're not familiar with us. So what do we do? So yes, we are that company, but we don't build the jars anymore. We mostly do aluminum containers for beverages and personal products and that sort of thing. But we do have this aerospace division that's been in business for over 65 years, since 1956, and it's actually a spinoff from CU here. And you might be familiar with us. We do a lot of things across different business units, but I'm going to focus on civil business today, where our customers are NASA, NOAA, and the US Geological Survey predominantly. So I keep standing in front of the. If you haven't been to our facilities in a while, and we haven't had very many visitors in the past couple of years, we have undergone a major expansion. We have a new large EMI EMC chamber and a new large thermal vac chamber called Titan, which is a D-style chamber where we can roll in some of our largest observatories, which may be of interest to this community with the things that are coming up. So just to give you a little overview of our heritage, this is just a sampling of some of the things that we've worked on in the past 65 years. If you want to see the whole portfolio of what we've done, similar to what Dominic showed for NASA in general, please come to our booth at the Summer AAS in Pasadena. We'll have that graphic up and love to talk to you about that. Let us know if you're planning on stopping by. But our history started very early on with spacefaring, with the OSO satellites. Those were very early solar observatories, and we've just been building on that since. So you're probably familiar with COBE and its Nobel Prize winning physics. So we did the superfluid helium cooling chamber for 2 of the 3 instruments for that. And then of course, Hubble's very important to the community here. And Ball built 7 instruments for that over the years, including the 5 scientific instruments that are currently on board. And I just have to say that personally, that was a highlight in my career at Ball. I worked on servicing mission 4, on wide field camera 3, on COS here with our partners at CU, and the 2 repair assistants in ACS. And it was a thrilling experience. We also of course have heritage on Spitzer, where we did the cryogenic telescope assembly along with 2 of the instruments. And then WISE, which is also familiar to this community, where we did the spacecraft and the INT and worked with our partners at JPL to keep that mission going after the primary mission was finished. And then I had to sneak in some planetary stuff because I just love the pictures from Pluto. So we built the RAL spectrometer for that mission, which took that image. We did that in just 22 months, and then waited a really long time for those spectacular images to come back. And then of course Kepler, where we did the whole observatory with our partners at GPL and Ames, and where we did the spacecraft as well as the photometer. And of course that opened our eyes to what the distribution of exoplanets and really is. I'm looking forward to continued work in that area. But more recently, and Dominic mentioned this, IXP launched in December 2021, just a little bit before JWST, a little bit smaller, so it doesn't quite get the same press maybe as that, but also I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. And then Webb, of course, where Ball did the, the optics as well as the wavefront sensing and control for that. And we're very proud of the fact that the calibration and the alignment is going very well on that. And then, of course, Dominic also mentioned SphereX. He showed a picture of those mirrors. We're building the all aluminum telescope for that, as well as the spacecraft and observatory INT. So a lot of astrophysics going on, a lot of infrared astrophysics at Ball. We're very happy to be a part of that. So we do things of all sizes. We do small single-strength spacecraft up to large spacecraft that are capable of deep space missions. This is just a sampling of what we've worked on, but I'd like to let you know, just in case you don't, that we had no mission-ending failures in our 65+ years history of spaceflight, and all of our missions have outlived their nominal lifetimes. We also work on the payload side of things. And so here's just an example of some of the things that we've worked on over the years. We do everything from components up to full instruments and telescopes, focal plane work, everything from packaging to the whole signal chain. Okay, then this is also one of the highlights of my career. So this is the IXB boom deployment. This is before the telescopes were attached. But this boom deployed out approximately 4 meters. And one of the reasons that this was a highlight for me was I got to work on the phase A concept study report for this. I was the payload systems engineer. And as I mentioned, this is kind of what I did for my PhD here at CU, to see this fully deploy with an aligned instrument at the other end. And of course, this was successful on orbit and is now collecting and sending back science data. So we're very pleased with the way that IXB went. It's just an example of one of the smaller spacecraft we worked, where we had a little bit to do with every part of the mission, the spacecraft, the INT, as well as payload elements. We also do a lot for cryogenics, which might be important to this community, depending on what wavelengths you're interested in observing. So again, here we do everything from components like our industry-leading MLI, all the way through to cryo radiators, cryostats, and cryo coolers. So if you have any questions about that, please let me know. And then this is one of our favorite graphics that we like to borrow from NASA. Ball's very proud to have been a part of every major decadal mission and be a major partner on those missions. And we look forward to whatever the next one is with this community, continuing to partner with all of you at science at any scale as we look forward to the next decade. So thank you very much for listening to our overview of Ball. I'd like to thank Jake, Meredith, and Mike for letting us do this. And we're happy to partner with CU and help sponsor this and with the IR STIG. So thanks, everybody. Question? Oh. Yeah.
Hi, Jeanette. I promise not to monopolize all the questions here, but I do have one for you. You referred to your new thermal pack chamber. I think this community would be really interested to hear about its dimensions and maybe other characteristics. Tell us.
Yeah, I don't remember the dimensions off the side of the top of my head. However, I will tell you that the IXB boom, where the boom was 4 meters itself, was fully deployed with space in the chamber in terms of height, and then in terms of width and depth. It took up like no room in the chamber. It is a small chamber, of course. I can get those dimensions and I'm happy to share them out, but it's fully capable to pulling the vacuum and down to the temperatures that we would need, all the way out to the far IR testing that would be needed. We do that with supplemental helium cooling as needed.
I'm TK, by the way, Stephen and Tilupati Kumara, full name, with the National Radio Astronomy Observatories. So I have so most of Ball's experiences in maybe optical infrared and far infrared. Does it extend into sub-millimeter or almost going into millimeter, because that's a topic of great interest for me. What kind of reliable antennas experience that you have that can be used at some millimeter? Do you have any such experience at all? Thank you.
So we've done things in almost every way, like Sarah, can you think of a particular, no?
Not in the sub-building.
Not this one, yeah.
We feel like kind of for other purposes, so we don't.
Yeah.
Let me just correct that last point. We worked with you in the early 1990s, but through the mid 1990s on the sub-millimeter wave astronomy satellite. So, yes.
Thanks.
Any questions?
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you to that again, and also
So the next thing on our agenda is copyright. So we had a short morning session. Please find your speakers and ask questions. And we have your coffee and snacks out in the hallway. And then we'll come back in what, 20 minutes? 15, 20 minutes, and we'll start our next session of class.
Yes, but you can just let me do it because I've sort of like figured it out.
No, you deal with the speaker and I'll do with this.
You don't need to really hand the registration, right? We can just let people come and grab their name badges. You agree?
Oh, it's so cute. No, I
Yeah, these ones. I'm trying to make it auto flip through them. I don't know how to do that in Google Slides. Yeah. Oh, I see. It's PDF. Okay, so view. Yeah, this isn't with quite the right tool. Do we have the? Yeah, but they're in, no, they're in the Google Slides somewhere. I also can't get on Eduroam, which is driving me nuts because RIT is so bad about. I don't know. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yes, let's do that. You're the first speaker?
I am.
Okay. I was like, I'm gonna look at the program, but I'm gonna trust that you know that.
Scooting myself.
No. Every time I look at the Windows computer, I'm like, what do I do? Is this, that is the PowerPoint. Where's the PDF? I downloaded everything. Now this is fun. Okay, good. I'm glad you came up now. Because it like signed us out of things. Where'd it go? There it is. Scanning for viruses, but not actually downloading it. Fantastic. You know what? We should be able. Nope. It's been doing this to me constantly now.
Sometimes if you clear the auto
It will magically work now? No, it won't. We're refreshing things. We also opened this before. I have no idea where it went. Success. Okay. Yeah, it had been. Here we go.
Cool.
Now we should be good. And so then lapel mic, which works better. Than
Is it off right now?
It's off right now. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's just, and then this is the slide.
This is the slide turner.
Yes.
This goes in my
so,
pocket.
yeah, you just remember to turn it on when you actually want to talk
Sure.
and have everybody.
Thanks for helping, by the way.
Oh, of course. So this is a laser pointer, the little red button. It's not really the best, but it is a laser pointer. And then this changes slides.
Is it on?
Not,
I think it's off.
no,
No, it's on.
excellent. Good. We're testing this.
Ooh, can I use this timer?
In theory, yes. I just don't actually know how to.
Set. Net timer. I definitely don't know how to. Is it Bluetooth connected?
Yeah, it plugs into
okay.
here. I think it's something in. Like how I'm starting this.
Oh, and that like it doesn't recognize it as like a slide to change.
Yes, but it's been working for other ones, so I'm not sure what this problem is.
I can always use the arrows. So. Oh yeah,
Now it's
working.
working.
Great.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, and then
And then the more, and then
hide floating meeting controls.
Yep, and we're good. Okay.
Cool.
To holler at people?
Yes, I suppose we should holler at people.
Do you want me to hang up here?
Oh, hang out here.
Normally I have like a little time. It just helps me like. Yeah. We started.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it, people to sit down and we'll start with our next series of talks. Oh. Use my stern teaching voice for everybody to sit. Okay, so welcome back. We have a series of 4 talks, and then we'll have poster flash talks, and then it will be lunch. So our very first talk of this session is Jed McKinney, who is at UMass Amherst, and Jed is going to be talking about heating and cooling in the interstellar medium of dusty galaxies.
Thanks. Can you all hear me? Great. So I'm super excited to be here, super excited to talk about my research. I'm a 5th-year grad student at UMass, starting a postdoc next year at UT Austin. Yeah, as the title suggests, the focus of my work is understanding how gas heats and cools in galaxies. A lot of my work relies on well-understood phenomenon observed within the Milky Way, which I apply to galaxy integrated measurements, both in the low redshift universe, but also to understand high redshift star formation. And of course, none of this would be possible without all of my wonderful collaborators, and in particular, my thesis advisor at UMass, Alex Book. Oops. Okay. Cannot change slides. 2 seconds.
It's not this, it's the computer.
All right.
Sorry.
Cool. Well, diving right in, I wanted to start with summarizing the central paradigm in the study of galaxies over the history of the universe, and that is the rise and fall of the star formation rate density. This is the average number of stars forming per year in galaxies and some representative volume of the universe. And as this figure from Jorge Zavala work in 2018 shows, the number of stars forming in galaxies steadily rose up to a peak at about redshift 1 to 3. This is the so-called cosmic noon, really a peak epoch in the history of star formation when most of the stars we see today were formed. You'll notice that the orange curve here is the amount of stars that are forming within veils of dust. And this shows that for most of the lifetime of the universe, stars were forming in these dust clouds. And not only that, but that dust obscured star formation happens preferentially in bright, luminous, dusty galaxies. And these are forming hundreds to thousands of solar masses of new stars per year. And in my research, I'm really interested in understanding the hows and whys of these galaxies forming their stars. And there are many compelling reasons for why we think these galaxies are forming so many stars. So this figure on the left is from cosmological simulations and highlights that the gas accretion rate from the intergalactic medium onto galaxies peaks at or slightly before cosmic noon. So galaxies were feeding more from the gas in the intergalactic medium. And this can help explain the rise in the molecular gas mass reservoirs of galaxies that also peaks coincidentally with the peak in the star formation rate density. Molecular gas, of course, being the fuel for the next generations of stars to form. So in summary, galaxies have high star formation rates. They were pulling in more gas to fuel those high star formation rates. But that's not the only theory to help explain why the star formation rate density was high in the past. When looking at the gas budget of galaxies over cosmic time, many authors and studies need to invoke evolution in the so-called star formation efficiency. And this is an empirical statement about the number of stars being formed per year in a galaxy, normalized by the available molecular gas that that galaxy has. So it's basically a statement of how good you are at forming stars per some input of molecular gas parcel, if you will. And what this compilation from the literature shows on the right is showing the evolution in star formation efficiency relative to its value today amongst representative galaxy populations, is that changes in how efficient star formation is systematically over cosmic time could be really important for understanding star formation today and in the past, or not at all. So this is a big open question that my work tries to tackle, but not by probing the molecular gas content of galaxies, but looking at the physics of star formation both today and in the past. And this necessitates answering questions like, what are the gas conditions of dusty star forming galaxies, and how do these contribute to high or low star formation rates? And because these galaxies are heavily dust obscured, we have to look into the infrared. This is a complete spectrum of the Circinus galaxy in the infrared. And I just wanted to highlight some key molecular and atomic continuum diagnostics that my work focuses on, but I'm sure we'll hear about many of these over the course of the week. Because of course, the infrared window into the physics of galaxy evolution traces star-forming gas, star formation, and even nuclear activity as supermassive black holes are being assembled. Amongst this myriad of physical diagnostics, I just wanted to call out in particular far-infrared fine structure lines, which trace the bulk of gas cooling in galaxies. And also in the mid-infrared, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, here highlighted in red. These are broad, small dust grain features that trace photoelectric heating of gas. So zooming in, a typical star-forming region, or the gas in the star-forming region is schematically represented right here, filled with small dust grains or pods, molecular and atomic hydrogen, and metal ions. And what this cartoon represents basically is as far UV photons, basically photons that are from hot, young, recently formed stars, heat gas. They basically pass through this energy channel where they knock photoelectrons off of these small dust grains. And that heats H and H2, which then collisionally excites these far infrared lines like C+, O1, et cetera. And so looking at infrared wavelengths really traces the flow of energy in star-forming regions. And of course, we can observe these. Spitzer was great at doing this in the mid-infrared with IRS. And Herschel and Alma can measure these both in the local universe and at much higher redshifts at far infrared wavelengths. So these give us empirical handles on how gas heats and cools in galaxies. Independently, these tell us a lot about star formation, so I'm just going to summarize some results from studies at redshift 0. This figure on the left is showing the C2 to IR ratio as a function of the infrared surface density, or equivalently the dust-obscured star formation rate density. So as you push the higher values on this x-axis, you're having more star formation in some area. And what combining these infrared diagnostics highlights is that as you push to this extreme star formation mode, that you get less power out of these key cooling lines than you get in more normal typical conditions. So this is suggesting some changes in how gas is cooling when you have lots of star formation in dusty galaxies. Equivalently on the right is sort of the same figure, but looking at the PEH emission, again, tracing how gas heats. via the photoelectric effect. And what this shows is that for high infrared luminosities, high dust obscured star formation rates, you have low amounts of pH emission fractionally, again, suggesting changes in how gas is heating. So in my research, I'm really interested in combining as many infrared diagnostics as I can, which is really what I'm studying. And when you bring these together, you get a good handle on the balance of cooling and heating in star forming regions over a galaxy. And so this figure is showing the C2 to Pa ratio, so kind of like a cooling to heating ratio, again, as a function of the dust obscured star formation rate surface density. And what this shows is this is for the gold sample of galaxies, so a redshift 0 luminous infrared galaxy survey. And as you push to extreme star formation modes, you get really an order of magnitude drop in this cooling to heating ratio, which is really an empirical proxy of the photoelectric efficiency, which sets the conversion from stellar radiation fields to gas temperatures. This is mediating a key form of radiative feedback of stars onto gas. And so what this suggests is that as you push to extreme conditions, the amount of gas, the gas heating efficiency really falls. And this could help explain basically high star formation efficiencies, if you will, because in this regime, gas is more difficult to heat, so it can perhaps stay colder over a longer time and form future generations of stars. Right. And so I just want to point out too, that many observations that are pushing this to high redshift find infrared galaxies that are very compact. And so systematically, high redshift dusty galaxies might be in this sort of catastrophic heating regime where gas might be very difficult to heat. And this could in part help explain high star formation efficiency in the past or high star formation rates. So as part of my thesis research, I tried to push some of these measurements that we really have a good sampling of at redshift 0 to higher redshifts. And here's a compilation of all of the galaxies shown in purple that have existing ALMA plus Spitzer data, tracing respectively the far infrared cooling and heating from the PAS. So a few things jump out. First off, there's only 4 galaxies, so we need to push these observations further. But the ones that we have measurements of are at least consistent of this sort of extremely compact star formation mode that might be in this sort of catastrophic heating failure regime. And whether or not this is systematic amongst high redshift dusty star forming galaxies really remains to be pinned down. And so I have some upcoming ALMA surveys that are going to double the size of the sample, hopefully, but we're really going to need a space infrared telescope to revolutionize our understanding of these key infrared diagnostics. And the way that we can go about doing that is by measuring far infrared lines at high redshift and using those to measure key physical conditions of the ISM, as shown here along the x-axis is the radiation field strength, G, to neutral hydrogen density within like star-forming regions and photodissociation regions. And these seem to play a really key role in setting the heating and cooling rates that we're finding in galaxies. So as you push to low heating efficiencies, that can be attributed to a ramp up in the radiation field strength, and also changes in the dust ring physics. So I don't have time to go into that. And this brings me to some big picture questions that I wanted to highlight. First and foremost, what is the link between the interstellar median conditions and star formation? How does that promote high star formation rates in galaxies? So scientifically, this requires us to detect multiple far infrared spectral lines per galaxy to measure the cold gas condition and measure physical properties that gas is seeing, like radiation field strengths and densities. And that can be done with these diagnostic plots from a PDR modeling shown right here. And furthermore, I'm really interested in asking how do ISM conditions of dusty galaxies evolve over cosmic time? And this requires statistical samples of infrared galaxies over a broad range in redshift and star formation rate that we collect all of these lines for. So technically speaking, this requires sensitivity to efficiently map deep extragalactic fields for blind galaxy surveys. And what I envision doing with this is shown sort of on the bottom right panel here, where in the effort to understand these big scaling relations in galaxy evolution, like the star formation rate density, changes in the efficiency of star formation, we can also start to map out evolution of the typical ISM conditions of galaxies, like radiation field strengths, densities, and the photoelectric heating efficiency. And I'll also mention that a survey of these lines in sort of the 1 to 2 redshift regime is really well suited for establishing this redshift evolution because we have really great anchors at redshift 0 in the local universe from surveys like Bulls and Kingfish, that have really helped us understand dusty star formation. And now ALMA is pushing surveys up into the very early universe, at least at EOR, things like Alpine as well, that are collecting these far-infrared lines. So this is a really good epoch to target. Bringing me to what such a survey could look like. So these are based on some calculations that I've done predicting far-infrared line fluxes and survey field sizes and depths. So I just wanted to begin by pointing out that given the current suite of far-infrared capabilities right now, we really can't access a lot of these far-infrared lines from about redshift 0.2 to 1. And that's summarized in this figure in the top right, which just shows some line flux predictions for dusty galaxies as a function of redshift. Now, if you were to survey about 0.1 square degrees down to a 5 sigma depth of around 10 to the minus 19 watts per meter square, this could get you about 800 to 1,000 galaxies detected in all of these far-infrared lines. So using those to calculate physical conditions of the interstellar medium, which we can map and help better understand the evolution of galaxies. 2/3 of these galaxies will probably be on the main sequence. And this type of sample size is equivalent to having 3 to 5 times the size of local surveys, but now we're extending over about half the age of the universe. So this is really a tremendous opportunity to do some transformative science and understanding star formation in the past. I'd also just mention that ALMA, in order to do like the high redshift component alone that such a survey would detect, would require about double the amount of time and only get 10% of the galaxies detected in the blind survey. And also ALMA, because of its narrow bandpass windows, really requires redshift priors. So a blind survey is very uniquely situated to accomplishing some of these science goals. And what this type of galaxy population would look like is sketched in this figure on the bottom right, which given sort of the class of 2-meter space telescopes that I've seen running around amongst the prototype videos, could take anywhere from 500 hours given baseline specs to as quick as 10 hours given design specs as well. And I'll just close out my talk with a summary slide, just mentioning that from my research, infrared lines have revealed changes to star formation feedback, in particular to how gas heats and cools in galaxies, but it still remains an open question as to whether or not this effect is also seen at the high redshift universe in a substantial sample, and if this is really an important thing driving the evolution of galaxies. And in order to answer some of these key science questions, we're going to need deep and blind line surveys to provide a statistical constraint. So thanks for listening and happy to take any questions.
Very nice talk. This is Matt Roger from JPL. So nice justification for blind surveys. I was wondering if you could comment on the approaches to overcoming cosmic variance and getting to some of these questions about environment. When we have, finite sensitivities for the probes that we're studying, is it multiple fields? Is it a large field, perhaps a rectangular field? Have you thought about that?
I haven't thought about that too much. I think this could be one like nested component in a series of wedding cake tiers, and maybe the larger fields that are just probing the brighter galaxy population might help us understand the cosmic variance in this deeper field alone. For some of the science that I'm talking about though, and exploring the combination of these lines at the high redshift really requires that depth. And so I'd be open to much wider areas to the equivalent depth as well.
Talk me a bit more to the left figure that you have up here, particularly the vertical axis. I understand that there is one line, but of course the balance of cooling and heating, what goes in must come out. So if something changes with it, it's that one of the heating or cooling channels must change. Can you comment a bit more on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the question is basically to better understand the y-axis here, looking at combinations of far-infrared lines that trace cooling normalized by the heating rates that we're inferring from the pause. So the central ansatz here is that, as you said, what goes in must come out. And the excitation of these far-infrared lines requires collisional excitations with H and H2 that are originally heated by the photoelectrons from pause. And so a more complete, like if you wanted to write down an empirical, a really complete way to measure the photoelectric heating efficiency empirically, for instance, you would probably also throw the numerator into the denominator here. It just so happens that the luminosity of the pause really is much greater than you get out of any of the single lines. And so the transferal from this simple ratio to an idea about the heating efficiency really requires, or really trusts that the excitation of these far infrared lines, that energy had to originate from the pods themselves. Does that clarify your question? No, I'm sorry. Maybe we can chat further offline.
Very good for University of Maryland. I was interested in what PDR model you used and also was using it.
Sure, these are from PDR Toolkit. I haven't done any of the modeling myself. This is from from Tanya Diaz-Santos's paper back in 2017. I think this was before the 2020 upgrade came out to PDR Toolkit, so it's probably with the 2006 assumption kit, if that means anything to you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
One last question.
I just wanted to ask you what information can neutral atomic carbon lines bring to these studies? I mean, you go from the IR Institute, eventually molecular material, right? And the neutral carbon is usually there.
Yeah.
The reason I bring that up is because the NGBLA, which is going to be a 3-minute facility in about 10 years, which we should all be this minute should be thinking about. The 492 gigahertz atomic carbon line comes into the band, not exactly the atomic room, but a little bit above, Z3 or something like that. And that's equally important. So I just wanted to bring that up. We should all be thinking about what NGBLA can do and what synergies we can begin to navigate.
Right. So the question was about the neutral carbon line and also synergies with the NGBLA. And I totally agree with that. Is another diagnostic that we can leverage. You can feed those into these PDR models to help constrain the physical ISM conditions. And I think that'll really be important for help mapping out to higher redshifts when some of the other far infrared lines fall out of the bandpass. So yes, and it is an intermediate cooling step and can certainly be leveraged to help understand like this full flow of energy through the photo association region. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring Jody then.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll switch out our slides. Our next speaker is Johannes Stargoon, who's going to be talking about the tech development for mid and far infrared instruments for future missions. And I'll make a note. If you stay closer to the podium, that might be better, because if you walk too far this way, you end up blocking your slides. For everybody on the side.
Sometimes we have this toolbar on the screen.
I got rid of it.
Slides on here.
Microphone on or?
No. Let's just switch.
All right, here we go.
Okay, thank you very much. Those of you who have paid attention to the program might have noticed I changed one word here in the presentation. I looked at the agenda and this was initially detector developments, but there are a number of technical talks here that I felt that it would be probably more beneficial for the audience if I more focus on the requirements for future missions that include everything cryogenic missions, including the far infrared probes that everybody is interested about, as well as, of course, then the larger far infrared missions that are also in the decadal were identified, one of which will be the far infrared surveyor. So one fascinating thing about the far infrared is that it allows us, there is a very large discovery space still left for cryogenic missions, and that's going to be kind of the focus of this talk. So while obviously the science cases will drive the instrumentation that will be built, it's very, I think, useful to look at the discovery space that you can open up with sophisticated cryogenic missions. And the scientific reward that you get in the far infrared is really amazing. This is from the Origin study, where the science cases that were worked out there. They reach from the very early beginning of the formation of the first galaxies that then reionized the universe, all the way down to the formation of habitable worlds, such going to planets we live on here. And if you include the mid-infrared, the reason why in the title I include the mid-infrared and include that in the discussion is obviously if you have a mid-infrared spectrometer as we had on Origins, and which might be also included in some probe proposals, then you can even target biosignatures in the atmospheres of exoplanets. And tomorrow there will be actually 2 talks about that. So here are 2 plots from the Origins report that show discovery space in both cases. This is mapping speed or survey time. To the left, you see a photometric survey time. Let's see which one is the, yeah. So here we have photometric survey time. Here we have spectral survey time. And in terms of discovery space, when you look at the axis here, this is logarithmic. You can see that around 100 microns, if you have a background limited observatory like Origins, for example, it's just stunning because you can improve the mapping speed by a factor of 10 to the 9, which is a billion. And I always found that very fascinating and mind-boggling number that I call that quite some discovery space. If you're looking at 2-meter class cryogenic missions, as these far infrared probes will be, a good template for that are the numbers for Speaker. And you can see that the discovery space there is still very significant, going up to something like 1 million. So how can one reach the limits of that? That has to do, obviously, that the detectors will need to meet the limits that are set by the background. So the backgrounds you have, of course, the ones that you can't do anything about are the astrophysical backgrounds in the far infrared. Those are both the ZODI and the galactic dust emission. The ZODI being in our solar system, it's relatively warm. The galactic dust emission is colder. Then there are observatory backgrounds. First of all, of course, the emission of the telescope. And they will dominate you unless in the far infrared, unless you have a cryogenic mission where you cool the telescope down below these levels. That's why we are targeting 4 Kelvin or around 4 Kelvin telescopes. And then you have stray light from other objects, so that drives the orbits that you have to choose. So in L2, for example, is a very ideal orbit that was chosen for Origins, and is probably going to be chosen for many of future missions, because there you can avoid the sun, the Earth, and the moon at the same time, and therefore you can really suppress stray light from these objects. When you go to suborbital or ground-based observations, then obviously additionally you have the atmosphere, which both contributes to more background and also attenuates your signal. So the detector, so wherever you are, and we are talking kind of mostly limited observations that are limited by the astrophysical backgrounds. So your detector, mainly your main goal is that its noise is below the noise of the backgrounds, and therefore your background limited. Other parameters, detector parameters that drive your discovery space, obviously, are the number of pixels. The optical efficiency of your detector is an important number. If that is low, then your NEP requirement goes down. The speed of your detectors plays a very important role. I will get back to that. That is actually, you know, with the superconducting detectors that are candidates for these missions, you actually continuously drive your telescope, and the speed at which you can do that is given by the speed of your detector. And the reason why you want to be fast is because you also have 1/f noise, which is a very important parameter and often a little bit overlooked. And finally, the dynamic range of the detectors plays an important role. And what I mean here by dynamic range is ideally that's the range over which your detector has a linear response, or at least a calibratable response. Then one thing I will talk about, in order to meet the background limits, one important parameter that defines the requirements that you have is the noise bandwidth you're looking at. And so the smaller the noise bandwidth is, in other words, the larger the R is of your spectrometer typically, and you have to be careful because the FTS, for example, the noise bandwidth does not correspond to the spectral resolution, but for gratings and for Perot's, for example, that noise bandwidth is given by that. That determines the NEP you need, and the higher the R, the lower the noise equivalent power you need. So I talked about noise equivalent power. That's a very good number to look at. One of the nice features is that the astrophysical backgrounds in particular, they are extended sources, obviously, and therefore the NEP that they produce is independent of the telescope diameter you look at. So this is a plot that Jason Gang created. And here you see the noise equivalent power you get from the astrophysical backgrounds, which are shown here. This is the Zodi, this is the galactic background. And you can see that background for a continuum instrument with a spectral resolution of about 3, the NEP is in the high 10 to the minus 19th, whereas when you go to a spectrometer here shown one with an R of 1500, then you can see you end up in the mid 10 to the minus 20s, which starts to be quite challenging, and I will show that. But before I come where the devices are, there is of course a lot of technologies out there which I believe will become relevant for the large mission that will be studied, that is going to be launched in 2040. But I think for the probes that are pretty imminent, I would like to contain the discussion to the most mature superconducting technologies that would be the TS and M kits. I also, in this discussion, I will not discuss heterodyne instruments. They have their own advantages because you can really go to extremely high spectral resolution. But of course, you measure amplitude and phase. That means you have a quantum limit there, uncertainty principle, and so even if you can reach that, you still are completely dominated by the noise temperature of your heterodyne instrument. You don't gain anything by cooling the telescope in particular if you use those. So here is a plot that shows existing and planned missions, and you can see the number of pixels increases on the x-axis, whereas the sensitivity increases on the y-axis. We want to be somewhere here. GEP, that's then is kind of a good template for whatever missions we got there, what the needs here, origins. And then you can see in this range here, existing or planned missions, they either use TES, which are marked in red, or kinetic MKs. And a few of these just have these semiconductor kilometers, but you can't reach the numbers of pixels because they don't have good multiplexing schemes. So here is the state of the art in terms of these two detector technologies, kits and TES, that have been published. So the MKits, that's work done at SRON. They have reached NEPs of 3 times 10 to the minus watt per root hertz. But one caveat here is those numbers were measured at 100 hertz per readout, whereas for TES, the state of the art that is also has been obtained at SRON. The electrical NEP measured there was roughly 1 times 10 to the minus 19. The optical NEP was 2 times 10 to the minus 19. So in summary, that's where the state of the art is, or used to be, in the low 10 to the minus 19th. The kit arrays, that was a pretty large pixel numbers, was around 1,000. These were single pixel measurements, but at the same time, there have been TESs with kilopixel arrays demonstrated, like on Hawk Plus, and this type of detector can be incorporated relatively easy. So here's another plot that again shows the NEP. And this time, we just see the limits set by the detectors I just showed, so the state of the art that has been published. And what you can see is that both the kits and the TES sensitivities that have been achieved are already sufficient to allow for background limited observations with a continuum instrument. But when you go to spectrometers here, shown R300, then you need to push these further if you don't want to be detector noise limited. If you go to R of 100,000, which you need, in particular, if you want to resolve kinematically the spectral lines in protoplanetary disks, then you have to have detectors in the 10 to the minus 21s, which is we are really far away from. So you will not be able to be detector background noise limited at these spectral resolutions. What are realistic numbers to achieve? This is a plot that shows kind of what we worked out for origins. One way to improve the NEP of transition edge sensors is just simply to reduce the transition temperature. So these SRON devices, that noise was, I think, at something like 80 something millikelvin, and this is a plot that was generated by Carl Rostam that shows here this is a ballistic, that's a high filling factor TS. This here, the blue line here with the long dashes, that's the SRON type or long-legged device. And you can see the NEP, how it depends on temperature. This is the limit of an R300 spectrometer. And you can see if you have an ADR with a different salt and can really go down to something like 500 millikelvin, then you barely can meet the requirements for spectrometer, but just by cooling down existing long-legged TS. A way, but this still needs a lot of development. A way to get much better, that is this line here, the shorter dashed lines, that shows the numbers you achieve if you have these phononic lag designs. And Goddard has been working on this, and Carvin is driving this type of technology, but it's questionable whether we can get there in the time. So right now, in terms of TS, I think the long-legged TS is probably the most secure developed technology. This is a slide that shows where the state of the art is right now with kids, with M-Kids. This was provided by Esron and Joachim Basemans to the Prima conference we had last week. So these are not published results. This is very recent. So what they have done with you can see this is the kit design. You can see it has the capacitor is really large. That takes almost the entire area. The trick to get the kits to have lower NEPs is to have a very small inductor, which you can see here. And the other way to improve sensitivity is actually to put that on a membrane. The membrane will allow you that you actually, once you have created a Cooper pair, that you don't lose those electrons quickly to the system, and so the electrons are staying longer in the inductor. They will lose their energy by emitting the phonons, and those phonons can then create a new break new Cooper pairs, which gives you an amplification factor. And so these devices, but I would like to really emphasize that was at 800 hertz. You can see here, actually they reach 3 times 10 to the minus 20 watts per root hertz. But there, as you can see, there's some 1 over F component in there. Joachim told us here there are some devices that have shown better performance, but I think in summary, the M-Kits now are kind of getting into the high, at least high 10 to the minus 20 regime, and JPL is also working and pushing their kits towards that direction. So this looks promising that for the timeline of these far infrared probes, we might have background limited instruments going in spectrometers with an R of something like 300. I just mentioned the 1 over F noise, or the frequency actually at which you operate, observe your objects is very important. This is an example of TS we used in the Gizmo instrument, the 30 meter. This shows you a map of the galactic center region. This is Sagittarius B and C, so this is more than a square degree that we observed in just 6.5 hours. And this shows the 1 over F of the TS we had after you removed the common mode. And that is a very important quantity to observe extended emission, but also, as I will show, it's also important for service in general, even of point sources. So 1/f is really important. And the reason for that, in particular important for these far infrared missions, is, as I just described to you, the observing mode with these large arrays will be that you continuously scan the sky. And therefore, what that does for you is that it distributes your signal. And here, these are spectral projections for point source observation for just one point source. And you can see here that the signal actually is distributed almost randomly if you use a Lissajous pattern in your spectral cube. And down here, these are the low frequencies, and you can see there's a lot of power from your source at very low frequencies. So 1/f is essential here is this OTF cross-linked pattern where you can see that the frequency distribution is more organized here. But it boils down to the fact that you need very good 1/f performance of your detector. Because, for example, if you do large surveys of point sources and you have to filter your measurements because you have 1/f noise, then you create actually correlations between individual sources and you lose information about the flux of it. And of course, flux calibration is very important. So one has to keep that in mind. Quickly to get towards the end, I mentioned, of course, mapping speed. So you can drive that by having large pixels, and all these missions, they want to have tens of thousands of pixels. So at Goddard, this is an example in collaboration Goddard we have had with NIST. We produced this. This is the latest version of a kilopixel TES array where we really pushed to have a very reliable architecture that has a very high yield in fabrication. And this is an example of a detector that was produced at NIST that we successfully bump bonded to a second board and to a third board, and it works electronically. In terms of the readout for these multiplexers are important, and there we would like to take advantage for TESs on the latest development at NIST on these Athena time domain multiplexers. They are very sophisticated. They have these cluster switching methods. So in summary, these multiplexers allow you very high multiplexing factors of a few hundred plus. With these very sophisticated addressing system, you don't need a lot of address lines going into your door. MKITs are intrinsically very well scalable. That's a nice feature about them. This is a picture again from this S1 kilopixel array. And so the readout is important since MKITs, what you measure is the change in kinetic inductance of your device. It's natural, they're naturally embedded in resonant circuits. So what you need is a microwave readout system, and the multiplexing density that you can achieve has a lot to do. It's been driven in particular by the accuracy you can achieve in targeting these resonant frequencies. And then the dynamic range, as you can see, these frequencies shift with the optical load and get a little bit broader. So also the dynamic range actually limits a little bit the packing density you can achieve. But typically you get something like 1,000 to 2,000 pixels into 2 gigahertz of bandwidth or 1 octave. Okay, finally, optical coupling is very important. So the TESs, these arrays, these with high filling factors, they couple directly. That's nice, but when you have these long lag devices or these kits where you have these very small antennas, then you need to use something like lenslets that then focuses your radiation onto these active areas. There's of course photon coupling and antenna couplings. And sometimes you need to use combinations of those because you really want to optimize the optical coupling. So as I mentioned, this is the last slide before the conclusion. I personally am pretty much a lot involved in these in the mid-infrared spectroscopy for exoplanets, and there will be 2 talks about that tomorrow. These mid-infrared spectrometers for transition and phase curve measurements of planets around M stars, they have very special requirements. They have very moderate spectral resolution. You just need something like 50, but you need ultra stable detectors. And that is because you have no reference measurement. For example, if you follow a transit, you have to integrate all the time that in the primary or secondary transit, you cannot recalibrate your measurements. In other words, you need a stable detector over many hours. The detector itself, you cannot get that stable, but the way to do it is actually to have an internal calibration source. We are working on that, and Avi will talk more about the technology that we have developed at Boulder about that and the detectors. Okay, here's the conclusion. There is a significant discovery space that we can reach with these far infrared missions. In order to meet the background limit of a cryogenic mission, you need to have very sensitive detectors. For continuum instruments, you need something like NEPs of 10 to the minus 19 watts per root hertz. Current detectors can reach that, but for spectrometers, you need to really push the sensitivity further and further down. And then there are other parameters you really also need to take care of, in particular things like 1/f noise of your devices, etc. And I think I ran out of time, so thanks a lot.
Hi, so we're gonna do one quick question, someone has one, and then I'll encourage everybody to come find your products as well. Thank you very much. We're gonna go all the way in the back.
You can keep it on, it's okay for now. I'm just gonna swap the slides.
A quick question. Is the 1/f noise character completely uncorrelated pixel to pixel, or are they coming in multiple places?
Yes. So what you saw there from the MKit measurements from Esron, yes. So the common mode was subtracted. Yeah.
Excellent. Let's say once again. And our next talk is going to be Laura Solovigo, who's talking about newborn but dusty, the puzzle of EOR galaxy. Is it working though?
No, it's not. It's this computer. It's not the. There we go. Yeah, this computer is not great. Sorry about that.
So, should I start? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Laura. Sorry. So I've come all the way from Italy, and so most of you probably don't know me. And I'm actually, I hope you hear me. I'm actually a theoretician, so hopefully I'm not going to bore you with what I'm about to say, but I really think that this kind of workshop, like what we're doing here, are crucial to allow us to communicate between different people in the community, so theoretician observers and more people doing more technical parts, because otherwise I feel like we theoreticians are always advocating for more data, but without actually speaking to observers, whereas observers are actually advocating for more models, and then not always we are talking to each other properly. Okay, so as mentioned in my title, I'm working on epoch of reionization galaxies. So we are going to move to really high redshift, where I mean redshift higher than 5. So let me start by telling you why do we care about dust in galaxies. I'm sure most of you know, so I'm going to be very quick on this. It comes as no surprise that most of the emission from galaxies across all redshifts comes from their own stars. However, if we were to account only for stellar emission in our models, we would not be able to reproduce the observed spectra. And this is what is shown here for a local galaxy, M82. The yellow curve that you see is the prediction that we would make accounting only for stellar emission. And you see that we are missing the white points, which are the data, in 2 ways. We are missing a bunch of emission at very short wavelengths. We are over-predicting the emission at very short wavelengths and missing the emission at infrared and far-infrared wavelengths. And this is exactly because we are neglecting the effect of dust.
So dust grains are a portion of the interstellar medium, and what they do, as also Jed was mentioning before me, is that they absorb a portion of the UV and optical radiation from OB stars, so young stars. They get heated, and then they re-emit these radiation as thermal radiation at infrared and far-infrared wavelengths. So their effect on the spectra of galaxies is twofold. On one hand, we have that they reduce the emission that we can actually observe in the UV and optical wavelengths. And this is what is shown here in blue, and this process is called extinction. And the other one is that they emit as thermal radiation, the radiation that they absorb. And you can think of this radiation as a black body-like emission. So you understand that the most important properties of dust that we are tracing with this emission are the dust mass, so the dust content of galaxies, and the dust temperature. Only by accounting for both dust and stars, we are actually able to reproduce the observations in terms of the spectra of galaxies. But one of the coolest things of astronomy, I'm sorry, my title is hidden behind the Zoom information, is that we can actually look back in time. So the current observational frontier is as high as redshift 11 and has been set by the Hubble Space Telescope, which mainly observes the optical and UV emission. I'm speaking of rest rain. So the blue portion of the spectra that we were looking at before. But what is really interesting for people like me working on dust and infrared emission is that thanks to the advent of submillimeter interferometer arrays such as ALMA, it has become possible for the first time to also observe the dust emission from the first generations of galaxies in the universe. And these observations have really changed our field because they probed for the first time that there is in fact a lot of dust even in very young and early systems, which was completely different from what we believed before these new observations. And in fact, it opened a puzzle in our field, which is how can these galaxies be so young and newborn and yet be so dusty, so polluted? In all of this, as already mentioned in previous talks, this Christmas we received a very special gift in the form of IRSTIG, which promises to push even further our current observational frontier and let us understand better the star formation histories and stellar masses of these very high redshift galaxies. So let me summarize what are the problems that we face when looking at high redshift infrared observations. So here you see the simulated spectra of two galaxies, one at redshift 2 and one at redshift 6. And the problem is that for low redshift, we actually have a lot of data that trace the infrared spectra on both sides of the infrared emission peak. However, for high redshift galaxies, and again, let me underline that I'm speaking of redshift higher than 5, so really EOR galaxies, the most commonly used ALMA bands in observations only trace the very long wavelength side of the spectrum, meaning that we cannot really constrain the simultaneously different dust properties for these galaxies, because all the curves corresponding to different dust masses and temperatures are virtually indistinguishable. More often than not, and this is the case of large programs, there is an additional problem that we only have a single continuum data point for most of the targets. And this corresponds to the C2 line emission that Jed was mentioning before at 158 micron, because the C2 line is very bright, so it's commonly used to trace the spectroscopic redshift of sources. So what happens is that then we don't understand what is the infrared acidic shape of high redshift galaxies, nor what is their dust temperature. And this sheds large uncertainties in the derived properties of these first galaxies. For instance, we still don't understand what is their actual dust content, because this is dependent on the assumptions that are made for the dust temperature of these galaxies. And so we cannot even understand what are the dust production mechanisms at play in the early universe. Secondly, we don't understand what is their actual infrared luminosity, and so the obscured fraction of the star formation rate in high redshift galaxies. And so we cannot really know what is their intrinsic star formation rate, intrinsic luminosity, and their contribution to the cosmic star formation rate density. What people have been doing in the lower redshift community is to try to find a relation between the dust temperature and redshift of the sources, so that then we could, in principle, infer what is the dust temperature at very high redshift where we don't have good data, and then make a more reliable assumption on the dust temperature of these sources. These results are obtained by Schreiber and collaborators, and they are based on stacked SEDs at redshift below 4. And they are somewhat confirmed by the stacked SED fitting from the Alpine collaboration, looking at UV bright sources between redshift 4 and 6. Okay, so what people have been doing after that is to add the few individual sources that we know at very high redshift and try to understand if this linear relation that is found between the dust temperature and redshift in the low redshift and local universe is actually valid even at the epoch of ionization. And what is puzzling is that different groups have arrived to somewhat different conclusions. On one hand, we have Richard Bowens, which doing exactly the fit to these observations, so stacked SEDs on the low redshift end and individual sources on the high redshift end, found a linear relation pretty much consistent with the one initially suggested by low redshift people. So saying that the dust temperature linearly increases with redshift up to a very high Z up to redshift 8.3. On the other hand, Feist, Liang, and collaborators working on stacked SEDs from simulations, from the fire simulation suite, suggested a different evolution with an important flattening in the increase of this dust temperature at redshift higher than 4. What has been hindering the progress in this matter is the fact that at high redshift we have very few data to compare with. And the few data that we have are both affected by very large errors, as you can see, and they're also wide scattered in the dust temperature plane, meaning that in the very narrow redshift range between redshift 6 and redshift 8, we span dust temperature range as large as from 20 Kelvin, which is almost the CMB temperature at these redshifts, and up to 100 Kelvin. But on top of that, there's an elephant in the room that we have been ignoring, which is the fact that both these trends that I'm showing here rely on fits to either observations and simulations, but they do not rely on a physical modeling. So we are not really understanding the motivation for which any trend should be in place. At least for the lack of data, this recent Alma Large program, Rebels, can help us progress further because it's increasing by a factor 4 the number of sources for which we have infrared continuum detections at redshift 5 and 7. So let me give you a few information about Rebels. Rebels stands for Ionization Era Bright Emission Life Survey. It's a large program led by Richard Bowens, and it is targeting 40 of the UV brightest galaxies between redshift 6.5 and 9.5, looking for C2 line emission, O3 line emission, and the underlying dust continuum. So what is important for the sakes of my talk is that this large program provided us with the first ever statistical sample of redshift 7, so really EOR galaxies detected in continuum. So this is really the ideal sample to try to answer to several open questions in our field. For instance, what is the dust content of EOR galaxies? How do these galaxies build their dust mass? What is the dust temperature of EOR galaxies? And finally, does the dust temperature evolve with redshift? Now, the problem is that, as I was mentioning in the introduction, for large programs, for the targets, we only have a single continuum data point for all the sources at 158 micron, meaning that with traditional SED fitting, we cannot constrain the dust properties of these sources because we have only one observations and we need to constrain multiple dust properties. So with this observational problem in mind, we came up with a new method to derive the dust temperature and the dust mass using a single observation. So this is the formula that we all use to describe the continuum emission in galaxies. And once that you have fixed the redshift of your source, and so your luminosity distance, and a dust model, so your dust opacity, you are left with two unknowns, the dust temperature and the dust mass. So our simple idea was to rewrite the dust mass as the product of a dust-to-gas ratio, which we consider to scale linearly with the metal content of galaxies, so the metallicity, and a C2 to total gas conversion factor, which then multiplied by LC2 gives us the dust mass. So we use well-known empirical relations to derive an analytical formula for this alpha C2. And let me sketch again what we are doing with this method. Basically, with one single observation at 158 micron, we can constrain both the dust temperature and the dust mass because we use the C2 luminosity, the line emission luminosity, as a proxy for the dust mass. And then we can use the underlying continuum to obtain the dust temperature. Now, this method has been tested on several local and high redshift galaxies and also in simulations. And in all cases, we recover the same dust temperature that would be obtained with traditional LCD fitting with multiple infrared data points. I want to spend a few words just on one source, which is this source ZD1 at redshift 7, first observed by Watson and Knudsen and collaborators. And recently we have published the first ever ALMA band name data for such a high redshift source, which allowed us for the first time to cross the infrared peak for an EOR galaxy, allowing us to really determine its dust temperature to an unprecedented precision. Also, in this case, it's encouraging to notice that our initial prediction based only on the 158 micron data was actually correct, although it was affected by a larger uncertainty. Okay, so these are the rebel sources that are also studied in a paper that came out today on the archive by Hannah Inami and the rest of the rebels team. And let me show you what are the SEDs that we predict for these sources. They are color-coded according to the derived dust temperature, but let me give you a summary of the properties that we infer. So we find dust temperatures in the range between 39 and 58 Kelvin, dust masses as large as 0.9 to 3.6 10 to the 7 stellar masses. And considering that the rebel sources are massive galaxies between 10 to the 9 and 10 to the 10 in terms of stellar mass, this means that we are predicting dust yield from supernova explosion below 1 solar mass per supernovae event. This is consistent with more efficient dust supernovae dust production constraints, meaning that the dust masses that we see seem to be producible from supernovae. So going back to the cosmic dust temperature evolution issue, the first thing that we can do thanks to rebels is to add a point in the stacked SED's derived temperature plot. And this point corresponds to the average dust temperature that we find for your galaxies. So we are really extending this cosmic dust temperature evolution in the epoch of reionization for the first time. And you can see that our average dust temperature basically sits in between the two previously suggested trends. This means that we cannot discard either, but also that neither of them is really doing a good job in describing the data. But we can do something more. We can now unpack all the stacked SEDs and look at individual sources. Since now, thanks to our new method, we can actually understand and constrain the dust properties for individual sources in a much larger number of cases. This is what is shown here. So here in green, you see the dust temperatures for local galaxies that were initially stacked by Schreiber and collaborators. Here you see our results for the Alpine sample, and here our results for the Rebel sample. So at this point, we could have closed the deal by doing a fit of this dust temperature with redshift and just compare with what was previously suggested based on stacked SEDs. But we decided to instead do something more and address the elephant in the room that we have been ignoring. So the lack of a physical motivation for any trend of the dust temperature with redshift. I maybe have to be a bit quick on this. So very simply, our idea was to describe a galaxy as a huge cloud. Then you can write its infrared luminosity as the absorbed portion of its UV luminosity, so that this tau UV is then your UV optical depth. UV luminosity can be connected to the star formation rate of the galaxy, and the infrared luminosity can be written as the product of the dust mass and a power to the dust temperature. Then, assuming a dust to gas ratio, this dust mass becomes a gas mass. Now, joining together the two sides, we can basically see that we can write the dust temperature as a function of the total gas depletion time, which is the ratio between the total gas mass and the star formation rate. And in fact, we find that the dust temperature anti-correlates with this quantity. And this relates to what Jed was saying in his talk, because this is exactly where the redshift dependence comes into play. In fact, we know that the depletion time in galaxies evolves with redshift, and earlier galaxies tend to have shorter depletion times. So this means that the dust temperature in turn is gonna increase at higher redshift, so at earlier epochs, because of the decrease of the depletion, total gas depletion time at high redshift. Let me be a bit more quantitative. This is the formula that we predict from our model. And you can see that in the end, we have a mild correlation with redshift with a power of 1 plus e to the 0.42. And this is our prediction. But you can still notice that data points are widespread around this single relation. And this is because of this additional term in our formula, where we have a dependence on individual galaxy properties, which are the optical depth and the metallicity. By considering a range of values for these two parameters, we can actually cut out an area in our dust temperature versus redshift plot. And then moving from top to bottom, from bottom to top, we are moving from less obscured sources to more obscured sources, and from larger metallicities to lower metallicities. So in other words, at any redshift, we have that lower metallicities and larger UV optical depths mean warmer dust temperatures. And we can understand this physically in a clear way because larger optical depth mean that we are more efficiently heating our dust. And lower metallicities means that we also have a lower dust content. So if you have a given UV field, you are exposing to it a lower amount of dust, which then means that this dust is going to be more efficiently heated. But what one might question is, are we being biased because we are only looking at galaxies which were UV selected in the first place? So what are we missing by not accounting for very dusty and obscured systems? We can have some hints on this by adding the ULIPs that are observed in the local and low redshift universe. And this seems to go in the direction of, that I was mentioning. So saying that we are probably missing hotter sources, as more obscure systems tend to have warmer dust temperatures. So we can have some hints, and I'm going to conclude after this, some hints on this from simulations. This is a simulated galaxy at redshift 7 from the Sarah simulation suite by Andrea Pallottini, who is a postdoc in our group. These are a set of cosmological Zoom simulations. And what we can do in this case is to really study the dust temperature and the probability distribution of the dust temperature in galaxies at very high spatial resolution, which is not possible from observations at such high redshift. So what we see, first of all, is if we do a fitting using mock observations corresponding to ALMA band 6, 7, and 8, we obtain dust temperature which is very close to the mass weighted temperature in this galaxy. And this is the same value that we obtain with our method, with using only a single continuum data point. However, if we use the full SED information, so also shorter wavelengths, which are not necessarily traceable by current observations, we find a much hotter dust temperature, which is driven by the presence of a very hot dust component in these simulated galaxies, which is extremely not massive. So what is the origin of this hot dust? I don't have time to mention this, but basically we find it in structures which are giant molecular clouds, where dust is very compact, very close to the star-forming regions. However, we don't have coverage at these wavelengths from current observations, so I'm really trying to advocate here for instruments in the future that can trace infrared and mid-infrared, I'm speaking on rest frame mid-infrared wavelengths, even for high redshift galaxies. So I leave you to my summary, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, so we're running a little bit behind time, so we'll do the same thing with maybe one quick question, and then I encourage everybody to like more.
Thank you for that nice overview. I wanted to ask about the dust size distribution at these early stages, early on. Do you know anything about it? The reason I bring that up is because if these dust grains are small, then you have non-nucleus heating, and you're not seeing the black body, right? I mean, this idea that put out by Center a long time ago. So to what extent do they play a role? Maybe they explain your podcast.
Yes, so we actually account for PAHs and stochastic heating, and this was the reason for the peaks that you were seeing at mid-infrared wavelengths in the simulated galaxy. But on top of that, which is at really short mid-infrared wavelengths, you still have a hot dust component made of like normal size grains. And I'm speaking of like Milky Way dust from grain size distribution, which are still reaching much hotter temperatures than in the local universe, just because of their spatial distribution rather than their size in the galaxy. But that's also an issue. And again, this plays into what I was saying, that we really need some mid-infrared coverage for high redshift galaxies, because otherwise we are never going to know if this hot dust that we infer from theoretical works and simulations is actually there or not.
Okay, let's move forward again.
Got your master too.
So our next talk, which is our last whole talk before we
that's
do the poster class talk, is Mike Fitzgerald, who's going to be speaking about a far IR technology roadmap derived from the origin flagship study.
Okay, I'm Mike DePiro. I was part of the one of the decadal flagship studies, Origins flagship study for what was originally called Far Infrared Surveyor, but we've added a mid-infrared instrument to this. Origins was conceived as something that was as big as JWST, but cold. And the picture here is more easily seen in if you go to the website listed there, and you get the full report and the full technology development plan. So I'll just be going over some of the highlights. And I'm glad that I followed Johannes and will be succeeded by several other talks on detectors. And so I can shorten my talk a little bit. So the objective over a 4-year study was to flesh out a notional design for something that could map the far infrared, and then to develop a plan for the technology needed for that notional mission. But the technology that I'm going to talk about is really technology that's useful for most of the notional far IR probes as well. So it's not limited to flagship studies. Johannes put up a chart that was even more dramatic than this. I don't show 10 to the 9th because I'm not talking about mapping speed. But if we're talking about spectral line sensitivity, then we have a potential for a 1,000-fold increase on what exists when you think of the temperatures that, for instance, JWST can achieve or Herschel did achieve in space. And so in the far infrared, there's a tremendous discovery space, as was mentioned. And the key to achieving that is in the temperature of the telescope and in the sensitivity of the detectors. So I'm going to be talking about the technologies of those two items. So if we zoom in on the part over here. Is there a pointer on this? No. I'm going to focus on this part here because this is the only discriminator between something that's 4.5 and 0. So we'll just focus on the wavelengths longward of 100 microns. And so you can see that if we get down to 200, 250 microns, we start to see the difference between temperatures that are already pretty low and temperature and the actual background here. So this is when we're looking toward the galactic pole, so the darkest part of the sky in far infrared. You can see that we would like to get down to 4, but 4.5 is sort of a compromise. The reason why Origins chose 4.5 is that crack coolers have already flown that can achieve this temperature. So the development there is not as big. 4, of course, would be better, but 4.5 is pretty good. And so the cryogenic design really is driven by the architecture
You can have the best crack cooler in the world, but if it has to cool something that's improperly designed, it's not going to get down to its operating temperature. It's not going to work. So we would take the best of two infrared telescopes that recently launched JWST, not for the very complex sun shield, but for the crack cooler that's on board. And we would take the sun shield part, which is pretty minimal on Spitzer, and it's radiator to deep space, which is the black side, the deep space facing side here, to get us radiatively down to 35 Kelvin. Very simple way. JWST, the mirrors are sitting here at some 40-something Kelvin. So this very elaborate sun shield didn't do the full job for them. This radiator was key for Spitzer. But of course, Spitzer had to be a lower temperature telescope than JW. So we need a cooler to get us down to 4.5 Kelvin. You would think, okay, we can just radiate to space. That doesn't work on a practical scale. First of all, when you're in the inner part of the solar system, the black space is only 7.2 Kelvin. It's not 2.7 because of the dust. So, and practically speaking, because it's a T to the fourth dependence, you're not going to radiate when you have something that you're carrying along with you, like the rest of the spacecraft at room temperature. You're not going to be able to get down below, much below 30 Kelvin. So we need something to get us to 4.5 Kelvin. So we need a cooler in addition to we need a cooler in addition to the radiator. So notionally, this is a very big telescope. So notionally, we required something like 200 milliwatts of cooling. This probably scales about as the diameter or the diameter squared of the telescope. So something that's 2 meters could be quite a lot smaller than this. This also includes factor 2 margin. That's the typical. So while the crack cooler would be able to do 200 milliwatts of cooling, we require the heat load to be only 100 milliwatts. So this is for 100 milliwatt calculated load on the coolers. But to make this practical, you want to provide intermediate stages to intercept the heat. The thermodynamics says don't just have one cooler at the end, but put some of your cooling power and distribute it along the way. And so we did that with a 20 Kelvin stage, this is similar to the JWST cooler, and a 70 Kelvin stage. JWST doesn't use this stage, but the cooler has that capability in it. So crack coolers typically have quite substantial cooling power that they can provide at these higher temperatures. We want it to last a long time. It's going to be a 10-year life. It's got to be low vibration, but this is not Louvoir type low vibration. This is practical. This is the kind of number that JWST required and was met by their crack cooler with some relatively straightforward vibration isolation. 2000 watts of input power is just a ratio here of 10 to the fourth. That's sort of what crack coolers can do when you're cooling down from room temperature. It would be better if we had intermediate stages that could lift the heat, but again, we're trying to live with close to what already exists at a high TRL. And less than 100 kilograms, including electronics, and JW's around 70 kilograms for their crack cooler, so that's doable. So what we also were striving to do on Origins is do something where we didn't just pick a crack cooler company and go with them, but we're trying to mature technologies across a number of crack cooler vendors, and that would give us a broad base to choose from, gives us a little more competition capability in the future. And so what I've shown here are three coolers at the top that need some development. They haven't flown yet. The Hitomi cooler shown here attached to the Dewar. They actually have a helium Dewar inside and a cooler. It's sort of a belt and suspenders approach to get into low temperature. Those have flown. And now the JW cooler is getting down to temperature. So that's another very high TRL cooler. In the case of JW, this is a 4.5 Kelvin cooler. In case of JW, the cooler is 6 Kelvin, but Northrop showed on their engineering model that if you just substitute helium-3 for the helium-4, you can use basically the same cooler and get down below 4 Kelvin. So now I'm going to shift gears and go to the other side of the equation. So if you get the telescope low, then you need better detectors to take advantage of it. And luckily for me, again, talks have already preceded this, so I'm only going to go at the very highest level here. So we needed for origins something like 3 × 10⁻20 watts per root hertz for the NEP. And if you remember Johannes's slide, we're just about there now. Actually, we're very close to there, but this was for a very large array as well, very large array size, with actually several arrays adding up to almost 100,000 pixels. So very demanding in terms of the size of the arrays that you need this NEP for. The imager didn't require quite as much because of the not as high resolution, spectral resolution. So that one could use basically what exists now for MKITs. To provide the fast mapping speed that Johannes talked about, we need very large numbers of pixels, as I just mentioned. We also needed sub-Kelvin facilities so that we could measure basically the performance. These backgrounds are very tiny. In the shorter wavelengths of the far infrared, this would actually be close to photon counting here. In the 100 micron region, I think about 10 few times 10⁻22 is the energy of 1 photon. So any photon that exists in the system is going to be noise, and we need to spend a lot of time making the facility to test it be good enough. In this case, facility is not as good as the space environment itself. Now to just sort of put in perspective what we've already heard about the NEPs. This is NEPs for far IR detectors over time. You can see the improvement is logarithmic. I think this originally came from Dominic. Did you generate this? Jonas, okay. And recently QCDs have demonstrated 10⁻22 watts per root hertz. So they're following this curve pretty nicely, actually beating the curve a little bit. Again, this is single pixels, so we needed something more. And Johannes showed this with maybe more detail on it, but these represent either needs and in some cases actual performance of arrays of detectors. So we need in the 2-dimensional space of NEP and number of pixels, we need things in various spots here. Origins was sort of sitting out here at one end of it, but the probes are probably more close to that position. So, in the bounds of what exists, at least in laboratories. One of the things that comes along with a detector is a very low level signal. So you need an amplifier at low temperature in order to take that signal, amplify it so that it's immune to the noise in the rest of the spacecraft. But you need to have low dissipation so that the crack fluid can handle it. And things like HEMS from the low noise factory already exist that can work at these temperatures and have very low power dissipation. So that's a solution to that. And a solution to, it turns out the processing of a multiplex signal is very computer intensive. So you have FPGAs to do this for you, but those FPGAs need a lot of power. So if you can integrate the FPGAs into a board that also has all the D to A's and A to D's in it that's necessary to drive it, then you can lower the power by over a factor of 5. And it turns out, I'm used to the crack cooler being the power hog in a spacecraft, but it turns out that the signal processing for these arrays is actually the biggest power draw on origins. So this is a very important component. So now let me get to sub-Kelvin cooling. As Johannes mentioned, getting the noise level down to the requirements requires lower temperatures, or can be met by lower temperatures in many cases, especially for TESs. So what we need is something that can handle at, let's say, 50 millikelvin, can handle a substantial power. It doesn't look like much, but for comparison, the Planck dilution refrigerator provided 0.1 microwatt of cooling at 100 millikelvin. So this 50 millikelvin, you can sort of think of it as T squared. So this is orders of magnitude bigger than what Planck could do. So this is not what is flying now, but can be made up of the components of what is flying now by just using a different scheme, which we call the continuous ADR. The heat intercept, just like with the crack cooler at higher temperature, you want to provide a heat intercept at lower temperature for all the wires going down. That just makes it thermodynamically efficient. So you want something in the sort of logarithmic middle between 4.5 Kelvin and 50 millikelvin. We notionally put 0.7 Kelvin in our design and had 250 microwatts of cooling power at that temperature. And this is for a unit that exists in the laboratory scale. Need the exported magnetic field to be lower than the Earth's field. Detectors, TES detectors, but also MKIDs are susceptible to magnetic fields. They're going to change the superconducting behavior. So we need to limit the field outside of the shield that the detector has to something that's in the Earth, 30 something microtesla. No measurable vibration from this part. The mechanical cooler can be separated mechanically from the detectors, but this part can't. So we don't want any vibration out here, and we need at least a 10-year lifetime. So this is something that exists. I would show the actual hardware, but it's harder to see. And so I'm showing you a CAD picture of this is actual hardware that was flown on Hitomi and will be flown on Prism. It is a 3-stage machine that operates between 4.5 Kelvin, with its highest temperature stage dumps its heat, to 4.5 Kelvin, and the lowest temperature stage, stage 1, operates at 50 millikelvin cyclically. So when it's operating from 4.5 Kelvin, it has something like an 80% duty cycle. The new machine that I'll show in the next picture eliminates that, so it has 100% duty cycle and has much more cooling power. This had about 0.4 microwatts of cooling power at 50. The electronics to control this already exist. Flight unit, so this same electronics can control the future continuous ADR, which is the laboratory version is shown here. It's lighter and more powerful. This is a curve of the cooling power versus temperature. than the one that's flown on Hitomi. And this is the one that's going to be tested. It actually had stages to go up to 10 Kelvin. Those won't be needed, so only this part will be needed. You can see it's substantially smaller than the Hitomi ADR, yet it has, will have 5 stages. Here's only 4. So I won't go over these, but there are talks about other detectors, detector technologies that would be needed for development or desirable for development. And other technologies, we want sun shields that are simple. We need mechanisms that have low dissipation. We want robust manufacturing of mirrors, large mirrors, and we'd like for the future compact spectrometers, and those will be talked about, and interferometry will be talked about in talks coming. So the critical technologies, which are the cooling and the detectors, mostly are getting to the point where they're TRL 5-ish, which is what a probe class needs to start. And so I think what we're saying is that we are ready to propose a probe that uses the technologies that were outlined for origins. And that's it. Any questions?
Okay, so we're running almost to lunch. So I'm going to take one question for this, but before that, the next thing is we're going to do our poster flash talk. So if you are a person that has a poster slide that you're going to present, I'm going to ask you to start making your way to the front and kind of congregate over here on the right. And then we'll go ahead and take a question for Mike.
Hi, Mike, thanks.
Okay.
You mentioned the single photon counting detectors might be starting to become available. And I just wanted to point out, when you get NEPs low enough with time constants that are fast enough, you know, you start to push the single photon counting regime down into the far infrared. And so at some point when you get there, you can look at pulses and stuff like 1/f noise, which I agree is very important, is moved to a different regime.
Yes. Yes, I think that's the future. I didn't have the chart that shows it, but the QCDs have already achieved that at 100 microns. So it's a little bit more difficult to multiplex those into huge arrays, but I think there's a huge advantage to being able to count instead of deal with, like you say, 1/f and things like that.
Thanks, Mike. Oh, okay.
My God, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Carrie Volpert. I'm a 4th-year grad student at UMD, and my work is supported by the CREST collaboration at NASA Goddard. We're hearing a lot of really exciting things about probes and even, bigger future instruments. And I'm here to remind you that suborbital instruments exist and that balloons exist, and you should consider them both for your science and for your technology development. So because we have so little time, if I had to have you take one thing away, it would be go examine this giant table that I have on my poster of a lot of very recent current and proposed FIR mostly, but some mid-IR and even longer wavelength as well, balloons, and the science that they're doing. And you may find that some of their science aligns with some of your science goals that you're proposing for some of these probes, or that it could provide sort of a collaborative science for future probe science. So some of the main science goals are mapping cold gas, both locally, like in the Milky Way, but also at near redshifts and occasionally intensity mapping at mid redshifts. and also mapping FIR galactic foregrounds or dust, as well as B-fill mapping. Some people are still chasing CMB polarization, and of course, technology development. So I don't know how long we actually have.
2 minutes, but I wasn't really timing it, so.
Okay, cool.
Just
Okay.
about wrap up.
So I will wrap up for you. I think it's very exciting that everybody is proposing a lot of new science topics as well as technology that they would like to develop for this next class of probe mission. So that has kind of produced a lot of robust surveys of the infrared science that people are interested in right now. So I would recommend the community, after selecting some of the science for the probe, take a look back at this larger collection of science cases and consider what could possibly be adapted to balloons and what technologies we're really interested in maturing over the next X amount of years using balloons. So thank you.
Morning, my name is George Provon. I'm at the North American ALMA Science Center, and I'm here representing that and ALMA. Just of course, like to remind you, we have a proposal call open now. So if you haven't heard that before, please look up what ALMA can do for you and your science. What I would like to do here, I guess, is I want to express, partnership and remind you all of the great complementary nature of submillimeter and infrared astronomy. So I have a poster over here that details a lot of the support that the North American ALMA Science Center offers to scientists and astronomers. And just to remind you that we're here to help you do your science. So overall, please come talk to me about ways we can support your science, both in the millimeter and the infrared. But in particular, I'd like to talk with you and get your ideas about coordinating between the millimeter and the infrared communities. We've done a little bit of this in the past with the Sophia ALMA webinar series last summer, which hopefully you participated in. Ariel was a key player in that as well. So I'd like to talk about things that we could do to partner with you all to help promote infrared science and of course the overlap with millimeter observations as well. So examples of that, if you wanted to think about like a webinar series, advertising some of the probe concepts and other possible missions, that kind of thing is something we'd be very interested in supporting. So please come chat with me about ways that we can partner, more strongly between the infrared and millimeter communities. Thank you.
Sorry,
Suki couldn't be here in person, so we're just advertising this poster that we will hopefully be putting up tomorrow because it's in the mail.
Yes, he's mailing our print poster to us from Japan because he didn't come here. So they're advertising and it will be on the remaining poster board hopefully soon.
Thank you. My name is Lars. I'm a postdoc at Sophia Science Center, and I predominantly work on the Feedback Legacy program. So for those who don't know, the Feedback Legacy program is a large survey making spectrally resolved maps of 11 high mass star forming molecular clouds in situ and O1 at 63 micron. And I'll be highlighting some of the first results coming out of this survey, particularly focusing on the dynamics that you can do with spectrally resolved C2 of molecular clouds, because they unveil dynamics that you don't see with molecular lines like CO, and this really help you or give you a very complementary view on the evolution of molecular clouds, and does help to you get a more global view of how it evolves, which helps you to constrain, for example, lifetimes in these molecular clouds, or how it regulates star formation efficiency. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Jessica Sutter. I'm also a postdoc at Sophia, and I have a poster highlighting some of the recent work I did with Dr. Dario Fata, investigating the C+ emission across the disk of nearby ringed galaxy NGC 7331. So I am here to just highlight that work and talk about, very excited to talk about the power of these spatially resolved maps of nearby C+ emission in nearby galaxies, and what we can learn by looking at these and looking at properties like the C+ over far infrared emission and studying how the C+ deficit is affected by the local environment. So happy to talk about this more. And also, if you haven't, it's in the paper if you want to read more about this as well. So thank you.
Hello, I'm John from NIST, just on the road. And TES detectors, as was already discussed, might show up in large quantities in some of these future instruments. And I believe Johannes mentioned a NIST developed way of reading them out. So the scalability of these arrays is really limited by the readout. It's one of the main difficulties. So I just wanted to call attention to another relatively new kid on the block for readout technologies, the microwave squid multiplexer. Super briefly, how it works is you copy the same idea from MKIDs. You take a bunch of microwave high-Q resonators, put them on the same microwave line. But in the case of TES detectors, you keep the detection separate. So you couple them with these RF squids. I'd love to talk about it more. There's a lot more details if you want to come say hi. And just super quickly, some numbers. I think Johannes mentioned that the time division multiplexers that people are making these days can get 1, maybe 200 channels per unit. And deployable field-ready implementations of MUMUX readout are already at about 1,000 channels per multiplexer. And the development's been driven by millimeter wave applications. So, you know, the noise and crosstalk has been driven by those, but they're pretty good. And my understanding is that they would scale well to FIR applications. Come say hi.
Hello, my name is Maryam Rahmani. I'm presenting our XClaim mission running at NASA Boulder. So XClaim is stands for the experiment for cryogenic large aperture intensity mapping. So it is a balloon-borne instrument and designed to carry out the intensity mapping to measure the redshift line emission from the carbon monoxide and singly ionized carbon, and this to measure the star formation on the windows of the present to redshift of 3.5. So XClaim, I mean, during this time, the star formation, the rate of star formation actually has declined dramatically, but the dark matter continue to cluster. So this XClaim, the XClaim is this instrument is trying to make a blind and complete survey of the emitting gas emitting gas of the and through the statistics of the cumulative brightness fluctuations, and the XClaim has achieved a higher resistivity because of the using the cryogenic telescope, coupling with 6 integrated spectrometers, and these spectrometers has a spectral resolution power of 512, and they use the MKIDs technology. So I invite you to visit our poster here, and I would be glad to provide more information. Thank you for your time.
Right, hi, I'm Toshia Weta from University of Denver. I'm a local, so I decided on last minute to join, and so I'm here to scout information rather than presenting something. But my poster will something that I can scrape and then assemble at the last minute is we're interested in spatially resolved plasma and PGR diagnostic using infrared line emission maps. And then the top left group of pictures of the line emission maps in the far infrared made by the Herschel packs, the IFU, and then with the help of some of the multi-wavelengths, optical line emission maps and so forth, and then we can get actually generate the electron density maps and also temperature distribution map. And obviously, we are still fighting the noise with the data in terms of the temperature distribution map. But we can actually get the nice electron density and temperature distribution maps out of these line maps. But still, we are still fighting, obviously, the size of the mapping size and also the noise. So I guess the takeaway for the future is that we're interested in the surface brightness sensitivity. You know, people will talk about NAB, and then it's often about point source sensitivity. And then when it comes to the surface brightness sensitivity, we often disappointed. So that's something that I'd like you to think about in the community, and also obviously the large format imaging or spectral imaging capabilities. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Salma. I am a scientist at NASA Ames. So today I want to talk about a new setup developed at NASA Ames, the cosmic facility to support the GWST space mission. So this setup will allow us a tunability from 2 to 4 micrometer with a very good resolution, higher than 10⁻⁴ Wave number. We will study the absorption of key molecules in a gas cell at room temperature. Key molecules such as CO2, methane, or CO. We will study them. So those species, the line list of those species exist in databases such as Hydron, but there are some discrepancies. So we aim to improve this status by providing experimental data. And those experimental data are highly needed for to calculate, to model the opacity in exoplanet and planetary atmospheres. We will use also the setup to probe the gas phase absorption of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAH. Those molecules exhibit a CH stretching in the region of 2 and 4 micrometer. So we will provide those absorption in gas phase at low temperature using cosmic facility. So it's a supersonic expansion that we can see the pH in this supersonic expansion, and we can have ions or neutrals at a temperature lower than 100 K. So, and so this is like those conditions are relevant for industrial application.
Okay, before everybody runs off for lunch, I'm gonna let Jake and Mike make 2 announcements.
Hearing all that really cool science from some of our community's youngest members, I wanted to bring your attention to a board back here, which is a job tour. I know we're off season, but if you are in the market for a job, or now or in the future that you can think of, or your friends are, please have a look. Well, conversely, if like me, you look to hire people but have a hard time finding the right people, please send me an email, and I would be very happy to post anything. You could be completely speculative and just say, next year I might be looking for something, whatever. If you want to advertise and maybe have a conversation, make a connection, please feel free to use that.
All right, just a few logistical details. Because we're going to be heading out to lunch, we're going to be back at 1:30. It's about an hour and 20 minutes. I'll explain where food is, but just very briefly, we just want to thank our sponsors, Ball Aerospace, CU, CASA, and the Research Innovation Office and USRA. If any of you have trouble finding this, I have maps, and these maps here are on the conference workshop website. This is our building we're in. We're about right here. This door right here is looking out that way. And if you have trouble finding parking, parking is just over this direction in lot 614. It's $18 a day, and you pay a little kiosk up. And just the kiosk is about right here. So where do we want to get lunch? There are lunch options in this building. There's the Village Dining Center that you can pay with cash or card. It's sort of effectively like a student cafeteria. There's the Village Market that has grab-and-go items. And then if you would like to walk within about a 5 to 7 minute walk, we're about right here. This is 30th Street. This is Baseline Road. There are a number of restaurant options rather close by. If you want to walk further, within about 15 minutes, there are more restaurant options. These slides are also on the conference workshop website, so you can go ahead and take a look at those. And I'll talk about this more tomorrow when we have the social event coming up. Is there anything else that we need to cover?
No, I think we're good. It's lunch. We have talk starting again at 1:30.
Oh, right. Oh, yes. And since there's no power in the floor here, I imagine a lot of your laptops are dying. So there's a table in the back that has a bunch of power strips that you can plug your laptop in to charge them. I'm not sure if it's safe to leave the laptop here during lunch. You can risk it.
Hello.
There we go.
Doing more talks after lunch or the workshop?
So, yeah, and then there's the workshop, and then there's ends.
Okay. Hello. Everybody's slowly coming back from lunch. Technically, it's time for us to start again. So I'm going to ask everybody to find seats. Great. Okay. So, welcome back. I hope you've got your lunch options and got a chance to get some fresh air. Talks now, and then we'll kind of debrief and start our first workshop discussion.
All right.
So the first talk right now is going to be Emily Valentine, who's going to be talking about integrated on-chip spectrometers for future long-range farm and grid space missions.
I've always been saying that. Now you're on.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for having me. So I'm going to be talking about some technology development, integrated on-chip spectrometers, and some potential applications for future long-wave far-infrared space missions. So let's start with the driving motivation for this technology. So on-chip spectrometers integrate all the elements of a spectrometer with detectors onto a silicon-based chip using planar transmission lines and microfabrication techniques. And this allows them to reduce the size compared to a free space spectrometer, for example, by at least an order of magnitude. And you can see photos of some of current technologies under development, going from sizes which would be macroscopic sizes down to 2D chips on the order of centimeters. So I have one or two slides here. First, to motivate some of the science, far infrared science that is well matched for this integrated spectrometer technology. And in particular science on the long wave portion of the far infrared. So defined here around 270 to 700 microns wavelength. And there are many mission lines that address key science, ASTRO 2020 science that are in this regime. You can see in the plot here emission lines as a function of, oops, I got a little caught off there, but wavelength and redshift. And so some of the interesting lines in science in this area are C2, which traces star formation. And across this wavelength range is able to map out from a nearby universe out through this peak of star formation of around Z equals 2. And then oxygen and nitrogen lines, which trace the rise of metals through back to the period of reionization. Other lines of interest, C2 and OH, which trace feedback. C2 and C1, which in the nearby Milky Way, which trace CO, gas in the Milky Way, and also tracing water in planetary systems. So potentially what are some future space missions which could address this far long wave far IR science goals, and also potentially it could employ integrated spectrometers. I'll just touch on two potential options here. One would be a longer term mirror class, flagship class type spectrometer instrument. As an example, the Origins OSS concept. The motivation here for integrated spectrometers is in this longest wavelength grading. You can see a picture here of the OSS instrument. This longest waveband grading spectrometer contributes a substantially portion to the size of the instrument. And this is also where the approaches used for these integrated spectrometers are compatible above around 273 3 microns with current approaches. So here's just some notional integrated spectrometer requirements coming from the OSS mission concept in that application. There's also potentially another opportunity for a smaller class mission, a complementary line intensity mapper mission, which could employ integrated spectrometers using an intensity mapping approach, which rather than dissolving individual sources, maps the statistics of brightness fluctuations of cumulative line emission. To complement this, the wavelength would be targeted even further along wave to probe additional emission lines and requiring maybe moderate resolutions. And I guess there's also been discussion today about detector NEPs. So I'm going to come back to that at the end of my slide. Now I want to talk now more about current integrated on-chip far spectrometer designs and approaches, and give a summary of the kind of current status of the field. So there, whoops, keep doing, whoops, all right, I keep doing that. Okay. There are a few different approaches now well under development. There are design approaches which use a filter bank approach, which use channelizing filters to split the light into different spectrometer channels. There's a grading analog design, which is the work I've been working on at NASA Goddard. And then also more recently, a Fourier transform spectrometer design. And in coming slides, I'll go through some updates on some of these approaches. But I want to highlight some of the common enabling features that they all have. They all feature superintending planar transmission lines. So this is what really enables the 2D on-chip aspect, which provides a factor of compactness provided by the effective dielectric index. And then the superintending thin films, which provide the low far line loss and lead to high efficiency and resolution in the designs. Many of the designs also have chosen an optical coupling approach provided by a hybrid lenslet on-chip slot antenna. Some of the advantages of this approach are relatively broadband optical coupling, relative ease of fabrication compared to, for example, waveguide coupling approaches, and in contrast to direct coupling, free space coupling approaches, relax some of the constraints on the detector volumes, which is an advantage when we're talking about going to higher sensitivities and low backgrounds of a far spectrometer in space. And most of these spectrometers also have chosen to use integrated kinetic inductance vectors. These can achieve near photon background limited sensitivity. Also relative ease, although certainly not easy, of integrating MKID designs into the spectrometer fabrication process. There are no membranes typically like TS detectors. And there's this high multiplexing factor due to the intrinsic microwave frequency multiplexing. So this table shows some of the current designs under development. There are filterback designs, Deshima, SuperSpec, FBS, SBT Slim, and Camels, grading analog design, Microspec, and SOFT's FTS approach. You can see the grading and filterbank designs are targeting more moderate resolutions. The FTS is able to achieve quite a bit higher. Also listed here, the current wavelength ranges, materials involved, efficiencies, chip sizes, and then you can also see current focal plane sizes, which are under development, and kit array sizes. And all of these technologies are now have already or are nearing demonstration in ground-based astronomy telescopes or balloon instruments. And I have now some slides just with some current updates of some of the group's progress. This is a slide provided by Joachim Basselman to Esran Delft of the Deshima on-chip spectrometer. This was the first iteration, which was demonstrated in 2017 on the ASK telescope, a narrowband prototype. Oops. And now they are moving on to a second version of the Deshima, also to be demonstrated on the ASK telescope. And this is a preliminary results from a device that is aimed for deployment in that telescope. It has a broader band and higher efficiency than the first prototype. This is a SuperSpec work led by Matt Bradford, who's here at Caltech. This is their recent device, 100-channel 270 resolution spectrometer, which is now heading for on-sky demonstration at the Large Millimeter Telescope. This is a Microspec, the grading spectrometer that is under development at NASA Goddard. This is the design which is in development for the Exclaim balloon mission. It features an analog of a grading spectrometer which introduces the phase delay of the grading using meandering superconducting microstrip line. And based on this Exclaim version is based on an earlier prototype that was demonstrated with lower resolution. There are more details of the Explain mission at on one of the posters, but the Explain balloon instrument will fly 6 of these spectrometers. It's a cryogenic telescope to do line intensity mapping. And this is SOFS, Supernating On-Chip Fourier Transform Spectrometer, developed by PI Arito Basu Thakor at Caltech. It is a different approach than the others. An FTS approach includes niobium tinitride or niobium nitride in current implementations, transmission lines, and uses a nonlinear kinetic inductance effect to add the delay or adjust the delay in the FTS spectrometer. So far, I think these have been targeted towards longer wavelengths, but they have efforts starting soon to develop a terahertz design. So that was a very brief high-level overview of the current status of integrated spectrometer development. There are a few areas of development paths that are still required to develop this towards these future space missions. One area is in wavelength coverage. So for application in a flagship class type mission or like an OSC concept, designs operating down to shorter wavelengths of 273 are required, which would require higher transition temperature transmission line materials, and that would be require change of materials for some designs. And then also in this area, continued development, which is already ongoing, of expanding the bandwidth and broadband optical coupling features of the spectrometers to maximize the bandwidth for a single spectrometer pixel. As there's already been discussion of this morning, integration with kids with lower NEPs. And so that could go in, I guess, it could go in parallel development push towards smaller volume kit designs, but also integration of that with the spectrometer. Integrated spectrometers would be another important part of that. Along with that, considerations of stray light control in the spectrometer and packaging designs and demonstrations in the laboratory. I believe Phil has a talk later this afternoon on parallel advancements as well with the KID readout technology to scale up the focal plane and array sizes. And then there are also a couple areas where the spectrometers have not yet hit their fundamental limits. If required by science, for example, the grading and filter bank designs could increase resolutions up to around 1,000, and also opportunities for increasing optical efficiency towards fundamental limits. So my takeaway message is there's this opportunity by integrated spectrometers to reduce the volume required for IR spectroscopy in space. This could be especially impactful in the long wave far IR, where spectrometers take up a significant fraction of instrument size. There's a lot of work going on with technology development right now with integrated spectrometers, and some of these designs have been demonstrated or nearing demonstration in ground or balloon platforms, increasing the technology readiness level. But there's still many areas of investment in this technology will be needed to develop them for future space missions. Thank you. Hi, time for questions. See everybody, but it's still back to lunch.
Hi. Do you know offhand, like, what limits the spectral resolution of the microspec? I mean, I know for the filter banks, it's, some combination of coupling loss and superconductor. So
So there's, yeah, for the grading, there's two aspects to the design. There's the, and they both link back to the dielectric loss. So there's the phase control, which limits the resolution, and then also the efficiency that limits that. So we end up with sort of from our understanding of where we can go, something around 1,000 or so as well.
In the K event spectrometer that you showed.
Sure, yeah.
I had a question. The noise performance of this is not limited by short noise, like it's limited by boson. The wave noise. See that many of the other devices, other bands, you will be limited by short noise.
In most cases, it depends on the background. For all of them.
Right.
There's no amplifier yet.
Right.
Direct detectors.
Yes. Okay. I mean, generally, in all these detectors, there's a combination of short noise and wave noise. Right? Short to the wavelength, the short noise dominates.
That's right.
And longer wavelength to the boson noise.
Yeah. Depending on the background that you're looking at. In space, it will be short noise.
Yeah.
Until you get to the scene. In the ground, it's kind of in the crossover, from a good site.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that doesn't depend on the architecture. That comparison does not depend on that.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, question.
Oh, yeah.
When discussing using methods for the detector element, that incorporating membranes was maybe one reason why you wouldn't use TESs, but my understanding is that using membranes helps achieve really good MKIT sensitivity. Are they particularly difficult to incorporate in these spectrometer designs or something?
That may depend a little bit on approach. I mean, I think membranes are in any case more complexity, I think anyone would say. But yes, if they're necessary, then it's certainly possible, both for TSs or MKIDs, yeah.
We have a question online from Michael Warner. He wants to know what sets the lower wavelength limit at 273 microns?
Yes, so that is the transmission line material that's used. Current approaches here. So current approaches are using niobium or niobium tinitride, which has a transition temperature that sets the 273 micron limit. I think maybe they'll be, going to a higher transition material. You need low loss basically through the lines.
Okay, let's thank Emily again. We'll move on to our next speaker coming up. Next, we'll have a talk from Okay, so our next speaker is Tom McGee, who will be talking about IR studies of mass accretion and feedback for low mass protostars.
Okay, well, this is going to be, can everyone hear me?
Nope.
You're
not on.
Yeah. Now we can hear myself. Well, thanks to the SOC to give me an opportunity to talk to a audience in a real life room, to real life people. It's just a great experience to be back at a live meeting with you. I really appreciate this opportunity. I also appreciate the opportunity to talk about one of my favorite topics, which is low mass star formation. And I should say that a lot of the work on low mass stars and young low mass stars has been in the context of planet formation. But here I'm really going to focus on the topic of star formation, understanding how these stars form, and also how we can use them to sort of trace star formation in a more general sense. Now, the far infrared has been really essential for understanding low mass star formation. You can sort of see this. This is an image. Let me see if we get the laser pointer here. It's a Spitzer image in the background, but the Herschel image that you see here in red and in orange is basically the 70 micron and 160 microns. And you see the protostars, the stars that are still accreting, glowing brightly at these wavelengths, as well as seeing sort of the cold molecular cloud material in the filamentary form at longer wavelengths. And so you can see in this data from the Herschel Orion protostar survey how essential the far infrared is for detecting and studying these objects. And this work, by the way, is really the work, it's built on the foundations of the Herschel Orion protostar and its huge team of people who've done all this amazing stuff. Also, we're doing an EHOPS now. We're extending the survey not from just protostars in Orion, but every protostar within 500 parsecs. And there's also the Orion, the Final Epic project, which I'll show you a little bit later. The two topics here that I wanted to focus on are accretion and feedback, right? So mass accretion is basically the conversion of interstellar matter into stellar matter, right? It's one of the most fundamental processes in the universe, and we need to understand it. Also, if we know the total sort of mass accretion rate, for example, an entire cluster, we can use this to measure star formation rates, not just for an individual star, but we can use it to measure the accretion rate for an entire cluster, right? So understanding accretion is essential. Now, I have here a picture from an image from Hable et al., 1.6 microns from HST, which even though it has this beautiful resolution, it cannot penetrate into the interior of the protostar. And so I basically placed this artist conception from Robert Hurt just to make sure everyone sort of knows what our basic conception of a low mass protostar is. And this idea has been, we've known that low mass protostars look like this for about 40 years now. And in the center, there's basically a accreting hydrostatically supported protostar. There's an infalling envelope, which is supplied to gas, but of course, because it has angular momentum, it lands on a disk and the gas accretes through that disk, launching an outflow as it does through interactions with magnetic fields. And then outflow then affects the surrounding environment, right? So these are all the sort of different elements, right? So you can see the accretion is basically this process of the material going from the disk onto the star. Now, even though we know sort of the basic elements of this picture, we don't know the details of this process, and we don't know how they all fit together to produce things like the initial mass function. So for example, simulators like here in the StarForge project, and I recommend highly you watch their video, use basically simulations of turbulent molecular clouds. They add in magnetic fields. It has gravity, of course, and they try to form a cluster with a realistic initial mass function. And they resolve scales down to you know, 1/10 of a parsec or below, but to get the right masses, they need outflows from the young stars. And so they actually have a little prescription where these young stars basically, you know, launch outflows, and that ejects part of the mass, and that's how you get the right initial mass function. Of course, they can't actually simulate these outflows. They need a prescription to do that, and that's one of the things the observers need to help provide them. Now, from an observational perspective, one of the biggest results, I think, from the Spitzer era is that we have now identified that molecular clouds have star forming relations, just like galaxies do. And so this is the work of Polkerl et al., where we show the star formation rate per surface area versus the column density of gas. And you can see each one of these is a different molecular cloud. There's a very strong correlation between the star formation rate and the column density of molecular gas. And when you correct that column density of gas for the free fall time, you actually find a relationship where basically every free fall time, about 3% of the gas is converted into stars. And what's amazing here is I have thrown in, some of you may recognize these names here, clouds which have, high mass stars, clouds which are just low mass stars, a whole range of properties, and they all show very tightly the same correlation, which is a small amount of spread. And so these clouds and star formations are regulated by processes other than massive stellar feedback, right? There's turbulence, there's magnetic fields, but for these simulators to get these to try to reproduce this, they need outflows from low mass stars. So those outflows are important. Okay, so when we talk about accretion, when is most of the mass accreted? And it turns out that's during what we call the class 0 phase of protostars. And the class 0 phase is basically, these are spectral energy distributions where we show the, oh boy, I'm having a little trouble here with the laser pointer. The wavelength versus the flux, and here's the spectral energy distributions created from the Hobbs team. And you can see that the class 0s, the peaks are around 100 microns. And then as the protostars evolve, these peaks move to shorter and shorter wavelengths. Okay. Now, one of the things one of my students has done is he's taken ALMA ACA data, which is low resolution, and the Van Dam survey from John Tobin, which resolves the disks with the 12-meter ALMA array. And he's actually looked at the ratio of the amount of flux in the disks to these overall envelopes. This is basically sort of a flux of the envelope plus the disk. And when you take that ratio, this is basically the ratio of the flux in the disk to the envelope plus disk, you find that class 0s tend to almost all have ratios less than 0.5. But the other protostars, the ratios start going above 0.5. And 0.5 is basically where we think about 80% of the mass is accreted. So about 80% of mass accretion happens in class 0 phase. And you can see that the peak there is right in the middle of the far infrared. Right. Okay. So now let's come to the issue of variability. And this is the area where there's a lot of interest at the moment. And this is actually data from the original cryo survey of the from Spitzer and the Orion TFE, which is a repeat during the WARM mission. And you can sort of see, this is from Zachary et al. This previous work, by the way, was from Sam Fetterman, who's a grad student at University of Toledo. This is the work of another recent PhD from Toledo, Wafa Zachary. And here you can actually see there's a protostar here, Hobbs 12, which between 2004 and 2016 basically erupted in an outburst, right? And so here you see this is actually pre-outburst, this is post-outburst, here's pre-outburst, here's post-outburst, right? And you see the same thing here. This is another protostar, Hobbs 124. And so in the mid-infrared, we're starting to detect outburst from class 0 protostars. And we need the mid-infrared because you can't detect them invisible and you can barely detect them in the near infrared. So you need space-based telescope to detect these things. And that's a problem, right? Now, here's just to give you an idea of what the light curves are like for these kinds of data. Remember, we don't have mid-infrared data that has like really sort of high cadence time domain observations. So we're cobbling data from many different surveys together. And so here's, for example, Hobbs 12, which in 2004 started here and then bursted by 2009. And by 2019, it was still going. And if you can throw in some WISE data and you sort of get the same thing. So these are outbursts which grow by a factor of 5. And they last over 15 years. Now, what causes these outbursts? It's basically mass accretion. The luminosity of the class 0 protostars is dominated by accretion. And so when you see the luminosity increase by many factors, 5 or 3 or whatever it is, that's basically the mass accretion rate going up. And by knowing the number of protostars that have burst, which is 3 over the whole time period we've been able to observe them, which is about 13 years, we estimate that the rate of burst is once per every 400 years. So every class 0 protostar, we think, undergoes a burst every 400 years of a factor of about 5 or so. So these things are very variable, right? So accretion is a very variable event. We need to understand that. Now, 4.5 microns is not a good place to measure the luminosity of protostars. It's basically light from the inner disk that's getting scattered out of outflow cavities. And if that sounds complicated, it is. But if you go to the far infrared, you're measuring at the peak of the reprocessed radiation, and you can measure the change in the luminosity, right? So here's Hobbs 383, the first class 0 outburst that was discovered, which basically by Emily Saffron in 2013. And here it is at Herschel at the peak of its burst, and here it is with Sophia after the burst is over. And here's the light curve at 4.5 microns. You can sort of see, although the colors are not coming out so well, this is where we measured it at the peak with PAX, and here basically after the outburst is where we measured it with Hawk. Now we've done this with multiple instruments, sometimes at 25 microns with Spitzer and Sophia, and sometimes with Herschel, Sophia, and Spitzer at 70 microns. And we find that the accretion, the luminosity is changing by about a factor of 4 to a factor of 10, right? So that's how much these things are increasing. What does that mean in terms of mass accretion? The question is, how much of the mass is actually accreted during these bursts? Well, if they happen every 400 years and they last for 15 years and they increase by this much, it could be as high as 40 to 100%, depending on the object. But the problem is, and you can see I put these ranges here, there's large uncertainties because our statistics are poor. And you can also see that we're cobbling many different types of data together that are very incompletely sampled, right? We're lucky to get these light curves in the first place, but they're not complete, and we don't know what's happening in between the observations and stuff. And longer wavelength observations are super incomplete, right? So this is a real problem that maybe future far infrared missions can actually solve by taking more regular observations of protostars. Now, protostars also have variability on shorter timescales. This is work by Rawaj Pokral, who recently went through existing archival data from Herschel, which over 2 years looked at the 70 micron luminosity or 70 micron fluxes of protostars in the Orion Nebula Cluster region. And here's just 2 examples. Here's HOPS 88, which sort of went through, it's not huge, but sort of increased by about 30% and went down. And then here's HOPS 370, which we'll talk about later, which seems to have like a factor of about 10% variation. And actually over 2-year time scale, the variations are not huge. They tend to be less than about 0.2, 20%, although you do get larger variations. So one of the things that we need is to measure the variability over long time scales. And that's what makes this project really difficult. But that's where we find out the really important stuff about how variable mass accretion is and what fraction of the mass is accreted during large outbursts. All right, I forgot to keep track of my time. Okay, now there's also cases where we do see large variability on very short timescales. This is a class 0 protostar, in the IC348 cluster. I have very little of my time left, which has a period of 25 days. And here is actually data taken at 1.6 microns by James Muzzerall, and I'll do that again. And you can actually see light echoes coming out of this outflow cavity here. And then at 70 microns, you can actually see this fluctuation where it actually fluctuates about a factor of 4 periodically every 25.34 days. These are basically pulses of accretion, probably triggered by a binary star that's not resolved. Now I have underestimated how long I would go on in each slide. So let me just do this very quickly. The other far infrared science that we can do is basically using far infrared lines. And these come from the outflows emitted by these protostars. And these are spectra here taken with Herschel of a number of protostars in HOPS. And these lines here are basically oxygen 1, sorry, I'm going to stop pointing at these. I'll use my hands. Oxygen 1, carbon monoxide, and also water lines. And the carbon monoxide lines, the high J lines, are actually an excellent tracer of outflows. And here's a plot where we show the far infrared LCO luminosity versus the bolometric luminosity. You see that for these protostars are very tightly correlated. And so this actually gives us a very nice measure of the amount of energy that's being injected into the molecular cloud by outflows, and in a manner that is not affected by extinction, which is a major problem. I should say that one of the things, and I'll flash through this very quickly, but I could talk to people about this later, is that we don't really know exactly where this far infrared emission is coming from. Some of it might be coming from the jet, some of it might be coming from the bow shock at the end of the jet as it slams into the cloud, and some of it seems to be the gas that's actually entrained by the bow shock and is being heated maybe by internal shock. We don't know exactly how. And this is a paper that I've been writing that's in my Hall of Shame because it's been sitting on overleaf for too long, partially because there's a lot of very confusing aspects about this protostar. For example, we see a jet in one direction, but we don't see the jet in the other direction, but we know it's there. So we don't know what kind of material is tracing it. It might be fully ionized. But this is a case where, although for getting the whole spectra, lower resolution spectra might be important, having velocity resolved spectra is also very important, particularly in cases like this intermediate luminosity protostar, HOPS 373, which has a very large resolved outflow. Okay, I'll make one last point here. This is just the youngest protostars that we think we've found. This thing 402 we think might be less than 6,000 years old. It's invisible here's a patch data, here's Spitzer data. It's invisible at 25 microns, right? But it's very bright at 70 microns. You resolve it with ALMA into VLA. This is a 100 AU scale here. And there's a huge amount of matter compressed, about 0.83 solar masses in about 100 AU zone, as far as we can tell. It's optically thick at 870 microns. And these are objects, this is a paper from Carneth et al., 2020, which we think are the youngest protostars. They can only be studied in the far infrared. It's sort of critical to understand for these, to understand the initial formation of the hydrostatic core that is then later going to be creating gas. Okay. So I think I've gone over my time. I'm out of practice here, so if I got to set my watch. But here's just some prospects I'll just go over. And maybe we could just discuss this for a moment because I'm out of time for questions. Or 4 minutes? Okay. So let me just run through these. Why is the far infrared important? Hopefully I sort of viewed some of that during this talk, but they're important for measuring the luminosity of protostars. They're important for detecting the youngest protostars, which are literally invisible shortward of 70 microns. They are critical, hopefully I've convinced you to some degree, of assessing the role of variability in mass accretion. And time domain studies in the far infrared could really help this. And also time domain studies that combine, say, data from Roman, which would duplicate, if I remember, I showed you this movie of these HST 1.6 micron images with these light echoes. And then I showed you that the far infrared showed the same variability, showing the variation in accretion luminosity, that those two types of observations together, those two time domain observations might be very powerful at sort of understanding a number of aspects about low mass star formation. Right. Low mass stars also have emit far infrared emission from outflows, which have the advantage that we can detect them even in regions of very high extinction and measure the power dissipated in shocks. And so I think there's one of the things that we have, I didn't really have time to go through, is there's a synergy between space missions like Herschel, which had high sensitivity, and then missions like Sophia, which had spectral resolution and helped us sort of dissect and understand the most luminous outflows. And then, as I said, I think there's opportunities for synergies in time domain studies with Roman and also maybe NeoSurveyor if they overlapped in time with a probe mission. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, time for some questions.
That sounds like very interesting. Mike, if we had to pin you down, what would you say you'd like to see for a revisit rate?
I'm sorry.
Survey, the cold telescope can be very sensitive.
Yeah.
Probably more sensitive in the continuum than the lines, faster. So if you had to design something, what might it look like? Design a survey.
Yeah. So there's questions. I mean, the stars, the protostars are very clustered in molecular clouds. So you could survey them fairly rapidly. I haven't really thought about different approaches. So different approaches could be the following, that you just survey them multiple times, right? Which you could do. Another approach you could do is you could observe each one of them once initially, and then if there's a trigger, for example, NeoSurveyor might be a really good trigger because there's a lot of star forming regions within its field of view. You can go and follow it up very quickly. And there might be some advantages of doing it not with just imaging, but spectra in that case, because you can see how the spectra vary with time. So there are different approaches, and I don't know which one is best, but they all require an agile telescope, like a Spitzer agile telescope, and they require time. Yeah. So.
I guess, I'll follow up. Would you suggest months, weeks, years? If you had to set a time you'd like to revisit?
Oh, like what's the cadence? Oh, okay.
In other words, if we're using the farm.
Yeah. That's actually a really interesting question. I think the answer to all of those is a bit of yes, that you'd want to do something where you would do like long-term, everything, right? But it doesn't have to be all at once. You could do like monitoring every year. But then you could also do a few regions where you monitor them at a very high cadence to understand the variability at the shorter times. And so I think the problem is you see that there's variability on every time scale that we can measure. But the long time scale might be the more interesting. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little slow today. I just got a late flight. Yeah.
Tom, you have mentioned this correlation between CO fluxes and the volumetric luminosity. I suppose at the moment you don't know how this correlates over time. objects together at a time.
No, we don't. It would be interesting. Most of these objects are unresolved by Herschel, the CO emission. But Herschel had pretty big pixels, right? So these could be extending out of sort of a light travel time of 100, like 100 years or something. So it would be interesting, but I'm not sure you would see something. It would be interesting because you could actually get some information on the scale at which the emission is coming from. So, you might want to get spectra of objects, not just the SUVs, but the SUVs and the lines to do this kind of work or to begin the variability of some objects. So, possibility.
And thank Tom again. One more talk in this session before we head to our learning part of the afternoon.
Good.
So next up is Phil Malkoff, who's going to be talking about space qualified FPGA based readout electronics for superconducting detector arrays.
All right.
Bring your slides up. A second. You want PowerPoint or PDF?
Let's either one. Whichever is faster.
This seems to be working better.
Okay. Oh, I got the title right. That's good. Oops. Okay, there. I think that's good. I'm on.
You are on.
All right. Well, this is really great to see everybody. A lot of people I haven't seen in person for quite a long time. I really wanted to start by thanking the organizers for organizing this and having me here, and then setting up the talks. I am finding the alternating between the science and technology to be really interesting and good. Also, I'm also finding that the way the technology talks have been, they've set up this talk so that, since it's the last one after lunch before we break again, some of people who talked before have already said, oh wait, I can take this off. There we go. Have already said some of the things I'm going to say, so you can fall asleep if you need to, but I'll try and keep it as interesting as I can. So I wanted to thank Johannes, Mike, Carrie, and John for all of them for mentioning that readout electronics may be something we want to think about quite hard if we need large arrays and we need to read them out, because this might be one of the more difficult problems. I'm going to say today that I think readout electronics, it's kind of like your iPhone or your smartphone. When you first got it, it was really amazing technology. And now we take it for granted. And that's going to be the same here. Right now, we're like, oh, this is really amazing. We can read out lots of detectors and it's not going to take a lot of power. But I'm hoping by the time, either the time the probe missions and new probe missions are going, or even larger missions, readout electronics will not actually be the thing that everybody is worried about in terms of the mission design. So here, I'm going to zip through because we've had the science talks and we'll have some more. I have a bunch of slides which just show that I read the 387 pages or however many there were of the decadal report. And I will note that in the decadal report, all right, I'm going to do the same thing as everybody else. Is that? Oh, that was not it. Oh, it's a little tiny dot. Anyway, they called out detectors, but also low noise and stable, so 1/f noise readouts were important. There's a lot more words that I highlighted in red, but I also wanted to repeat what Carrie said about balloon missions, and we've already heard a few details about some of these balloon missions. In the decadal, they call out balloon missions, suborbital missions, sounding rockets, and balloons. Have played a significant role, not only in science, but maybe even more importantly in testing new technologies and training students and researchers. And so that's particularly true of this area of readout electronics, where a lot of the development recently has happened
in the context of balloon missions. So I'll explain that too. This is about the training and general instrumentation. Okay, so we're here and mostly talking about far infrared astronomy. So some of the work that I've been involved with that's been relevant for readout is and this is a balloon mission called BLAST. BLAST is shown. It's this thing down here is a drawing. So it flew from Antarctica right before the pandemic. It was a 2.5 meter telescope, far infrared. It had 3,500 kinetic inductance detectors on board in the Herschel bands, basically, but with polarization sensitivity. It was the first demonstration of microwave multiplex readout of superconducting detector arrays. In the far infrared on a balloon-borne platform, it was just beaten by the first demonstration of actually the same readout technology that we had provided for another instrument, Olympo, which also flew on a balloon and was at longer wavelengths. It used the readout for the kinetic inductance detectors, used an open source FPGA board called a Roach 2 board that was developed by the Casper Consortium for radio astronomy, mostly applications. The center of that board was a chip, an FPGA chip. For those of you who mostly study stars, the FPGA is field programmable gate array. This is a massively parallel digital signal processing chip that is configurable. And so this one was made by Xilinx. It's called a Vertex 6. And the whole readout system used about 0.5 kilowatt of power to read out the 3,500 detectors. So currently, there are a number of balloon missions that are in the works. We've heard a little bit about Explain. I think we've also maybe heard a little bit about terahertz intensity mapper. We might hear more about that one. Both of these missions, balloon missions, are also using kinetic inductance detectors, and they're using a similar type of readout, but with different hardware, which I'll talk about in a minute. And then, of course, there's all the future missions and ideas that people are talking about here. So what kind of readout electronics am I talking about? Well, as I said, we started developing this in particular for reading out arrays of these superconducting resonators, kinetic inductance detectors. And these are naturally read out with a microwave frequency multiplexing scheme. And again, I appreciate the previous talks that already sort of started to introduce this. This is just some data showing what happens as a function of temperature or optical loading to a resonator, the scattering parameters for a resonator. These are the 3 blast arrays that were all made here in Colorado at NIST. This is a schematic, mainly just showing this. So there's a Roach board. Then there's for this readout system, you have ADCs, analog to digital converters, and digital to analog converters. You're basically what's happening is this is programmed to create a set of frequency tones. Each tone corresponds to the resonant frequency of one of your detectors, and each detector has a different resonant frequency so that you can know which one you're reading out and which one is detecting something. And then they get combined and all sent out into your cryostat, which is here, your detector array is there. And then the transmitted tones come back out and are redigitized and then mixed together with the tones that you sent. And then you see, oh, what's changed and what's happening to these resonators. It's the technology that we're using is not, we haven't had to invent all of the hardware by any means by hand. In fact, we're piggybacking on hardware and electronics technology that is being used for communications. So for your cell phone, but also for other things like radar and for electronic warfare. I started getting emails saying, since you're interested in electronic warfare, when I started buying these boards, you might be interested in our new product, And so I wasn't interested in electronic warfare, but then I thought, well, I should read it, see what it is. It's pretty interesting. If you want to know about it, come talk to me after we both get our security clearance. So anyway, after we developed the readout system and flew it for blast using this Roach 2, we started getting involved with new projects and also discovered that there was new hardware because we got emails. And so we had a NASA Strategic Advancement Technology grant to port or develop readouts that we could use on new, higher tech, faster, better chips. So this was using something that, again, somebody has mentioned already, this integrated RF SoC, which stands for RF System on Chip. The idea was to reduce, so blast used 450 watts to read out 3,500 detectors. So we wanted to reduce, that's a lot of power. That's for something like if you had 100,000 detectors, it doesn't scale in space. So we need to reduce the size, weight, and power for both balloon board and space-based readout systems. So that was the goal. Test these electronic systems. Some of them have not been tested or used in space or on balloons. So we wanted to do some testing. And then develop new types of algorithms. This was a partnership between ASU, here, University of Colorado, and people at NIST. So Doug Bennett, Joseph Imrek or Maji here, and NASA Goddard. I keep wanting to press the arrow button over there. Oh, and that table didn't come out. Okay. So this is a comparison. But the table didn't show up here. Basically, the bottom line is that the new hardware, the new chips are more than 10 times lower power and more than, well, so a total of about 64, almost two orders of magnitude reduction in power per bandwidth or power per number of pixel or number of detectors you can read out. So a Roach-based system might use on order 450 watts to read out 3,500 detectors, and this system would use about 45 watts or 35 watts to read out the same number of detectors. So that's a big reduction. So that was good. This is just a schematic of the readout system that we used on blast and that we were porting over onto the new hardware. It has ADCs and DACs and then internal parts. Some of this was using, so what you have to do is you have to program these chips, and it's not completely like software, it's called firmware. And then some people make these blocks that you can use, but you have to often modify them and make your own. So anyway, we had to make a few modifications. This is a picture of this new board, this RF SoC board. This is a product from Xilinx called the ZCU111 board. We also had to make some peripherals for this. So we made and designed and made our own boards. This is a breakout board that has 4 channels of ADCs and 4 channels of DACs. There's a total of 8 you could have of each coming off, but we're currently only using 4. And then here's an analog off what's called an IF board that takes all the signals that you produce on this board and then up converts them into the band that your detectors are resonating, and then down converts them again when they come back through. So we've been working on this project, building a bunch of things. We had a bunch of goals. We've completed most of the goals. We still have a few that are in progress. But here's just a couple of snapshots just showing, some results and things that come out. So this is just showing on a spectrum analyzer, measuring the outputs of the tones from the RF SoC. And here you can see the full band of tones. And then this is zooming in so that you see individually where they are. This is up converted and then with the IF board. This is a box that's just showing what this analog part might look like. And we've built a bunch of these now that can go from roughly 100 megahertz up to 8 gigahertz or more. These are being used also now on the ground. The up converting, down converting boxes that we built are being used in experiments on the ground, like Toltec, Muscat, and also several other projects that are currently ongoing. So here, one of the things I guess that we're working on now is measuring and characterizing the performance, and one of the important performance characteristics is the 1/f noise, and also the white noise level. And so this is a measurement of the noise versus frequency, and the different curves are showing for reading out different numbers of detectors. And so the takeaway here is that somewhere here is the bit noise of a single tone if you have the maximum signal going out. This is a dynamic range. It's like minus 145 dB or dBc per hertz. And then this is for a single tone, and as you add tones, the white noise goes up because basically each one of the tones that you're dividing the power. So basically the effective white noise, this is a dynamic range noise, so it's divided by the amplitude of the signal that you're putting out. So as the signal goes down, the white noise goes up. And what you see is that there is intrinsic 1/f noise. This 1/f noise is mostly due to jitter in the clock that you're using to generate the tones. But this gets hidden as you add more tones by the white noise. The detector noise is somewhere up here on this graph above the top at around minus 90 dBc per hertz or so, or minus 95. This was for the blast readout and the Toltec readout. And this is a recent measurement of a loopback for the RF-SOC. And this is for 1,000 tones. What you can see is that we're still working a little bit. So when you implement these things, you have to be careful with your digital signal processing. So we actually get there's a wrapping thing that we get overflow errors, and that causes excess white noise and 1/f. This is 10 hertz here. This is 1 hertz. So again, most of these curves are around minus 100 dBc and pretty flat down to fairly low frequencies. We're still haven't gotten a lot of long integration data to really check out the 1/f performance. We also work on software, and so one of the things that we do at ASU is we have to write the firmware, write the software to run all these boards. Again, for all of the users, what the goal is that this is like your iPhone. You don't need to know what is inside. You just have a user interface that you can use, and it all works. And so we try and do this, and we publish everything on GitHub. So we're all open source, and we have various ways of interfacing. And this is a snapshot of a graphical user interface with real data. This is really running 2 tones or a single tone in the system. It's the new one. So the old one that we had for the blast was called KidPy, Kinetic Inductance Detector Python. This one is called RF Borg at the moment, I guess to take over everything. So we have software that we've been developing for this as well. And then the last thing I'll say is space qualified. So I said at the beginning of the talk, this is a very techie talk, I know, but it's supposed to be space qualified. So we've done some space qualification. One of the things we did was take this board and try and turn it into something that could work in vacuum. And this is the same thing we did actually for the Roach board when to fly it on the balloon. So this is what we call balloon qualification. And so we use these heat pipes. And the main thing that problem you have on the balloon is there's no air. Normally there's a fan sitting right here that cools down the chip, which is where all the power is being dissipated. So instead we put these big copper heat sinks that have these pipes, and then we bolt it to a heat sink down there. Now, when we ran the Roach 2 in the balloon in the thermal vacuum chamber, it heated up pretty close to its maximum temperature. When we ran this in a vacuum chamber, a large vacuum chamber, down at balloon out pressures, it heated up, but by about 10 degrees C. But in fact, it was only a few degrees C between here and here. And so this is a lot less than in the Roach. And the reason is that the power dissipation is less. We measured the power dissipation of this board running full firmware, which could run basically 4,000 detectors. And it was 26 watts, 29 watts. So that was successful. For space, so what is the space version? How do you get things like this to work in space? This is probably a small table for people to read in the back. So I'll just say that anybody using this type of electronics in space uses a Vertex 5 chip, which is the sort of best radiation hard space-based FPGA chip that exists. But now there's a new chip that is very similar to the one that is on that board that we were just using, that is much more capable and has a similar sort of ratio of approximately 10 times computing power for the same power dissipation. And this is a radiation tolerant chip. It's a nice picture of it, the ad here, and it's been flown in space. And so the plan would be that right now you could use this chip and implement the firmware and the readout system that we've been using, we haven't gone through and done exactly what the full design would be, because you have to design separately the ADCs and DACs, but you could do that. So my conclusions are, this is an area that, again, is rapidly developing. Lots of other groups are working on this. Fermilab, Stanford SLAC, Colorado here, NASA Goddard, UCSB, Princeton, JPL, et cetera. There's a bunch of papers out. ASU, all of our firmware and software is open source. So you can buy the hardware, you can download the software, download the firmware, and you can run this yourself. And then I'll just say that's my image of BLAST that I will leave you with. So thank you.
Okay, so I think we have time for maybe one question. So, Mike.
Hi, Mike. I feel like we've been hearing about this problem for a long time. You're making awesome progress. That power, factor of 10 killer. I guess my question is, when is good enough good enough? Like, when do you stop? Well, what's the decision metric?
Yeah, I think once the readout is not, I think we stopped once people stopped talking about it. And I think it's like with SphereX, right? It was like the survey. How are we going to do the survey, right? That was like the top of the list, and now nobody ever talks about it, right? And I think it's going to be the same thing. So people are going to be like, oh, the readout, we have to get the readout, and then, oh, nobody's going to talk about it anymore because we'll fix it.
Is there a metric? I mean, 35 watts, and then you fly it on a balloon like Hurt Your Gun?
Yeah. Well, I think you need to scale to the space version. So Matt wants to answer your question.
I agree with what you're saying. When the power dissipation of the readout is not the important term in the number of pixels that you can have, then you're done.
Yeah.
But the space qualified FPGA is not the same as an RFSoC with the integrated ADC.
Correct.
And that's where the power savings comes in. So I'm not so sure it's directly portable. So I would ask you, Bill, if you could comment on the merits of, let's say, an ASIC approach, which integrates the mixed signal stuff with the FPGA functionality as a way to save power. Yeah, there's a whole path to go down for that. Versus using the FPGA like what you described.
Right. So yeah, there's two ways that power is saved. One is just by having smaller transistors. So the Kintex is 20 nanometers versus transistor versus technology versus the Vertex 5, which is 65 nanometers. So that saves you the 10 times on the computation. The second way you save power is by integrating it all in one chip with the ADCs and DACs. So I think the answer to your question is, we need to do the power budget and see, do we need the ASICs or not? And I would say, kind of what Mike was saying,
Probably not. But we don't know, so, yeah. Very techy.
So thanks Phil again, and we can continue this discussion. So we've reached the start of our workshop session. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier. On the back of your name tag, there's a little corner of red text. And it says Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and there's a number next to each day. So we're Wednesday, this is our first breakout group. And you guys have all been assigned randomly into one of 5 groups. So I know Jake sent out an email while we've been in the session that gave you a link to some Google Slides. And we sent out emails before with this daunting list of 15 questions that we wanted you all to think about. So those 15 questions were split up into 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So we're going to tackle the 5 questions that were labeled Wednesday today, which we said were big picture. And what we're going to do now is have everybody go find their group and discuss whichever question you've been assigned. But there's homework here, right? So we're not just having a discussion and like that's it. The goal is to go to these Google Slides, and as you're having a discussion in your group, to kind of take notes on the Google Slide. And then when we come back for the breakout at the end of the day, we're all back in this room, each of the 5 groups will come and sort of share what they talked about in their group, right? Anything else I should mention? So find your group number. We have signs up. So there's 3 signs in the back of the room here. So for groups 3, kind of over there, 4, maybe in the middle, 5 over there. Groups 1 and 2 are actually in these 2 separate rooms that are across the hall. So if you go like straight out these doors, you'll find group 1, I think, over there, and group 2 over here. So go find your group, chat about a question. You can obviously discuss all of the 5 questions, but you have to actually like take notes on the one you're assigned. And in about half an hour, there will end up being cookies outside in the shape of photos. So you can go and grab a cookie and then keep discussing, and we'll be back here in an hour. We'll have to
By the way, at least one of the microphones is off and stretch.
I was noticing that, yeah.
1, 2. That's that.
Hello, everybody. Slowly find seats. We have more workshop. Hello. Really loud. Okay. So we have 2 more talks. And then we're going to come back and debrief those small breakout discussions. So let's start with our first talk of this last session of the day. Jens Kaufman will be talking about paradigm shifts in mission design enabled by the SpaceX Starship.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. It's not on? It is on. It's just not aligned.
Oh, there you go.
It is on. Better now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. So a one, huh? It's not progressing.
Click on the slide.
Yeah.
Also, is your mic on?
Yeah, okay, now it's working.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So clarification, this is meant as a conversation starter. This is not anything I have spent much time on working out, but I think it's something important to keep an eye on for the next decade. Mic is on. Is this better now? Okay, then it's just a matter of placing it. Sorry. Maybe I'm trying it like this. And I'm not an expert in this field. So don't ask too many complicated questions at the end of this talk. I start with the summary. And so concerning large missions that you would fly with the SpaceX Starship, they can be more massive, more voluminous, and more capable probably, but probably not less costly. So we are going to be stuck with the same mission costs for the big missions that we consider. But very interestingly and importantly, there will be a possibility for exploratory missions that are very capable, retrievable, importantly, and ideal for rapid mission development. So why am I talking about this as a non-specialist coming from MIT Haystack, which doesn't really do spaceflight? Well, we actually do a bit of spaceflight. We starting a CubeSat program. And more importantly, we have an interest in launch capabilities because we are also interested in space-based VLBI because we are deeply involved with the Event Horizon Telescope. That's one of the reasons why I started looking into some of this. By the way, in case you want to discuss space-based VLBI, that's a general topic of great interest to me, in case you want to talk about this here. So SpaceX Starship, quick introduction. It's the biggest rocket here in this figure. So it's going to be a really massive vehicle with very, I'm sorry, that's covered up, very large payload to orbit. So compared to existing systems, it's going to increase the payload to GTO or LEO by something like a factor 2. It's not the only such rocket that's going to increase the payload mass in the next few years, but it is going to increase it. And another nice aspect is it's going to increase the payload volume. Just here for reference, this is James Webb fitted into the envelope of the Starship as advertised at the moment. Then the idea is that the Starship opens up like this, payload comes out, and then Starship returns back to Earth. What's the impact on large missions? As you've seen, they can be more massive, they can be more voluminous, and they can probably be more capable because more mass and more volume gives you more capability. But probably not much less costly because launch costs do not dominate the costs for missions. Going to be an interesting, useful delta, but not of magnitude or anything like this. But there's a secondary impact because missions can be more massive and more bulky. That can, in some cases, reduce the mission cost. TK, for example, mentioned earlier today the problem of deployable millimeter and sub-millimeter apertures, which is a really big problem at the moment. But if you can fit a large unfolded mirror right into the launcher right from the start, that will make mission designs much less complicated, faster, and potentially cheaper. But the most interesting aspect of the vehicle is actually that it can return to Earth. So here you see it rotate into an upright position, and then it lands, kind of, hopefully eventually. So this brings up the interesting question, how realistic is all of this, what I'm going to talk about today. So we're often going to see SpaceX is famous for images like this, where the vehicle goes up in flames. Whether this is a problem or not depends on your perspective. As you see here, this vehicle has safely landed. So it's just a matter of perspective. But let's go away from that. Obviously, this is currently a development phase. If you look at the Falcon 9, has by now landed successfully in 111 out of 122 attempts, and 88 reflights of the first stage boosters have happened so far. So this is a very, very reliable system. Starship has for the first time landed roughly a year ago successfully from a suborbital test. So they go up something like 10 kilometers and come back. And they think this is working now in a sufficiently safe manner that they're going to attempt a launch probably later this year. And of course, keep in mind, SpaceX is famous for a kind of agile development process where they develop minimally functional systems that do not work in all respects, but deliver on what they need to test that particular day. And if they don't want to test a perfect landing, that's then just not delivered on that flight. So I think it's going to work eventually, and that will allow to refly and improve scientific instrumentation that you might want to put on those vehicles. How fast might this happen? So for the Falcon 9, they actually managed to have a very quick ramp up of flights. And keep also interesting here, this bright green, those are all reflights of used boosters. So they managed very much to implement on the Falcon 9 what they want to deliver eventually on Starship. So what could you really do in terms of retrievable scientific experiments? Obviously, there have been previous flights of such experiments on the shuttle. This is an image of Astro 1, which remained attached to the shuttle and was brought back. This is Christa Spass, a German experiment that flew 4 times in different configurations. So this works in principle, has been actually shown in some form. And one interesting question is, can you not only use this for scientific experiments, but also TRL maturation? The shuttle in principle was able to deliver on this, but did in the end not because of the limited flight cadence. So if you would be able to fly more often, this would be a game changer. There's a bit the question, is this all very risky? And we go back to faster, cheaper, better, faster, better, cheaper. If you fly minimalistically functional systems. But of course, given that you can recover and improve the systems after landing, that actually is quite a bit of a risk mitigation. It doesn't work today, maybe it works tomorrow. Starship will be able to fly payloads at less than $10,000 per kilogram, much less, probably a factor 10 less. And that makes it really possible to rapidly refly hardware again, in particular if they really fly this platform like Falcon 9 once every few weeks. And that brings me back to my summary. So I think large missions will benefit substantially from the SpaceX Starship. But what is really interesting is these exploratory missions, which are highly capable, retrievable, and allow you to substantially advance your scientific as well as technology goals. Thank you.
Okay, time for questions.
Gary Melnick, Harvard and Smithsonian. I wouldn't underplay the cheaper part of it. You mentioned it earlier, but using JWST as an example, I don't know the exact dollars, but my feeling is that it was a significant cost associated with designing and integrating and testing all of the things that needed to be deployed. And the fewer items that you need to deploy, the less your I&T costs are. So if you can fly, for example, a non-deployable system versus something that needs to be deployed, my guess is you'll save a significant amount of money. It's not to be minimum.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. I had it on the slide, but somehow forgot to mention it. It's my understanding that there is a team at UC Berkeley that's actually looking into such aspects of cost savings of Starship. What would you gain if you could have less complicated hardware, which I think is what you are suggesting?
Any questions?
So I'm not an expert in this area either, but isn't there a big difference between recovering a booster, recovering something from orbit? Booster doesn't actually make it into orbit.
Well, it's the concept of operations for the Starship is to have a fully reusable vehicle. And yes, that's more complicated. I can't comment on any of those details, but it's obvious that SpaceX feels that they have figured this out. Because if they can't, this is a pretty costly vehicle. If they can't refly the upper stage, that kills the entire business model. And so that's, if that doesn't work, the entire system will not work.
Okay, the main question was, is SpaceX committed to this retrieval from orbit?
Well, there are two parts to this, I guess. It would be relatively easy to have payloads mounted somewhere here in the loading bay that look out and take observations for a couple of days or whatever during the flight time, and then fold it back and land it. It would be more complicated to collect something in orbit and bring that back. But that's why I mentioned this platform here. The shuttle was able to do it. They essentially retrieved objects using the arm and put it back into the payload bay. So it's possible. It's certainly possible.
Yeah, just to comment here about exactly that concept. There was a very early on study named GIRL, a German infrared telescope that was mounted in the bay of the space shuttle, and that idea was given up because of the very contaminated environment around the space shuttle. So there's all kinds of stuff flying around. So you really want something that's more resembling what you had on the right side.
Something like this, of course, having a payload mounted here and looking out, if it's something really compact, this could be essentially a replacement of what you currently have in sounding rockets. If it's a really compact assembly that just has to look out for a few hours, probably could even fly this together with a regular commercial flight. If you have more complicated payloads that also have more complicated pointing requirements, that's another reason why you might not want to have it mounted on the body of the spacecraft, because you need to point the entire assembly. You might have vibrations or contaminations. That's another thing.
Okay, thanks again. So we have one more talk, and then we'll debrief and go back and have a larger.
Sorry about that.
breakout
I
discussion.
guess it's a little more
So
directional.
our last talk today is Ella O'Brien, who's going to talk about the importance of producing and characterizing laboratory analogs of cosmic rays, planetary atmospheres, aerosols, and surface materials.
Can you hear me?
It's not sharing in Zoom. That's because sharing was paused.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to do like singing in the rain. Can you hear me? Yes?
I'm just
On both sides? Okay, good. Hopefully you understand that reference. Stop sharing and then share the whole screen.
All right, we good now?
Yeah.
Sorry, we all hate Zoom, I think, a little bit.
So the clicker is here. Okay, so first, thanks for the opportunity to talk today. I'm going to talk about laboratory astrophysics and hopefully show you some of the things that we can do to support infrared astronomy. So yeah, the idea is to talk about the importance of producing and characterizing laboratory analogs of planetary atmospheric aerosols, surface materials, and cosmic grains. And I'm going to show you some of the things that we've been doing with Titan's atmospheric chemistry, with Pluto, what we can do with exoplanets and protoplanetary disks. And so before I talk about the things that we've been doing, I wanted to show you this slide that I think I've shown to almost all of my talks, that shows the importance of laboratory astrophysics. And so laboratory astrophysics is experimental, but also theoretical work that generates data that is complementary to observations from missions and to models and databases that are used to interpret these observations. And so if you, let me see if I can do this. Yeah. So if you see on the left side, the connection between laboratory astrophysics and missions is that the experimental and theoretical data that we generate through laboratory astrophysics work can be directly compared to observations for the interpretation of these data, but they can also be used to predict the type of observations that can be achieved at certain temperatures, certain pressure in certain environments, so that we can prepare for future missions, future instrument development. And so they can be used to develop new instruments, calibrate new instruments. And then on the right side, you have the connection with models and databases, because the experimental and theoretical data that are generated can then be used as input parameters to constrain the models that are used for the interpretation of observational data. They can also be put into databases that are used by the scientific community to interpret observations. And so these are just a few examples of the type of data that can be generated: spectra, mass spectra, Raman spectra, optical constants, but also tools that are in databases that can be used with the data What I'm going to talk about today in particular is optical constants. And so the optical constants are critical input parameters in models to simulate the absorption, reflection, and scattering of light due to atmospheric aerosols, cloud particles, surface materials, cosmic dust in protoplanetary disks. And so for planetary and astrophysics environments, they are key. These optical constants are key to the interpretation of observational data. And so here I'm showing you a few examples, and I don't know if I can, no, I have to do it this way. Okay, so yeah, so you can see with Titan, Titan is the largest moon of Saturn. It has a dense atmosphere, mostly made of nitrogen and methane, and there's this very complex organic chemistry that is occurring in this atmosphere that results in the formation of larger molecules and solid particles that form the haze particles that are hiding the surface, and that's why when you see a picture of Titan, it often looks like this big orange ball. And so if you look at the atmosphere of Titan with an instrument like the visible infrared mapping spectrometer on Cassini, doing solar occultation, what you'll get is a spectrum that looks like this, where you have these bands that are due to the gas phase molecules in the atmosphere. But then you have this continuum that is due to the haze particles. And if you want to interpret these observations with models, you will need to have an idea of what these solid particles, how they interact with light. And so you will need optical constants of analogs of these particles to be able to use in your model and interpret these observations and get a better idea of the composition of the atmosphere. Same thing with Pluto's surface. If you look at Pluto's surface with these beautiful images from New Horizons, you can see that there are different regions that have different colors. And if you look at that surface with an instrument like the LISA instrument on New Horizons, getting the reflectance spectra from the surface, you can see that in Cthulhu, which is the dark region here, you have a very different reflecting spectrum than in the Sputnik Planitia region, right? And to be able to interpret these observations with reflectance spectra models that are creating synthetic spectra, taking into account different compounds that could be on the surface, you need to have analogs of these surface organic refractory materials to be able to do these type of modeling and interpret the data. And then third example is exoplanets. Same thing. If you look at stellar observation, stellar occultation of exoplanet atmospheres, to be able to better understand the composition of these atmospheres, you will need to have optical constants of potential exoplanet aerosol and cloud particles. So analogs of these to be able to do that kind of modeling. And so these are just, the slide is just to show you the many applications for optical constants, because they're going to be needed for the study of interstellar medium and molecular clouds, protoplanetary disk, exoplanet, solar system atmospheres and surfaces, comets. And for some of these environments, there are some compounds that are common to all of those, like ices, hydrocarbons, organic refractory materials, and then some that are specific to certain environments, like silicates, sulfides, metals, oxides. And so there is clearly a need for optical constants of a broad range of material and covering a broad wavelength range to enable the scientific community and to maximize the return from NASA missions. And so what we've been doing at Ames is to use an experimental setup called the Cosmic Simulation Chamber that Salma Bejawi talked about earlier this morning. That is a large experimental setup that allows us to generate, process, and analyze interstellar, circumstellar, and planetary analogs that are produced at low temperature in the laboratory. And the way we do this is by using a pulsed planar expansion. So what we do is that we have a gas that is at room temperature and atmospheric pressure, and we let it escape through a very thin slit that you can see here. And we generate an adiabatic expansion that cools down the gas to 50 Kelvin and reduces the pressure to 0.1 millibar. And so this is just a side view of that slit system. And this is just modeling to show you how the temperature drops dramatically when you expand through that slit. And then in the stream of that expansion, we have two electrodes where we can apply a high voltage to induce chemistry. So this is this plasma discharge, this electric discharge is our energy source to induce the chemistry in the molecules that are in the jet-cooled expansion. And from there, then we can induce chemistry, produce larger molecules, and eventually produce solid particles that are analogs of planetary aerosols, surface materials, from the settlement of aerosols onto the surface, for example, for Pluto, or cosmic grains in the outflow of carbon stars. And so these solid particles, we can deposit them on different substrates so that we can do ex situ analysis after that. And so with this experimental setup, we have 2 in situ diagnostics to look at the gas phase. And so this is the infrared, UV visible infrared cavity ring down spectroscopy system that Selma was talking about this morning. We also have a reflectron time of flight mass spectrometer that allow us to monitor the products of the chemistry in real time in the experiment. And then we can collect the solid particles on different substrates and do several different types of ex situ analysis, from visible infrared spectroscopy to scanning electron microscopy, X-ray absorption near its structure, mass spectrometry, surface energy, and optical constants. And so this is just a side view just to show you the plasma discharge and the expansion, the different types of substrates that we can put in front of that expansion to deposit simultaneously on different substrates that can be used for different type of ex situ analyses. This is showing you a nitrogen methane plasma for a simulation of Titan, but we can use nitrogen methane CO for Pluto or Triton. We can use argon with methane or with polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons to simulate the formation of carbonaceous grains for protoplanetary disk applications, for exoplanet atmospheres that do not contain nitrogen, that type of thing. And then this is just to show you some of the results that we got before I get into optical constants. So this is infrared spectroscopy done on different types of tholins. So laboratory analogs of aerosols are called tholins, at least in the Titan community. So we use nitrogen methane acetylene, nitrogen methane benzene, nitrogen methane acetylene benzene, and we produced solid particles to see what was the effect of the initial precursors on the composition and the infrared absorption spectra of these solid particles. So we were able to see the effect of having benzene in the initial gas mixture that resulted in solid particles containing a lot more aromatic molecules. Also, we observed a shift in the aliphatic bands that meant that we had less nitrogen being incorporated in the solid particles. And so that showed us a change in the nitrogen chemistry occurring depending on the initial mixture that we use. We did X-ray absorption near its structure spectroscopy. That is another way to look at elemental composition and functional groups to see what kind of molecules are in these solid particles we form. And so again, nitrogen chemistry changes depending on the initial gas mixture. We've done scanning electron microscopy to look at the morphology and saw that depending on the initial precursor we have very different size grains and different shapes. You can see here in red, that's the distribution of sizes for the grains formed in argon methane. And then in blue is the size distribution for the grains formed with acetylene as a precursor. So that showed us, again, how the initial composition changes or has an impact on the grains that we form. And so the next logical step was to get optical constants of these solid particles. And so we developed a new facility at NASA Ames, which is the optical constant facility that allows us to characterize solid particles from the visible to the far infrared. So from 0.6 micron to 200 micron using 4 different detectors and beam splitters. And so this is just showing you how we can get a spectrum from the visible to the far infrared of these solid particles that we form. We also have 2 accessories that we can put in that spectrometer that allow us to get variable angle transmittance and reflectance measurements at several angles so that we can measure the scattering properties of the material. And then characterize the light distribution in both transmission and reflection, which provides more accurate measurements because we will take into account the scattering. And if you look at only a single angle, spectrum, if some of the light is scattered, it can be considered as absorption when in fact it's just the scattering. So I'm going to go really quickly through these just to show you preliminary results that we've done with 4 different gas mixtures, where we got the transmission measurements, and then we calculated the imaginary part of the refractive index from these transmission measurements. One important thing that I want to show here, these shaded box show you that there are interference fringes in the transmission spectrum, which then have an impact on the K value that we calculate if you don't take into account these interference fringes and you don't remove them from your transmission spectrum. So this was a way to show how important it is to do the analysis correctly to get the optical constants. And this is an issue with data that is in the literature. For some of you that use optical constants, you have to really be careful with the data that you're using, because you will see that type of behavior of the K value, and that can be just due to interference fringes not being taken into account during the analysis. It doesn't have much of an impact for the N value. And so these are the real imaginary part and real and imaginary part of the refractive index. And those are the N and K values that are used in radiative transfer models, in reflectance spectrum models, to do the analysis of the observation data. And so this is just to show you one more set of data that we got all the way to 400 nanometers. And what I'm trying to show you here is the importance of getting data of several types of analogs, not just one. Because right now, for a broad wavelength range, there is one set of data that everybody's using. For those of you who have used optical constants, you must know Carey et al. 1984. This is a nitrogen methane tholin that was characterized on a very broad wavelength range. And this is the one that everybody's using. Even though it was a Titan tholin, it's used for protoplanetary disks because it's the only one that covers that broad of a wavelength range. And so it's really important to get several types of analogs, because they will have different N and K values, and that will impact your interpretation of the observations. I'm just going to pass this. This is the next step with the OCF. And I just want to show this before it's the end of my time, because one of the things that we're developing at Ames and also with Goddard is the NASA Center for Optical Constants, where we're trying to provide to the scientific community as many optical constants as possible of as many type of analogs as possible. And so we have 4 laboratory facilities that are going to generate different types of organic refractory materials and ICEs. And so we're going to do organic refractory materials from gas chemistry with Cosmic. The IQ lab, which is also at Ames, will do, and the Cosmic ICES laboratory at Goddard are going to do irradiation of ICES to get organic refractory materials. And then the Mayochi facility at Ames is going to do optical constants of ICES directly. And we'll have these optical constants of ICES, ice mixtures, and organic refractory materials from ice irradiation and gas irradiation, get their optical constants and put them into an optical constant database that is under development that should be made public at the end of FY22. That's our milestone. And with that, a lot of different observations will be, I think it's going to support many different missions. And so this is, because we are talking about far infrared, with the optical constant facility, we can go all the way to 200 micron. One of the questions I have for you is, do we need to go farther? Do you want to have data farther? Because this is something that we can also advocate for, to provide optical constants up to a certain point. So if that's what I would like to hear from you at some point, what do you need from the laboratory astrophysics community to support your science? And I'm done.
Questions?
It's about time we had a database like this. So you should have a science workshop that you can have unveiled by astronomers who work in this area. I think it would be a really useful database for everybody.
Thank you. This is in the plan for next year when we'll have the database, the first version of the database ready. It's part of our milestone to get workshops. So yes. I think there was someone behind.
So would someone come and recommend material and you would test it, or would they apply the funding for it, or how that works?
So the NASA Center for Optical Constants is a directed work package. And in our proposal, we specifically said that we want to collaborate with the community and we want to also provide this as a service. And so if people, we already have samples that have been sent to us to do the analysis. And so, and there's a collaboration with a group in San Antonio for very different materials than what I've been used to for exoplanet applications. So yeah, if you have something, please let us know. And then we can write proposals to get more funding, right?
Well, okay, coming back to this point, this is actually, I don't know how much pressure you have to actually analyze certain materials, but let's say if pressure gets too high, you might have to introduce something like a proposal process of some sort, where you then you have a science board to decide which ones come first.
Yeah, we're not there yet, but yes, maybe at some point it will need to come to that. And then so we all also have been contacted by other facilities that are willing to collaborate with us to get optical constants. And so if at some point, I think that it's kind of sad because we are often in competition with other labs to get the funding because there is not much funding, but there is enough science for everybody. And so if it comes to a point where we need more facilities to do these measurements, I am sure that we'll find other facilities that are willing to do the work with us and write proposals with us. We've been working on comparative studies looking at tholins made from different laboratories, and that's also a new thing because before it was, oh no, my tholin is better than this other tholin because it's done at cold temperature, it's done at that, and none of them is the right thing, right? None of them is Titan tholin, none of them is Pluto tholin. But the more we study them and get data, the better we understand how they're similar or different and what is probably close to what we see on Titan. So yeah, this is my philosophy anyway.
Okay, let's thank Ella and all of our speakers today again. So that means we've reached our last breakout session for the day. Yay, last session. Tell everybody's getting tired. So what we'd like to do now is to kind of come back to those smaller group discussions we had and sort of share back as a group and then open that up for more input from the rest of our evaluating. We only have to talk about one question in detail. So we can be flexible on how we want to run this. We have an hour in the schedule. So we can either blast through everybody's presentation or we can talk about each question individually.
I thought we should do one and then discuss it.
Make sure.
An hour.
An hour with
10 minutes
10
per.
minutes per question.
Good.
Good. Okay. So we'll start with group one. We're going to talk about group one.
Oh, we have reports. Feel free to, there was a request. To record the discussion we have after the presentation. So feel free to hop on another slide there. I guess real quick, just as a point here. Speaking of the IR STIG, I guess our better or whatever, like stuff that they can and want to. I think this is basically a record of our discussions and should look like consensus. That's all that. So it's not clear exactly where it's all up, but it probably will be public and available to people like NASA.
Are you referring to the answers to these questions?
Yeah.
Okay, that wasn't.
You don't want to do that?
Well, I don't know. We didn't. I don't think my group discussed that with the idea that these were pretty light discussions.
We're not, I mean, I think we don't have to come to a consensus as a group, I don't think. But probably everything we've talked about here has been recorded on the film and will be, made available to the broader public in some form, right? So that people can see what we talked about at the workshop. That doesn't mean that, your name is going to be next to your opinion about any particular thing. So.
I think the point is, what I mean, we're understanding that we are a subset of the entire community. At least what our deliberations are. And that's probably.
Oh, okay. So we were charged with addressing the question of leaving aside their programmatic recommendations, they being the decadal, what near, mid, and far IR observations are best motivated by the key science questions in the decadal survey. That's a rather broad area to tackle, but in the short time we had available, we discussed at least two topics that seemed to emerge and appeared in the decadal. And one, I think, is subject to change in as little as the next 7 or 8 months when JWST starts returning data. So the one item in the extragalactic realm that personally I think is a big puzzle is how is it that these very high redshift objects, these Z = 9, 10, 11 objects, have undergone so much chemistry in the short amount of time that they've had since their formation, as evident by the amount of dust they seem to exhibit, and the fact that in a number of very high Z galaxies, ALMA is detecting molecules. CO has been detected. I know water's been detected. So I think that this is an area where the far infrared can play a vital role. In the Origins concept study, we euphemistically refer to this as the rise of metals, which of course is tied to some very underlying and fundamental processes that go on. Are these the result of the long predicted population 3 stars that dominate these early galaxies, or is something else going on? In the galactic realm, and out of order, I'll jump to this, we can anticipate that the interest in exoplanets will only increase with time. JWST will add to this interest in several ways, but other missions will as well. And I think that there will be persistent interest in tying together the specificity of what is detected toward individual exoplanets by way of their composition, for example, as well as their dynamics and their orbital positions. But let's stick with composition, tying the composition of these planets to the prenatal cloud out of which these planet-forming disks formed. And in particular, one of the questions that remains unresolved that we'd like to resolve is the chemistry of a protoplanetary disk an extension of the prenatal cloud composition, or are the processes involved in planet formation of a sort that the chemistry is largely reset? And there are a number of diagnostics in the far infrared that can help answer that question, water being just one of them. In addition, of course, the far infrared is home to a number of very important diagnostic lines, such as HD, which is a very good surrogate, we believe, for H2, which in turn can give us the gas mass in protoplanetary disks, something that is poorly determined from both CO measurements and dust measurements. In the CO case, because there's an undetermined amount of freeze out of CO in the midplane. In the dust case, because we know that the dust is evolving rapidly, it's growing, and the traditional molecular cloud relationships between the dust and the gas probably do not work well for protoplanetary disks. The second point here is that we're moving beyond butterfly collections. We're moving beyond the stage where we're looking for objects and exulting in how unusual they are, to doing statistically significant samples of sources. With the detection of exoplanets, this point refers to a couple things. The decadal did not weigh, we felt, sufficiently the importance of M-class stars as host stars for exoplanets. We know that they're the dominant spectral type in the galaxy. They're very long-lived, so any biological evolution has ample time to develop. But the bias is that the radiation environment from M stars is not conducive to life. Well, that's an assertion that needs testing, because if it's not true, the other factors, namely the longevity of the parent star, would suggest that biology has ample time to evolve. So it is in the domain of the infrared, where these stars primarily radiate, to adjudicate this question. But tied to it technologically is the need to develop not just sensitive detectors, because planets are small objects and they're inherently difficult to detect, but we have to co-average data over a long stretch of time, particularly if we want to do spectroscopy. Any individual delta lambda in our spectrum is slicing the few photons that reach us into these narrow bins. So we need the sensitivity, but we also need, and this is quite important, stability of the detector. We have to be able to integrate, possibly for hundreds of hours, while having the noise drop as the square root of time. If we reach a noise floor that limits our observations, then the sensitivity of the detector may not matter. So it's really the combination of sensitivity and stability that we need. And lastly, I'll just say that infrared astronomy has not really delved very deeply into time domain astronomy, but I think what was shown with Spitzer, long-term observations of, for example, Sagittarius A in conjunction with Chandra, I think was quite revealing and quite important, and a hint of what may be available to us if we consider time domain astronomy in our arsenal of capabilities in what we're planning for the next decade. I'll leave it there, or answer any questions, or if any member of our discussion group feels I left something out. Okay, well, stability, formats. Obviously, the far infrared has not been the beneficiary of commercial developments or military developments, as is the case in the near infrared. And well, maybe this last item we'll leave for tomorrow, but it's whether these probe missions are best sold. I mean, the whole point of this exercise here, regardless of what we may favor, is to help ensure that at least one of the selected missions from the probe AO is an infrared mission. And one of the things we'll have to adjudicate is whether our approach should be one of an experiment or an observatory, where an experiment is a mission that is shrink wrapped around answering one or two very important questions. All detector, wavelength, sensitivity decisions are based on what's needed to answer those one or two questions, versus more of a Swiss Army knife approach, offer the community broad wavelength agility and spectral resolving powers, and let the community decide what's important. These are perhaps topics we'll touch on tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Anybody have any burning thoughts to add to that? Depending on how to find fire, what's wrong with fire. Some other things can come into the picture. I can imagine black hole studies, for example.
I'm sorry.
Black hole,
Oh,
which was one of the decadal survey topics. So it's a question of how far you go in fact.
I think the answer to me is simple, and that is you go right up to the edge of where ALMA becomes capable. There are spectral lines of water, for example, at 270 microns that by definition can't be done by ALMA. But once you're in the regime of ALMA, my feeling is that to first order, you let ALMA take over from there.
Right, but then that's where the ability to leverage ALMA. But I'm thinking about spatial AI, right? You look at this with origins, and you can leverage ALMA, and maybe that should not be left out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a separate question, but to be an interferometer with the Event Horizon Telescope, you would not do that in the far infrared, because you need to do it at the same wavelength that the Event Horizon telescopes are operating at, which are by definition either 230 or 345 gigahertz. So you can't have an interferometer if what's in space is operating at a different frequency than what's on the ground.
Right. So I was asking, sorry, let's have the rep from Group 2 come up and you can finish your thought and we can hear from that. Well, I was just saying it's a question of where you define the end of current coverage. Right?
It's a little fuzzy, but I think to me it's clear when ALMA can do it, you stop.
So if you don't mind, I have a comment about basis of question, and this is not for me to respond or not. I appreciate, Gary, what you said about the importance of planets around M-boards. But I'm confused about these statements that I've heard many times about detector stability being crucial. It seems to me that overall system stability is important.
Yeah.
A perfect detector in front of a degree telescope won't get you what you want.
No.
But a well-designed differential system with a lousy detector might. So it seems like focusing on the detector misses the point of it.
No, you're Dominic, you're absolutely right. Everything in the system has to, let me just phrase it this way. Your entire system has to be able to integrate down the noise as the square root of time. Everything that inhibits that goal is a problem for exoplanet work, in my opinion, in the infrared. Right.
Maybe you could kind of elaborate on the answer to that, Dominic. So you're absolutely right. I mean, what you need is to be able to calibrate the response of your detector in real time. And so we ran those numbers, and it turns out that you need a detector stability of better than 100 seconds if you want in parallel look at a calibration source without having any impact on the noise in your measurement. So actually the detector that has a stability of a few hundred seconds, that is sufficient. The rest can be done with calibration. So fully agree.
Okay, who's going to summarize for Group 2? Need a volunteer. Thank you. Okay,
we're gonna ask, we'd love to have more discussion and less
Yeah.
slidiness, so maybe we'll keep this part brisk, just to highlight the
So
highlights.
we're
Okay?
kind of trying to have more discussion between all of us in the room and less of like, we're not doing this, as like, you're not getting to talk right here.
Or we can stay until 8 o'clock, whichever you prefer.
I don't want to do that. So, let's, keep it to like 2 to 3 minutes presentation and then like a larger discussion and that's a group. Like 2 to 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Is that on? And I'm just going to read this. The question for group 2 was, are there recommendations from the decadal survey that may cause long-term harm to the infrared community, and how might we remediate these? And so we have one slide on the harmful part and then one slide on the remediating part. The first thing that we talked about, as you can imagine, was the termination of SOFIA, the fact that SOFIA is the only far-infrared astronomy observatory currently, and so its absence will be harmful to the far-infrared community. That JWST took 2 decades, and so there may not be a flagship in the far-infrared for several decades, which will have an impact on a generation for infrared observation and astronomy. In addition, we might lose the $85 million funding per year for infrared astrophysics if the money is not invested back into the infrared community. The second part was the fact that the recommendation for far infrared probe is an opportunity, but we are competing with other probes, so there is no assurance that there will be a far infrared probe selected, and that the decadal talks about funding 2 probes, but they're staged one after the other, which means that the second call could come many years later when the next decadal comes. And so there's no way to know that the second probe will be implemented within this decade. And so if an X-ray probe is selected and then the second AO comes too late for a far infrared probe to be selected, then there's a generation that doesn't have far infrared data. And then there was also something about not recommendation being harmful, but lack of recommendation that could be harmful, because there's a lack of recommendation for high resolution spectroscopy, and that it might not be addressed by probes. And therefore, if it's not being addressed until the next flagship, then it results in a lack of significant amount of data, because it's not achievable with balloons to have large amounts of data at high resolution. And so for the recommendation to remediate these, the first thing is to reinstate SOFIA funding by proving that it is worth the bang for the buck to put it back in the budget. So that would require more papers, advocacy from scientists. There is using the current and expanding the fleet of balloons to compensate for the lack of far infrared data. But as we said earlier, that will not provide a large amount of data. Then making sure that the $85 million a year SOFIA funding will be reinvested into platforms that continue far infrared astronomy and instrument technology development, training the next generation of instrumentalist and infrared astronomers. There's advocating for financial support to explore ways for the far infrared community to leverage the science at other wavelengths in the coming decade, and advocating for financial support to mine the archives from past missions in the far infrared, making sure that the second probe AO comes before the next decadal survey, in case the focus changes with the new decadal, advocating for more opportunities for investment in technology development for far infrared science, even if there is no defined flagship, so that's the SAT, leveraging other opportunities than flagship, like MIDEX and SMEX, but then there's also the fact that it is difficult to have cryo-cooled observatories fit in these calls for the cost, like the price tag. And then working on technology development early to buy down the cost, because NASA is risk averse when implementing mission, because they want to limit cost. And so if we do these technology development early, then it brings the cost down, because it brings the risk down.
Okay, great. So now let's open it up to thoughts from the community. And this is less of like we're asking Ellen her opinion on everything, and more like, this is your opportunity to express your thoughts on this particular question that you didn't get a chance to discuss in your group. So we can broaden the pool of issues.
Two things that you put the first slide was you say James Webb is taking 2 decades. Okay, but what Astro 2020 said was flagship #1 is now normalized at 11 billion in 2 decades. That's what Astro 2020 said. Now, it's true that their highest recommendation was a mission maturation program, so there is a possible remedy for that. But by putting out $11 billion and 20 years, Astro 2020 normalized it. It's not that James Webb did it, said Astro 2020 did it. I'd rewrite that and answer, address the question directly. If you go to the second slide, it says in number 7, opportunities for investing, and then a couple of things. In fact, the recommendation from Astro 2020 about the mission and technology maturation program includes the second and third flagships coming in after about 6 years. And so there is explicit recommendation for investing in those flagships. I think it's already there. And so maybe that was missed, but that's really quite important. And I think it's clear, Dominic can confirm this, that NASA's intention is to be funding flagship 2 and 3 related technologies. So yeah, so I think there was something that's missed, that if these things are made public, I think that because it's already done.
Well, this is like, we're all not experts on any particular area here, right? So the understanding is that this is an opportunity for everybody to have their opinion heard, and this is where we have these discussions and clarify things. So I just want to like say that, so we're not like picking at people who are giving these presentations, because this is like a coalition of like many people. Yeah. Which is good, right? I mean, so then, you know, that's a net good thing.
But so
Yeah,
can I?
we'll capture that. That's easy to address. So I think Kevin was next.
Can I comment on this just for a second? Just so I'm hoping that these are not set in stone and that we will change them. And so, you know, this is the result of a 30-minute discussion. So I'm expecting it that there will be mistakes and things that we didn't cover. And that's the whole point of this discussion. Right?
I think our hope with all this is to plant some seeds about the things we need to be worrying about as a community. I think that's the intention.
As a non-Sophia person, it'll be easy for me to say this and hard for many of you to hear. I don't think we should be spending our time and energy advocating for reintroducing Sophia budgets, but to use this as an opportunity to advocate for a far IR probe mission that comes first before an X-ray probe. Because of the loss of Sophia, we really should emphasize the need for a big probe as soon as possible. I think that would go over much better with NASA, with the community as a whole, not just RIR, but the entire to just let it go. And I know it's easy for me to say because I don't, but just my opinion.
There was one very important point in the presentation, and that is this question about the extreme high spectral resolution observations. I think my guess is that the FANFRE community will find a lot of consent on most of the science topics that should be addressed and how they should be, attacked with upcoming missions. But I think one big question, and I think where several approaches might turn out to be relevant is this very high spectral resolution science case, which probably everybody agrees is one of the major ones for those, obviously, is the protoplanetary disks. And the issue is, if you want to do that right now from space, then the problem is that you don't have the detectors that can reach the background limit. And so the question is, do you want to attack this right now more from balloon missions, where actually you know, the detectors just barely reach the limit if you have a cryogenic, for example, telescope on a balloon. And there are right now groups looking into it, in particular, one of the probe studies where the question was asked, well, if we don't have that spectral resolution to kinematically resolve all those lines to get the orbits, what can we do with lower spectral resolution, but very large statistics, in other words, have a low resolution observations of many of these systems. And that might be a very interesting approach in addition to something one can do with balloons. So I think this is something that I can envision will be hot topic tomorrow. And I was glad this was brought up.
Other thoughts on this question? I'm sorry, switching the slide, but.
Responding to Charles, some of the comments of technology development for flagships 2 and 3. It's not clear that what you said is true, because I think they're envisioning that technology development program is not a PI-led like an SAT type competitive program. I think they're envisioning, in the case of say UX, that a project office will be open. That project office will be the mission, and I can't imagine that flagships 2 and 3 would have project offices. So I think it's unclear.
Just to correct that, because I was on ECAC today, they plan to use all their current mechanisms, SAT, on that. The prioritization will be from the decadal report from the launch mission study that had technology development plans, but they're not going to open garbage project. They're going to be coordinating it, but prioritizing it based on the launch mission study.
So really unclear how SAT, that's no SAT.
They're not just SAT, they're talking about a bunch of different programs. It's probably more of an expert than I am, but that is what someone asked that question, and he said, "No, we're not doing the project office. We're doing this."
I just wanted to mention that on the slide we've seen, there was a mention of balloon platforms, and there wasn't a mention of pioneers, and most people think of pioneers as CubeSats, they're bigger than that, and yes, you could probably do a cryo-committed direct CubeSat, but pioneers also include balloons that are up to $20 million, much bigger than the balloon projects that APRA supports. And the balloon-based far-infrared observatory is not out of the question. Blacks have already demonstrated that this kind of model works. So people should remember that because we've done it, and it's not a this would be very done.
And well, we've already seen, I mean, there's Exclaim and Tim, and I mean, there are other ones that have also been proposed. So I do think there is maybe what you're saying is scope for more people putting in pioneer proposals and APRA proposals as part of the mission. So I think that might be something that, you know, we brainstorm here, right, with the instrument and science people. What kinds of things could we do on balloons or other platforms to demonstrate technology and do precursor science?
Should we move on to group 3?
Yeah. Who is presenting for group 3? Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, is that on? Right, so what are some IR-focused science cases that could impact the architecture of the next NASA flagship mission? And what science investigations do we need to do now to inform the design of a future flagship? So I'm actually going to start here on the background info slide because it took us a few minutes to decide what architecture meant. And I guess we just took that in as a broad term to encapsulate all aspects of the the design of the telescope and facilities. And so categories that we considered were spectral capabilities in resolution and wavelength range, polarization sensitivity, whether or not we needed a survey instrument, something that was optimized for pointed observations or was perhaps more agile. We discussed the dynamic range in sensitivity as well in the field of view. And here's a list of the people that were in attendance in our group. Now I'll backtrack. So yeah, caveats really quick. This is of course not a complete answer to this question. Particularly, I'm going to start with the one on top. What are some IR focused science cases that could impact the architecture of a flagship mission? These are notes on our discussion. I think everyone here could probably add 5 or 6 bullets themselves. So this is just a small subset represented by who was in group 3. So some of the science drivers that we did talk about were circumstellar disks, which motivated a need for high resolving power and a wide wavelength range to get a wide variety of lines to map with velocities. Speaking as an early career astronomer, one of the really exciting things for me to throughout this discussion was just hearing overlap between different science cases, just in terms of widely different science questions, but they all kind of boil down to similar technical requirements. Anyway, for the extragalactic case, we talked about resolving powers on the order of hundreds to thousands and what that means in terms of the confusion limit, but also what you get in terms of being able to decompose in redshift space based off of spectral lines. We talked about high wavelength coverage pushing up to 475 microns to get lots of lines up to high redshift. And then also what it would take to explore the very high redshift dusty universe, so redshifts above 5, perhaps using broadband photometric measurements covering polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. In terms of star forming regions in the Milky Way, there was discussion about needing high survey speeds to map wide areas. And also being able to move the telescope quickly to support that. And then polarization also came up as in its ability to really help understand magnetic fields. And unfortunately, we didn't have any representatives from exoplanets, but I think that there's also tons of stuff you could add there. And then the second question, what science investigations do we need to do now to inform the design of a future flagship? I think there's a need to create more informed dust models, including lab experiments to understand more about dust as well. This could also use suborbital or ground measurements to test dust properties through observations, but also to support archival data mining and help inform a new generation of simulations or models. New generations of dusty galaxy surveys that perhaps are upcoming with existing facilities will help understand population statistics better, and that can help quantify some expectations that maybe these new surveys quantify, like what might come out of deep field surveys from a next future flagship. We talked about doing high resolution spectra using existing facilities to study water vapor, HD, O1, in perhaps in like the order of 50-ish circumstellar disks to understand the populations there. And this could help drive specifications on the wavelength range needed, et cetera. And also targeted measurements to better constrain confusion limits and stuff. So yeah, let's open up the floor for discussion. Should I stay up here?
No.
It's going to be the brunt of people's opinions.
So this is more of a question to everybody than a comment of my own. I'm looking at this list of things, high resolution, mapping speed, all of these things are really things that the optical community is also interested in. But pushing out to 475 microns, that's what I think is kind of the sticky point. So how do we, I mean, in terms of a flagship mission, how do we emphasize that over maybe at the cost of something else that the optical or UV community will be more interested in?
Yeah, that's
I'm sorry, I thought the question was how far out should the infrared probe go? And I would just say that if you want to get the ground state transition to work with water, you have to go up to 538 microns. And the good thing about working at those sub-millimeter wavelengths is that it's not a driver on the surface accuracy. Be pretty tolerant.
Well, I think it's a valid question either way, right? We phrase this pretty broad, so you can interpret flagship as how do we get involved in Mouvoir X from an IR community standpoint, right? Like what role can we as an infrared community play in that flagship, which is definitely going to happen, versus what do we envision happening for, you know, Origins 2.0 reformulated for a future flagship? Those are two good questions, but different.
Sorry, Gary, I know you know this, but just to say it out loud, I think thinking along the lines you were thinking, the thing that becomes difficult when we think about packaging all these wavelengths together is the thermal design. So the question might be, are there things we can investigate now in cryogenics that would make including something that goes out these long wavelengths more attractive or possible?
If you go out to the long wavelengths with high spectral resolving power, then the cryogenics is not a big driver. The gain that you get, you know, by operating at 4 Kelvin or 40 Kelvin over 80 Kelvin or 100 Kelvin is not huge.
So maybe we should be highlighting that and saying it in bold font constantly, because that is probably not what people are thinking, but if it's valid, we should say that.
But it is valid.
Yeah.
Hi, I guess I don't know the status of things. I was wondering if there is a world where you could both survey and have a point stare type function in the same probe, or if that's dictated maybe by your aperture size. Would that enable you to do more types of science, I guess, or will we have to sort of choose a mode?
So I just realized this now thinking about this. I guess underlying one interesting question in Origins, we have one mission concept here for our flagship that was designed to some level of detail. It's a very good reference for what we might want to have. But there's the overall question, to what extent as a community we might over time want to move away from this design. Again, open the box. And of course, if you open the box, you might find some other very dynamic science. But you move away from a very well-designed mission concept. If you would stick to that concept, that might give you in the long term the better chances of winning the mission, compared to opening the box and looking around new science applications that might be more interesting. And that's another underlying question that needs to be addressed in some form.
Well, I thought I might try to address the question raised because I'm somebody who's been working a lot on a very actual observatory. And for cryogenic observatories, particularly is intended to make things which are, I mean, inherently fairly flawed, especially with things like super installation. And what kills you for actual observatories is trying to make something where you minimize acceleration and jerk. And to make something actual, you pretty much have to have large values for that, and it's incompatible with something that settles quickly in a cryogenic environment. So I think your question is a good one. You could be a pointing mission, or you could be a survey mission with a smooth survey. It's be very challenging to be an actual mission.
Probably better move to group 4 shortly, since we only have like 15 minutes left. I'm sure people actually want to leave this room sometime. But we can like continue the discussion about any topic. So maybe if you have a person from group 4 that presents their discussion.
Sure, that is me. All right, so our question was, what technologies need urgent development to enable the science of the next decade? And for each of those, what is the ideal path forward to deploy these technologies in the short term and the midterm? So obviously the first thing that we put up here are detectors. We've heard a lot about detectors from various people so far. We need large arrays, in the order of 100,000, for various approaches of very low noise detectors. We're going to have a cryogenic mirror with high resolution spectroscopy. We need something on the order of 10 to the minus 20 watts per hertz with 1 over F noise, hundreds of second scales, 1 over F need. It's been noted that TSs have a high yield cost to hybridization and integration, whereas MKIDs potentially get around that. It's been desired to have polarization sensitivity in the detectors. There's also an emphasis on heterodyne detectors, and not just single pixel heterodyne detectors, but arrays of order hundreds of heterodyne detectors, and not just individually packaged, but fully lithographed heterodyne detector arrays that are optimized so that they have noise temperatures near the quantum limit and can be miniaturized and have everything needed in the pixel packed behind it. For certain implications, interferometric techniques need to be developed for certain proposals. And detector readouts, we need, as we've heard, space qualified, low power, high bandwidth or high multiplexing factor readout electronics for direct detectors, be it TDM or microwave MUX or MKIDs for kids ATSs. And we also need high bandwidth readout electronics for heterodyne detector arrays for orders of hundreds of detector pixels. This is not everything. Let's get cut off, or did we expand this into 2?
There's a second slide.
Oh, well, there was not a second slide before. Sorry.
Yeah.
Lightweight mirrors. It's not clear how much of a problem that is. If Starship is going to be enabling technology, broadband optics, so not just reflective optics, but things like windows and filters, lenses, and the anti-reflection coatings for all of those optics, and absorbers for detectors. So given those technologies that we want to enable for the next decade, what are the paths forward for them? So just starting off, the boundary condition for this is that we think that there are going to be a rather small number of opportunities in the next decade to actually sort of develop these technologies or demonstrate them. 1 probe, 2 mid-X opportunities, and maybe 1 or 2 balloon rounds of launches for detector development or technology development. And then specifically, we expanded this out for detectors. It was noted 3 times funding. We need support for demonstration platforms for these detectors, possibly balloons, but for the next generation of detectors that are going to be 10 to the minus 20 watts per hertz, it's very possible that they are going to be fundamentally different than detectors that exist at 10 to the minus 18 watts per hertz, have different noise mechanisms, operate the entire different principles. Balloons are not going to be able to test that, so you can't necessarily step from balloons to detectors that are going to go on a space mission. So there's potentially benefits to having ground-based laboratories that can test these extremely low noise detectors with high fidelity, with optical coupling to get real optical NEPs out of them. CubeSats for technology demonstrations, something that you don't need a science driver but can get money to, say, demonstrate your particular cryocooler or your particular spectrometer technology. And then advocacies for these technology demonstration platforms so that we can have the opportunity to demonstrate them and deploy these new techniques for the next decade.
Thoughts from the rest of the audience?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping with this great observatory technology maturation plan that they will provide sustained funding for detectors, because that's pretty fundamental. I mean, it was called out in the emergence report, and hopefully the decadal recommendation to do that, and, enables that kind of sustained funding. We'll have to see how it goes.
We have a comment on Zoom from Michael Werner who says, surprising that cryo coolers are not on the list for city to six.
No, so I can answer that. We did not miss it. Actually, it was brought up and then struck from the list because the thought is that we do not want to base mission concepts on particle technology that is not already on relatively high TRL. That was the percent for, how many risks you want to take in a particular mission proposal. And perhaps not because the cheap materials.
Sorry. Wanted to poke a little harder at the CubeSat technology demonstration thing, because I think it's an interesting parameter space. But as I understand these things, the SMD CubeSats are for doing science, and they wouldn't primarily be about technology demonstration. That said, STMD does exist for technology, purely technology demonstration. This would be where you go. However, I'm not sure what our success rate going to STMD is advocating for this sort of work. So I wonder if one thing we might consider is advocating the headquarters a little harder to say, could you please talk to STMD and somehow get our stuff a little bit higher up their list or something? I know that they have a very large basket they have to accommodate. Dominic has his hand up, so he's about to tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, if you don't mind, I won't tell you why you're wrong, but I'll try to put a bit of spin on this. So first of all, I'll have to go back and reread what I wrote in the APRO solicitation. I'm pretty sure I said that CubeSats could be used for technical purposes alone without science, but I could be wrong, so let me check that. Second point about STMD, we do talk to them periodically. It's actually Mario Perez who talks to them quite regularly. Every so often, we have the opportunity to inject something into their proposal stream that looks like it's suitable for astrophysics and comes out of their funding line. But we don't advertise it because it's not ours. Some of you who are alert may have noticed that last year we had an STMD call for long wavelength metamaterials, which is one of the things on previous slide. Well, that was me. So I managed to get them to put that in. But the requirement that they put on us is that we have to show that the technology that they would demonstrate would be useful for something other than astrophysics. And one of the problems about this is our detectors. The kinds of detectors that we need for long wavelength detection in space are almost unique to astrophysics. Nobody else seems to have the same kind of requirements. But if you can find something that fits, let me know. We'll try to get it in.
Yeah, just kind of a reminder, the Cosmic Origins program solicits from the community, just like this, what their technology gaps should be. And those technology gaps are absolutely crucial to getting any specific tech development project funded through the APRO-SAT program. And so, the last call for that, they will do in December sometime. So if you weren't paying attention, you missed that call. Then it's going to be coming up again. It's coming. So that's the program that one needs to plug into if you want to advocate Cosmic Origins new technology for this one.
On that, Mike?
No, I mean, I'm bitterly aware of the tech gap list since we have to edit the darn thing. I would say I wouldn't disagree with anything that was said, except functionally, it seems like it doesn't quite fit that. But maybe that's just my perception, so sure.
Well, Dominic, since you brought up metamaterials, should we add filters and quasi-optical devices, metamaterials to the list? Oh, really? Oh, so I'm looking at the wrong. Okay. And then second one is in Europe and the UK, well, back before when the UK was in Europe, there was they had the FP7, they had these things, and they had calls, and there was a program called Space Kids that was led by Matt Griffin, I guess, in Cardiff, that involved astronauts people, and And that was a technology detector development demonstration like this, like we're talking about, that was, involved multiple groups across Europe. But something did come out of that, sort of, which was, there's a spin-out company from Cardiff called Sequestin or something that is building kinetic inductance detector-based security scanners and stuff like that. So I'm not sure that you could, it's not low background kinetic, detectors, but still you can probably make some sort of argument that there are potential applications for the detector technology outside of strong.
Okay, we'll have one more comment and then we'll move on to group 5 because we're at 5:25 and I want to let people have dinner.
Yeah, just a short comment. So actually also test detectors were mentioned in the German workshops about detector technologies. And they're also used in exactly the same application, security scanners, that kind of thing. And this is a big market.
Presenting to group 5. Oh, no takers. I can do slide too. We're all tired of hearing this talk anyway.
It seems I have been volunteered.
Okay. So our question was, are we missing opportunities to grow this community? To which one of our members said, the answer is always yes, because you're missing always an opportunity. And the second question is, how can we foster interdisciplinary work within our areas of astrophysics and science in general? And I think from a, let's say, professional's perspective, like how can we grow our astrophysics and detector community? How can we involve more people? I think we quickly pointed to a few things, like trying to do our best, or maybe within this group come up with ways to formulate how in our professional conferences along our, not our wavelength range, but along our topic, so to say, galaxy evolution, exoplanets, etc. How can we attend or make aware our colleagues in other wavelength ranges that infrared observations will be very valuable to their goals. An option here, for example, is hosting more workshops, specifically tailored or targeted at people not using far infrared or infrared at the moment, and asking them to come with their science case, present their results, and see how we can enhance those with infrared. We also noted that in, for example, upcoming AAS, we should strongly advocate and carry out the message that if we don't get this, if this future probe is not a far infrared one, we are basically going to have a massive gap in wavelength coverage in the far IR. And a few of the participants, especially from industry in our group, mentioned that the X-ray people are doing a much better job at advocating that they really need this new probe, whereas the infrared community is a lot of other people in astrophysics large could look, you have James Webb and you have another number of infrared observatories coming up, so you're covered. And we should very well articulate the fact that far IR is not covered at all. There's not a single mission or not a single observatory there which can sustain us long term. And if I then, I think skip, it's on the next slide, so I'll come to that later. Another thing which was strongly discussed within our group is missions and projects are getting bigger and bigger, which means the distance between detector developers and astronomers becomes bigger and bigger, and it's rarer and rarer that you can experience the entire trajectory. So in order to train our detector people well, we felt very strongly as a group that we should advocate for smaller opportunities to remain, be it small sats, CubeSats, smaller ground-based observatories where we can demonstrate things, balloon missions, but that people do have the opportunity to do within their PhD, or at least within a small part of their career, experience the entire trajectory. Most covered. We had a bit of a discussion about how do we, again, reach out to the general public. What can we do? We brainstormed a bit on how can we show to the general public what the differences are between optical, near infrared, and far infrared. Can we do that by, for example, virtual reality demonstrations where we go through the Milky Way, but also change the wavelength as you go. Yeah, again, small programs cannot die. Make sure that also we involve more undergraduates in this. And yeah, finally, we all hope that the next probe mission will be far infrared, of course, but we should be very aware that astronomers still will follow the funding and the available telescopes. So what do we do if Sophia stays cancelled and the next probe mission is an X-ray? Because then we are going to have a gap of a few decades where there is no far infrared mission. And how do we retain that knowledge?
Thoughts?
I must say, I think a lot of these points also, for example, came up in group 2, and I think I want to echo that.
So balloon come up with a couple of things here. The one thing is that we as instrument builders and astronomers can try to pick up more ideas for balloons. But there is one other aspect of the balloon program, that is technology for development for the balloons themselves. In the sense that, as I understand it, at the moment from Antarctica you can fly something like 2 balloons per season. That's a limitation, that's a bottleneck. In principle, the New Zealand is another launch site where the balloons could fly long distances without to be brought down for safety reasons. In particular, they could fly from there particularly long if you had super pressure balloons that would keep them up for very long periods. So that's maybe another area of technology development, investment in the balloon platform themselves that would help the infrared community.
Let me add to that, as somebody who's doing TIM work, that the current status of NASA balloon missions, that NASA can only accommodate a single cryogenic mission every season because the facilities are not built to handle more.
I want to make a comment about potentially communicating this to more of the general public. I think it's going to be very interesting to watch the story of James Webb, which is a spectroscopic system. James Webb is going to have a few pictures, but it really is going to reveal spectroscopy and how those systems capture the imagination of big telescope in space, but it's going to show a lot of wiggly lines. We can ride on the coattails of creative ways to communicate the science of spectroscopy from James Webb. For any future, a far infrared instrument most likely will have a spectroscopy because that's the model. So I think we have an opportunity ahead of us to build upon how James Webb is going to roll out its. I don't know how they're going to solve it yet, because we've had great spectroscopy missions in the past, but they haven't captured the public imagination. So we have no opportunity.
I think we need to look at the infrared missions in a broader sense, and think also maybe distance ourselves a little bit from this idea that infrared just deserves one mission at a time. That's, I think, wrong to start with. The X-ray community have several missions typically running, and we, at the moment, everything we have is Sophia. And if nothing happens, then also that not much of the time. So I wanted to pick up on the idea of developing balloon missions in a broader sense. Balloons have one fundamental weakness. They have a few, but one fundamental weakness is the landing. The chances to damage your instrumentation is 50%. So we should put some money into developing safe landing and launching capabilities that are not so dependent on weather as it is at the moment. Currently, balloon missions wait for months for the right weather conditions. So their cadence is measured in years. Anything like an observatory that reacts to something quickly, like in an astronomical event that has to be observed in a few weeks, they're incapable of doing anything. So we are far away from observatory capabilities for balloons at this point. And I think my favorite would be, as a successor for Sophia, eventually, to start developing something that I would call an airship. Something that has propulsion, whatever it really looks like. Something that has propulsion, can land safely, can take off safely, and be a worthy successor for something like Sophia, and that can launch maybe in 10 years. And of course, my opinion about Sophia is clear.
So in the group, we also briefly discussed the overlap between kids and work in quantum computing. And there's a lot of back and forth in some of the literature, like on a research level right now, but what we talked about, I think it maybe would be interesting to actually have more of an open conversation with that community and see if we could align our interests in a way such that, we benefit from the development of their field a little more directly. And we did think about, we were trying to think of what other science overlaps interdisciplinarily there was too, but we didn't come up with that much, so we're really open to other people's suggestions.
So one thing that has struck me is that our field is younger than most fields. So everyone in Astro 100 hears about HR. And I'm just wondering if we can come up with materials that can reach and teach students and entry-level students about interstellar meeting topics that are very relevant to our field, so people are aware and knowledgeable about. As opposed to, because I'm just trying to think about this question about getting a broader group of people in. And some of it has to do just with familiarity. And we get people familiar in, undergraduate course level to train them up on very simple things to get them curious about it, so that they don't think the time is just an HR diagram.
I can say, here at CU, we actually have one of the largest undergrad programs in the country. We have 400 undergrad majors. So I teach the entire class on just information in the ISM, and we have 100 students in it. And actually, I think we have a really unique opportunity in that, because the students get really excited, more so about that than the HR diagrams, because I get to teach a class that's actually changing on the time scale that I teach the class, right? And that's very unique for undergrad education. And I think we should capitalize on that. So I wholeheartedly agree.
Sorry, I keep having comments. I have three. I wanted to endorse the quantum computing suggestion. We have a lot of links with the quantum community, both for the resonators and the readout. I also wanted to endorse and comment on the popular or the introductory astronomy and also promoting far infrared astronomy as more of an astronomy. The way that I look at it is, I think there was the biggest impact for me that Herschel had is that we finally, as a far infrared community, have images that look really, really cool, which is what most people are interested in astronomy for, which are really, really beautiful images of astronomical objects. And certainly there's now a lot more of them from Herschel in the far infrared. And I think we should make use of those because not only do they look beautiful, they also are very visually instructive to people at the introductory level. And then my last comment is on information theory, which is just, I make this point all the time. You look at the plot of the, amount of light in the different wavelengths, and they're roughly the same in the optical and the far infrared. But we have 1,000 times as many photons. So we've got 1,000 times as much information in the far infrared as there is in the optical.
All right. I literally see people falling asleep at this point.
No,
So
the microphone has died.
it's a sign.
There will be breakfast again, tons of food. So tons, starting at 8 a.m. We'll have coffee, bagels, and fruit, nothing. And then tomorrow is our day to discuss pearls. So come prepared to discuss probe mission concepts. Interesting and insightful discussion. See you tomorrow.
At least have a cradle? No idea. Gotta find the